I would like more sisters, that the taking out of one might not leave such stillness. Emily Dickinson. Prologue. At Carpentier Women's State Correctional Facility in Central California, the thermostat is always kept at a chilly 55 degrees. There's a practical psychology in this, one of the guards tells me. In cooler temperatures, prisoners are more alert and productive, more courteous too. The heat, the guard says, black velvet eyes belying his tall, muscular frame. It does things to people. In a way, Kelly Lund's story proves out the guard's point, for it was on June 28, 1980, the hottest night of the year, that Lund, then 17 and hopped up on a combination of marijuana and cocaine, walked into the Hollywood Hills mansion of Oscar-nominated director John McFadden and, in the midst of his own rap party, shot him to death. Was it the heat, not the drugs, that drove this ordinary girl to enter a home filled with Tinseltown elite? With uber-cool rock stars and impossibly sleek models and the silver screen gods and goddesses whose glorious faces graced the pages of the movie magazines that lonely Kelly was known to have stashed under her bed? Was it the 93-degree temperature and perhaps the blinding rage it sparked that propelled this Hollywood have-not past a glittering constellation of haves and into McFadden's opulent, Morocco-themed living room where, finding him alone, she pumped 3 bullets into his chest and skull? I consider that possibility now as the guard leads me into Lund's cell, the tidy, dull square that has been her home for the past 7 years. And as I reach the cell to find her sitting on her cot in her institutional orange, I decide in my own way to raise the issue. "Kelly, do you ever miss the sun?" She turns her gaze up to me, her gray eyes hard, dry as prison bars. In 7 years, Kelly Lund hasn't aged a day. It's hard to imagine she ever will. Her skin is unlined, the whole of her as impervious to time as she is to all transformative emotions: shame, regret, caring, guilt. "The sun is still there," she says. "No reason to miss it." "John McFadden isn't here anymore." "That's right." "Do you miss him?" "I don't know." "Do you feel bad about killing him?" "It was meant to be." "His death?" "Yes." "How do you know?" "If it wasn't, someone would have noticed me before I made it into the den." She pauses for a moment, deciding whether or not to go on, weighing her options. "I see myself," she says finally, "as an agent of fate." "Fate didn't murder John McFadden, Kelly. You did." Lund's gaze drifts, and for a moment she appears immersed in the dull gray wall of her cell, as though she sees something in it that exists in herself. "You have your belief system," she tells me. "I have mine." On one level, it is probably a defense mechanism, Kelly Lund's complete lack of spark, of color. When she was just 15, her fraternal twin sister Catherine stole their mother's car, drove to Chantry Flats, a remote overlook in the San Gabriel Valley favored by lovers, and took her own life by flinging herself into the canyon. An aspiring actress, Catherine had been everything Kelly Lund was not. Beautiful, vibrant and with a natural charisma potent enough to gain her entry into Hollywood's young party circuit at the tender age of 14. But she was also troubled, vulnerable, the type of girl who felt everything a little too deeply, and who, ultimately, tragically, let those feelings get the best of her. Conversely, it may have been Kelly Lund's very blandness that kept her alive and afloat in the same tank of sharks that devoured her sister. The block of ice to Catherine's fast-burning flame, Kelly had few friends and, outside of a brief and puzzling relationship with McFadden's son Vincent, lived a largely uneventful life before committing the brutal act that would gain her the fame her lovely twin died for lack of. "I almost didn't go to the party, you know," she says to me now. "It was hot out, and I wasn't feeling so great. But then I changed my mind." Never before have I seen a face so utterly placid, a pair of eyes so still. I can't help wondering what those eyes must have looked like through John McFadden's lens a week before his death, when on his son's insistence he'd filmed Kelly Lund. "Would you still have killed John," I ask, "if he had been nice to you at the screen test?" Lund smiles, the same smile she offered the world outside the L.A. courthouse the day of her sentencing. Not a smile at all, really. More a baring of the teeth. "How should I know?" she says. The room grows even colder. Excerpted from Mona Lisa, The True Story of Hollywood Killer Kelly Lund, by Sebastian Todd, 1989. Chapter 1. February 11th, 1980. It was when Kelly Lund's science teacher, Mr. Hansen, asked her the third question in a row that she wasn't able to answer, the one about mitochondria, that Bellamy Marshall passed her a note. Kelly said, and swallowed hard to get her dry mouth working, when she felt the balled-up paper hit her in the leg. She didn't think note at first, though. She thought spitball. Kelly got spitballed a lot. So often, in fact, that she'd once told her mom about it. "They throw spitballs at me," she'd said. "They laugh at my clothes because they're so cheap." "Cheap?" Mom had said. "Your clothes cover you up where you should be covered, which is more than I can say about those other girls you go to school with. If you want to talk about cheap, Kelly, those girls are what I call cheap." Kelly had made a secret vow never to talk to her mom about school again. So she didn't look at the note when it hit her leg. She ignored it, the way she ignored all the spitballs, the way she ignored so much of what happened to her in school and elsewhere. Ignore it, and it will go away. It worked for most things that hurt, if not all. Mr. Hansen said the thing about mitochondria again, Kelly trying to hang on to the words, to mold them into something that made a little bit of sense. But she couldn't. She felt the sun pressing through the classroom windows, and the itchiness of her cardigan sweater, and the elastic of her peasant skirt cutting into skin. All of those things so much more real than the question. Everyone was watching her. She felt that, too. "Miss Lund," Mr. Hansen said. Kelly gazed at the floor. Her eyelids fluttered. She felt herself starting to escape. "Miss Lund." For a few seconds, or maybe it was more, Kelly slipped into a dream. An actual dream of being 7 years old and with her sister again. of sitting cross-legged on their bedroom floor, of sitting knee to knee with Catherine, staring as hard as she could into Catherine's bottle-green eyes. "Whoever moves first dies." But, I don't want to die, Catherine." Catherine places a hand on hers. It is warm and dry and calming. "Don't be scared, Kelly. You know me. I always move first." "Miss Lund, am I keeping you awake?" Kelly's eyes flipped open. She heard herself say, "No, I'm falling asleep just fine." Oh, no. A strange silence fell over the room, an airless feeling. Mr. Hanson blinked, his jaw tightening. Kelly knew she was supposed to say, "I'm sorry," and she started to, but before she could get the words out, everyone started to laugh. It took Kelly a few moments to register that the kids were laughing with her, not at her. That never happened. Her heart beat faster. Her face warmed. "Good one," said Pete Nickel behind her. Pete, a champion spitball thrower who had never said anything directly to Kelly ever. Pete, tall and shining blonde and rich, too. The son of the producer of one of Kelly's favorite TV shows, swimmer's hair like white silk. Pete Nickel clapped Kelly on the back, and Mr. Hanson said, "Miss Lund, you are on detention." And that made everyone laugh harder. Some even cheered. Kelly turned and ventured a look back at the class, and that's when she saw the balled-up piece of paper on the floor next to her leg, not a spitball. And when she glanced up and toward the next row over, Bellamy Marshall was gesturing at the paper, her silver bracelets jangling. "Read it," Bellamy mouthed. Bellamy was new, the daughter of a famous actor named Sterling Marshall, who'd been a big deal in the 50s and 60s, and still kind of was. She'd started at Hollywood High after Christmas break, having been expelled from a fancy private school in Santa Monica for mysterious reasons. There was drama in that. High drama in the way Bellamy had shown up a week after school restarted, slipping into the back row of Mr. Hanson's class, the very back row, though Mr. Hanson had pointed at an empty seat in the front. Kelly had turned to look at this daring new girl in her bangle bracelets and designer jeans, her luxe leather jacket. Bellamy Marshall, ignoring Mr. Hanson and breathing through frosty parted lips like a movie heroine on the run. Bellamy had smiled at Kelly, and Kelly had smiled back, wanting to be her friend, but a little sad for knowing that it wasn't possible. Not with this girl. This shining, rich, leather-jacketed girl who'd only smiled at Kelly because she didn't know any better. That had been more than a month ago. Once Mr. Hanson got everybody quiet, once he called on Phoebe Calloway in the front row and asked her the mitochondria question, and Kelly felt reasonably invisible again, she kicked the piece of paper closer to her desk. She slipped it off the floor, unfolded it quietly. Party after school. My place. Kelly turned to Bellamy to make sure it wasn't a joke. She wore a different leather jacket today, a brown bomber. She probably had a closet full of them, all real leather. Bellamy mouthed, "Well?" And then she winked at Kelly. She didn't look like someone who was joking. "Yes," Kelly nodded, amazed at this moment, amazed at this day. It wasn't really a party, just Bellamy, Kelly, 2 boys from the soccer team, and a tall, skinny 23-year-old guy named Len with a pencil-y mustache and a sandwich bag full to bursting with what he called Humboldt's finest. They met up in the school parking lot, Len shaking the bag at Bellamy and grinning. The two boys piled into Len's black Trans Am, while Kelly rode with Bellamy in her red VW Rabbit. They drove in the opposite direction from where Kelly lived, sped across Sunset Boulevard and past Barney's Beanery, Bellamy swerving around slow drivers, sunglasses focused on the road, silver bangle bracelets slipping up and down her wrists as she steered. They drove up into the hills, neither one of them talking, just listening to the radio, to the Knack's Good Girls Don't, a song Kelly had never liked. Not until now. Kelly had expected to be nervous when she got in the car, but Bellamy not talking to her felt like not getting called on in class. It put her at ease. "Hand me my cigs, would you?" Bellamy said. "They're in my purse." Kelly picked Bellamy's bag off the car floor, a Louis Vuitton. A lot of the girls at school had these. They called them Louis Vuitons, and treated them in such an offhand way, tossing them around like they were worth nothing. But Kelly knew better. Her mother had shown her one at I. Magnin once, tapping her nails on the price tag. "Who would spend this kind of money?" she had said. Kelly's mother worked at I. Magnin, behind the makeup counter. But even with her discount, she never bought anything there for Kelly or for herself. "It's obscene," she would say, about the prices, about the entire store. Kelly never replied. She found it beautiful. "Someday," Mom would say, "I'll get us out of this town." Carefully, Kelly unzipped the bag. She plucked out a box of Marlboro Reds, Mom's brand, and handed it to her. "You can have one too," Bellamy said. "Thanks." Bellamy lit one off the car lighter, then slipped it to Kelly without looking at her. The gesture made her feel as though they'd known each other for years. Bellamy rolled the windows down, and Kelly blew a cloud of smoke into the warming air. "Len likes you," Bellamy said. "I can tell." Kelly felt her cheeks redden. "How do you know him?" She shrugged. "Just around," she said. "He can be a jerk, but he's always got good weed, and I love the smell of his car." "Is he really 23? "Yep." "Wow." Through the windshield, the Hollywood sign loomed before them, making Kelly think of Catherine. It always did. How she used to brag about their view of it to anyone who'd listen. "You can see the sign from our apartment," she'd say, leaning on the word sign as though she were talking about the Empire State Building or the Eiffel Tower, when the truth was, the Hollywood sign had been an eyesore back then, full of holes, crumbling into the hills, the first and third O's missing almost entirely. "Who wants to see it?" Kelly would say to her. "It's ugly." "No, it isn't. It just needs fixing." 2 years ago, a whole bunch of rich movie stars and politicians had taken interest in the rotting sign and rebuilt it. Alice Cooper had even donated his first O to replace the more destroyed of the two and declared himself Alice Coper for the rest of the year, something Catherine would have found funny, if she'd still been alive. On the radio, the Knack was fading into Tom Petty, that song Kelly liked about a girl raised on promises. She took another drag off her red and gazed out at Catherine's sign, sparkling white in the sun, the letters whole and welcoming. Some things do wind up getting fixed. "You were killer today," Bellamy said. "Huh?" In science! How did you get the balls to say that to Hanson? Oh, Kelly said, remembering. It just sort of came out, I guess. I'm falling asleep just fine, Bellamy said. Man, that made my whole year, my whole life. Kelly took another drag off her cigarette, smiled a little. I just had to say it, she said. He was being so annoying. Bellamy laughed, warm and contagious, and Kelly joined in. She tried to remember the last time she'd laughed at something that wasn't on TV. It had to be back when Catherine was still alive, when they were still little kids. Hanson's face, Bellamy gasped. He was clenching his teeth so tight I thought his eyes were going to pop out. And Kelly laughed some more. Tom Petty singing about his American Girl, the whole car full of music. Finally, they caught their breath. Bellamy slowed down at a stoplight, braking smoothly. She was a good driver. Kelly couldn't drive at all. She'd signed up for driver's ed, but hadn't made it to most of the classes. What was the point? Mom would never let her use the car anyway. So, Bellamy said, I guess they let you out early for a first offense? Huh? You know, I expected you to be stuck in detention till sunset. Kelly's mouth went dry. Miss Lund, you are on detention. Mr. Hanson had used those words. She'd never been on detention before, woodwork kid that she was. One out of a mismatched set. The quiet twin. The dull one. Beyond bad grades, she'd never gotten into any type of trouble before today, never acted up, barely spoke. But here, this, her very first time, and Mom will kill me. She turned to Bellamy, cheeks burning. I didn't go to detention, she said. I never checked in. Bellamy blinked her mascaraed eyes. You're serious? Yeah, she said. I forgot. She turned back to the road as the light changed to green, her face cracking into a bright grin. I think I'm falling in love with you, Kelly Lund, she said. Kelly grinned too. She couldn't help herself. When they got to Bellamy's house, the boys were already waiting out in front. What's your name, sweetheart? Len said. He kept smiling at Kelly, a slippery smile. Her name's Kelly, not sweetheart, Bellamy said. Try and keep from drooling. One of the soccer boys said, Who cares about names? Let's smoke. Kelly was only half listening. She couldn't stop gawking at Bellamy's house. It was huge. An adobe palace with a gleaming red tile roof, balconies all around. They'd driven through a gate to get here, up a long palm-lined driveway that slithered up the side of Mount Lee, Kelly's ears clicking with each rising turn. It had made her heart pound, this drive, like traveling to another world. And it was another world, wasn't it? The bird streets. That's what this area of the Hollywood Hills was called. The roads named for birds and perched so high, driving them felt almost like flying. Bellamy lived on Blue Jay Way, like the song, Kelly had said back in the car. Bellamy had nodded. I hate the Beatles. Bellamy's front door was made of polished carved wood. A maid in a white uniform let them in and walked away quickly, eyes aimed at the floor. Don't let my little brother come upstairs, Flora, Bellamy said. But the maid didn't seem to hear her. Kelly saw a pink marble staircase, a crystal chandelier, huge windows, at least 2 stories high, overlooking the canyon. She bit her lip. She kept her eyes down like the maid, because she couldn't look too hard at anything. She wanted to seem like someone who'd seen a place like this before. Bellamy's room was at the end of a long, carpeted hall, and as they all walked in, the 2 boys laughing about something that happened at practice the other day, Bellamy asking Len to show her the bag again, Kelly used every muscle in her body to keep her jaw from flapping open. There was a stereo with a tape deck and turntable, speakers tall as Kelly's chin. There was a big TV, a vanity table with a huge mirror, a walk-in closet, door ajar to reveal rows of clothes grouped by color. There was a record collection that filled an entire wall, a red leather couch, a zebra print throw rug that may very well have been real zebra. And best of all, there was a king-size bed with a white puffy satin spread and dozens of throw pillows, the type of thing a princess would sleep on, or a queen. There was a framed movie poster over it, Saturday Night Fever. Kelly noticed a pen scrawl across John Travolta's pants leg and moved closer to it. Travolta's autograph with a note. For Bellamy, he'd written. Best wishes. Kelly stared at the looping script and had to touch it. She had to press her fingers to the glass just to make sure it was real. I hate disco, but I still think John's sexy, Bellamy said. My dad knows him. Kelly's hand flew back. She felt herself blushing. Bellamy smiled at her. I met him once. You did? I wanted to touch that chin dimple so bad. She leaned in closer, dropped her voice to a whisper. I wanted to put my tongue on it. Make it a fatty, said one of the soccer boys. He was talking to Len, who was sitting on the edge of Bellamy's princess bed, rolling a joint intently. If this were my room, Kelly said, I'd never leave. Len said, Few hits of this, you might not be able to. You want to spend the night? Said Bellamy. My parents are in Switzerland, so it's just me and the staff till Friday. Kelly swallowed. She hadn't even called home, and she knew Mom wouldn't approve. Keep away from those Hollywood types, Mom would always say, even though she'd sent her girls to Hollywood High, where the sports team was called the Sheiks after a movie character played by Rudolph Valentino. Nearly everyone at school was a Hollywood type in one way or another. What else would they be? Mom may as well have said to Kelly and Catherine, Don't make any friends. Kelly following the rule, Catherine dying for breaking it. My mom, I don't think she... Hey, it's cool, Bellamy said. Some other time, though, okay? Yeah, I'd love to. Lots of nice red veins in this stuff, Len was saying. The 2 boys oohing and eyeing over it. They were both short and stocky with floppy hair and pink cheeks. Kelly didn't know either one of them, and they didn't seem like jocks at all. They reminded her more of 2 puppies from the same litter. Ladies first, said Len. He gave Kelly that slippery smile. Kelly nodded at Bellamy. You can go first. Bellamy plucked the joint away from Len. She put it to her lips and pulled off it deeply. Len said, Bet you wish that spliff was my Johnson. The soccer boys chuckled. She pursed her lips to keep the hit down. The spliff's bigger, she said finally, smoke curling out of her mouth. Kelly laughed. One of the soccer boys said, Burn. Baby, Len said, you know that ain't true. Bellamy rolled her eyes, though her cheeks flushed a little. Kelly took a closer look at Len. The tight black t-shirt, the veiny arms, the thick belt buckle shaped like a coiled rattlesnake. He seemed so old. She imagined Bellamy with him, and the thought of it made her feel kind of strange, panicky. "Earth to Kelly." Bellamy was holding the joint out to her. "Sorry." Kelly started to take it when Bellamy pulled back. "Get out," she said. Not to Kelly, to Kelly's left shoulder. When Kelly turned, she saw a skinny boy with Bellamy's same black eyes standing in the doorway. "Hi," Kelly said. The boy smiled at her. He wore a Star Wars t-shirt, spindly pale legs sticking out of white shorts. He couldn't have been more than 10. "Don't say hi to him. He's Satan's spawn." The boy blew a raspberry. One of the soccer boys laughed, and Bellamy got up from the bed in a rush. She slammed the door in his face, locked it. When she turned around, her face was an angry pink. "My brother, Shane." She said it to Kelly like a swear word. "I swear to God he won't leave me alone." Kelly had tried pot once, with Catherine. They'd been 13 at the time, and Catherine had brought it into their room along with their mom's pink lighter. Kelly had asked where she'd gotten the stuff, but Catherine had refused to tell her. "Just try it," Catherine had said. "What if I freak out?" "Would it kill you, Kelly? Would it kill you to freak out just one time in your entire life?" Kelly had inhaled too hard and coughed it all up and felt nothing. This time, though, it had worked. At least Kelly thought it had. Her head felt soft and fuzzy, as though someone had rubbed lotion all over her brain. Bellamy had agreed to take the soccer boys home, seeing as they both lived nearby, and when Kelly had said goodbye to her, she'd seen her face in flashing frames. Kelly had accepted a ride from Len, something she hadn't thought very much about until now, but as she slipped into the front seat of the Trans Am, that panicky feeling flooded through her again. She found herself focusing too hard on each movement. The click of the lock echoed in her ears, and the leather seats squeaked and clawed at her. Kelly felt Len's syrupy gaze on her, too, and when she turned a little, there was Len's face. Close. God, he was so old. Good stuff, huh? His breath was hot and sticky. His eyes blurred into one. Really good. Len's hand slipped up under her peasant skirt and rested on her thigh. Her whole leg stiffened. The car did smell good, she thought, like warm leather and pine. He leaned in and kissed her, his mouth spongy and lax. His lips were too wet, and the pencil mustache scratched at her nose. He thrust his tongue into her mouth and then just let it lay there on top of hers, slimy and sleeping. My first kiss. She hadn't expected it to be like this. Catherine had once said her first kiss would feel like magic, and she'd wanted to believe that. But then again, how was Kelly supposed to know what magic felt like? She closed her eyes, tried to relax. His mouth opened wider, so he was biting into her cheeks. What part of this was supposed to feel good? There had to be something. She tried running a hand through his greasy hair, and he moaned, his wet lips vibrating. The weed made Kelly nervous. It was getting hard to breathe, but she didn't want to pull away because she didn't want to have to look at Len. She didn't know what to say to him. Thanks? That was interesting. At one point back at the house when the boys were laughing about something, Bellamy had set her head on Kelly's shoulder. "I knew we'd be friends," she had said. The memory of it relaxed her. Len pulled away. Kelly's mouth still tasted of him, a sour taste. "Better get you home," he said. "Unless you want to stop somewhere first." She didn't want to stop somewhere with him, but she didn't want to go home either. She heard herself say, "I don't care." Len started up the car, but kept his hand on her thigh. Kelly closed her eyes and leaned back. Bellamy's voice from this afternoon still in her head, making the hand feel lighter. "You're like me." Bellamy had said it into Kelly's ear in a soft, pressing whisper she could feel more than hear. "You have secrets." Chapter 2. April 21st, 2010. Kelly gripped the wheel, one hand at 10 o'clock, the other at 2. She glanced into the rear view. No one behind her or next to her. No one on this entire stretch of the 10 sprawling east and into the desert. But still she clicked her blinker before switching lanes and checked the mirrors again, both of them, rear view and driver's side. She had to be safe. She couldn't break any rules. She thought about turning the radio on, but decided not to. What if it's on the news? Instead, she switched off the air conditioner, opened the window, and let the warm air wash in, feeling the roar of it, listening to the gallop of the wheels on the road. There was so much passion in driving alone at night. Kelly could always get lost in it, even now. Kelly had learned to drive only 5 years ago, a month or two after her release, so it was still so new and exciting. Her husband had taught her over an 8-day period that must have felt very long to him, after business hours in the big empty lot outside the Costco in La Quinta. He'd been so patient with her, never raising his voice, not even when she braked so hard the whole car convulsed and the backs of their skulls slammed into the headrests. "Okay, we're definitely stopped," Kelly's husband had said, once they caught their breath. "Next time, try to be a little less emphatic about it." Kelly glanced at the clock on the dashboard. 2:47 a.m. "Please be sleeping," she told him in her mind. "Please don't wake up and see that I'm gone." Then she shut the drawer on her husband's face, his name. She locked him away. 1 hour left. Just 45 minutes more on the freeway, and then 10 or 15 minutes on surface streets, and then... She checked the rear view again, peered hard into the glass, and searched for headlights beside her, behind her, far back as she could see. No one had followed her. Kelly closed her eyes for a few seconds, breathed in and out. When she opened them again, she was thinking only of the drive, of the rush of air on her skin and her hands on the wheel and the vast, empty lane in front of the headlights, leading her into the darkness, bringing her home. Shane Marshall was up at 6, as he almost always was these days, as he'd been for the past 5 years, every morning, up with the sun, up as soon as the pills wore off, watching his wife sleeping. Shane brushed his hand against the side of her face, lightly so as not to wake her. 25 years of knowing her. 15 years of marriage, 5 in the same house. The whole time, the same questions. The same wondering and wanting to know her and not wanting to know. The same ache. Kelly stirred. A lock of hair fell across her eyes, gold streaked with silver. Shane liked the way the soft morning sun made the silver hairs glisten. He put his camera up to his face. He wouldn't take the picture. That would be too invasive, wouldn't it? But he would watch her through the lens. He would take in her cream-colored skin and her round shoulders and her silence. "I love you," he whispered. She stretched, eyes shut tight, mouth curling into a smile, or maybe a grimace. He wasn't sure. She was so hard to read, his wife of 15 years. What's on your mind, Kelly Lund? Who is on your mind? He snapped a picture. Kelly's eyelids fluttered. "Good morning." "Shane? Expecting someone else?" "Funny," she murmured. "What time is it? 6? Catching the golden hour." He snapped another shot. The desert sunlight dappled her face. "Catching you." "Shane," she said, "please don't take my picture. I can't help it. You're beautiful." She opened her eyes, those sad, opaque, gray eyes. Shane was forever trying to see inside them, see through them, and now, watching her eyes through the lens, he saw a coldness in them, something he didn't understand, something new. "Stop," she said, her face changing again, the eyes softening as though someone had dropped a veil over them. Why couldn't he figure her out? He put the camera down. "Did I sound harsh? Sorry, God, I'm so tired." Gently, Shane touched Kelly's face. "It's okay," he said. "I shouldn't have taken your picture." She took his hand in hers, pressed her lips against his wrist. She held his palm to her smooth cheek, every part of her so soft, her skin, her mouth, like a silk scarf over a knife. He wrapped his arms around her and held her to him, feeling her sweet breath at his chest, the filmy fabric of her camisole, inhaling the clean scent of her hair. He wanted more, even though he knew better. He kissed her neck. "Shane," she said. "I know." "I'm sorry." "I understand," he said, trying again. That was their life. Shane trying, Kelly pulling away, Kelly apologizing, Shane understanding. God, he was so tired of understanding. The phone rang. Shane started toward it, but then he realized it wasn't the bedroom phone ringing. It was the phone in the kitchen, his work line. At 6? He rushed into the kitchen, plucked the receiver off the base. "Hollywood Photo Archives," he said. "Shane." How strange life could be. Just this morning, waking up, he'd thought about his sister for the first time in God knows how long. Maybe Dad's right, he had thought. Maybe we should try and get along. And now, here she was, after 5 years of not speaking to each other, feeling the same way as Shane at the same time of morning. How was that possible? "It's Bellamy," she said. "Are you alone?" "I know who you are," he said. "Why would I be alone?" "Oh, God, I can't do this." "Why are you calling me?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Bellamy breathing in and out, loud enough for him to hear the breathing. Shane's jaw tightened. This was the Bellamy he knew. The Bellamy who loved her loaded silences, her mind games, the Bellamy he'd stopped speaking to for good reason. Was she drunk? High? Or was she tape recording him for one of her projects? "I'm hanging up now." "No, wait," she said. "I'm sorry." He swallowed. Sorry? What is it? "Dad." "Did he put you up to this call?" "What? No. God, Shane. Oh my God, I can't." Her voice broke. "Bellamy?" "I can't say it." More breathing. An awful feeling burned in the pit of Shane's stomach, rose up into his throat. A swelling dread. "What happened?" "I can't." His heart pounded. "Bellamy, please." "Can't say it." "What happened to Dad?" "Don't yell at me!" She was crying now. "Tell me." He fought out the words as though someone were strangling him, and when he looked up, he saw Kelly standing at the far corner of the room. "What?" Kelly said. Shane shook his head hard to shake his thoughts together and at the same time ward off Kelly so he could be alone with them. He needed to be alone. Go away. "What's going on?" Kelly said. "Go away." Through the plastic earpiece, Bellamy was saying sorry again. Bellamy who never said sorry. Bellamy who never cried, breaking into sobs. Shane asked her no more, because he knew. "Dad," she'd said, the word crumbling to pieces. "Dad is dead." "I'm sorry, Shane. Oh, Shane, I'm so sorry." "Should I come with you?" Kelly asked, during that one brief moment after Shane hung up, when she forgot who she was and what she'd done and saw only her husband, his loss. "No, Kelly." "Oh," she said, remembering. "Okay. I mean, I get it." Shane grabbed his denim jacket out of the coat closet. He opened the front door, and a warm breeze swept in, like breath. He turned and stood there for a while, facing her with the desert sun haloing all around him. "You'll come to the funeral, right?" "Yes." "You'll hold my hand?" "Yes." "I love you," Shane said. His face was in the shadows, so Kelly couldn't quite see his eyes. She was glad for that. "I love you too," she said. After Shane left, Kelly stared at the closed door for a while before walking back into the kitchen. She made a pot of coffee, toasted some bread. No sense in cooking a big breakfast if Shane wasn't going to be around. The whole time she didn't think about Sterling Marshall. She didn't think about anything. She just listened for the birds. The desert was so quiet, especially compared to Carpentilla, where there had been so much noise. All that shouting and clanging all night long, everything echoing, footsteps and singing and screams. Somebody would weep. It didn't matter how late at night it was or how far away the weeper was from Kelly's cell, the sound of it would travel. It would weave its way into her thoughts and wake her up if she'd been lucky enough to get to sleep at all. She used to wad up toilet paper, shove it in her ears, but that did no good. The sounds vibrated. She could feel them. Here, though, in Joshua Tree, you had to strain to hear birds. Kelly leaned against the kitchen window. She put her ear to the glass as the coffee bubbled, listening for the whoa, whoa of the Gambel's quail, the cry of the golden eagle, the death-rattle clacking of the road-runner's beak. When she'd first gotten out of Carpentilla and she and Shane had moved here, Kelly had bought a guide and memorized all the desert species. Their names, their field marks, their calls and nesting patterns. She'd put a few feeders outside to draw the braver ones closer, and now she wanted to hear more of them. The flap of their wings, the chirping and rustling as they landed and ate, and most of all, those subtle sounds she couldn't hear from indoors. The sounds they made leaving, knowing they'd come back. It wasn't until Kelly had taken her coffee and her toast back to her workspace in the bedroom that she thought about her father-in-law again, and only then when she saw the news story on her homepage. Kelly's brain had a way of doing that. Avoidance, the shrink at Carpentilla had called it, but she thought of it more as organizing her emotions. It was as though Kelly had a big file cabinet in her head, and she could take her feelings and slide them into drawers and lock them up, deal with them later. Problem was, lately, the drawers kept flying open. Kelly stared at the picture, a dashing young Sterling Marshall as he appeared in his Oscar-winning role in the 1950s war movie Guns of Victory. She clicked on the link and skimmed the article. Movie legend Sterling Marshall is dead at the age of 79 of an apparent suicide. Marshall had recently been diagnosed with cancer. Though sources say he may have left behind a note, the contents of the alleged suicide note have not been revealed. Suicide? A note? Kelly's cell phone was on her bedside table, resting next to its charger because she hadn't plugged it in last night. Kelly was always forgetting to charge her phone, forgetting so consistently that it almost felt intentional, almost as though she had a need to see the phone die. Shane had once said that to Kelly after failing to reach her one night. He'd apologized immediately, so obviously mortified over his own choice of words that it made Kelly's cheeks flush. "I'm just not used to modern technology," she had said. The phone still had a few gasps in it. She plugged it into the charger, tapped in Shane's cell number. It rang a few times, then went to voicemail. "The news reports are saying suicide," she said into the phone. "They say your father had cancer. Did you know, Shane? Had he told you about it before? I wish I could help, or I don't know what I wish. I'm sorry. I hate to see you hurt." Kelly's voice sounded strange to her, tinny and insincere. It didn't matter. She was speaking to no one, having ended the call before saying any of it. Kelly turned back to the computer. The actor's daughter, Bellamy Marshall, 48, a multimedia artist who came to fame in the mid-90s with a series of controversial painted photographs accompanied by tape-recorded interviews, Kelly stopped reading. Her gaze drifted back to the picture. The wavy dark hair and the cleft chin, the black eyes that were Shane's eyes and Bellamy's eyes, velvet soft and fathomless. Kelly shut her eyes, an old afternoon flooding her mind. A sunshiny spring afternoon in 1980, when Sterling Marshall was only Bellamy's dad, and his house was only Bellamy's house, and Shane was nothing more than Bellamy's annoying little brother. On this particular afternoon, Kelly had been curled up with Bellamy on her zebra print rug, as they so often were back then, watching British music videos on Bellamy's enormous TV. First VCR Kelly had ever seen. a bag of Doritos nestled between them. They'd been stoned out of their minds, piling chips into their mouths and crunching away, their fingers stained that salty orange. Kelly could remember Mr. Marshall cracking the door and poking his handsome head into the room. "Please turn the music down, girls." Without even thinking about it, Kelly had said, "Okay, Dad." "Did you just call him Dad?" Bellamy had said. "Oh my God, that's so cute." Funny how close the past can feel. Close enough to grab onto and let it pull you along. But once you reach out, once you reach to touch it, she had loved him once. She'd envied Bellamy for having Sterling Marshall in her life, because compared to her own father, he had seemed so strong. "Okay, Dad," she had said. And maybe a part of her had said it on purpose. Wishful thinking back then, back when she still thought wishfully. Kelly exhaled in a rush, sweeping the memory away. For a few seconds, she allowed herself to recall the closer past, the previous night. And then came thoughts of other things that needed to be swept away, needed to be cleaned. Inside Kelly's closet, on the floor behind the 2 neat rows of shoes, lurked her clothes from last night. The jeans, the new Adidas, sneakers, the soft pale gray hoodie she'd bought at Target last fall. She thought about throwing them all out, of burning them in the yard, maybe tossing them in the trunk of her car and driving till she could find an open gas station dumpster. But these were all favorite clothes, more noticeable in their absence, especially to Shane, observant photographer that he was. "What happened to those jeans I love on you?" he might say. Or, "Didn't you just buy a new pair of running shoes?" Besides, the stains weren't that bad. Kelly scooped the clothes up in her arms without looking at them, without seeing the rust-brown splotches on the sneaker soles, the hem of a pant leg, the edge of a pale gray sleeve. She brought them into the kitchen and dropped them in the washing machine. Sneakers first, then hoodie, t-shirt, jeans, socks, followed by a cup of detergent, 2 cups of bleach. It almost felt like a ceremony. She worked the knobs on the machine, selecting heavy duty, selecting hot water, turning away as she did. Avoidance. It was a 2-year-old stainless steel washing machine, sleek and efficient. And before Kelly returned to her workspace, she listened to it for a while. There was comfort in the whoosh of the water, the grind of the motor, the sounds the machine made, erasing Sterling Marshall's blood. "It's over with," Kelly whispered. Then she went to work. Kelly's job enabled her to use the part of her mind she liked using most. It was the same part she used when she drove, the part that could escape her body, her life. She flipped open her laptop and called up her latest photo, her work in progress, a wholesome brunette she decided to call Danielle G. "What's your story, Danielle G?" Kelly whispered, the way she always did when she called up her photos. For 4 years and counting, Kelly had worked for Cerebell.com, an online no-strings-attached dating service for married men and women, mostly men, who were looking to cheat on their spouses. It was her job to write what her bosses called grabbers, alluring female profiles to accompany the models' photographs displayed prominently on Cerebell's homepage. All of the grabbers were fake. Paying the membership fee allowed you to click on them, which in turn would unlock the actual site where you could explore the real, more prosaic profiles and pictures. Kelly's job may or may not have been legal. She hadn't asked. She hadn't investigated. She didn't care. A Hollywood Photo Archives client who happened to be a silent partner in Sarabelle.com had recommended her at Shane's request. After a brief phone conversation, the site's administrator had offered Kelly what he called a creative writing position. And she had said yes immediately, no questions asked. Sitting at home, face hidden behind a laptop screen, dreaming up ideal women all day long, there was no job more suited to Kelly's needs or skill set. The idea that Shane had known that about her, that he'd been certain enough of her ability to make things up, to put her in contact with the powers that be, troubled Kelly for reasons she couldn't quite put her finger on. But that didn't make her any less grateful. Kelly had decided Danielle G. should be 32, the mother of a 6-year-old son and married to a banker. Her hobbies? Pilates, cooking, yoga, staying in shape. Redundant, yes. But on this site, with these men for customers, you never could talk about your body too much. She opened up the field called My Story, started typing. I always thought Bill was enough for me, but once our son Jack went off to preschool and I started spending long days at home alone, I was able to see everything that was missing from my life. More and more, marriage has seemed like a crutch, a convenience. There is such yearning within me. He doesn't see it. But there is. Making love to Bill can't fill it. My fantasies and my romance books and even my vibrator can't fill it. It is a desire that overpowers an endless, aching need. Kelly's hand jumped off of the keyboard. She blinked at the screen. Where did that come from? A line that had no place in a grabber. Too poetic, too pretentious. But it was familiar. That sad kind of familiar that she couldn't get a handle on at first, but once she did, once she knew, it was... Oh, it was an endless, aching need. A line from The Rose, Bette Midler. The doorbell rang. Kelly stood up, her heart still pounding, the song still in her head, that drawer flying open. She headed out of her bedroom with her hands over her ears as though the song were playing out loud and not in her head. "Stop," she whispered. "Stop it, stop it, stop it." It only subsided once she neared the front door. The bell rang again. Shane. It had to be. Probably forgot something, or maybe he wants me to go to the house with him after all. She put her hand on the door, but stopped when she saw the looming figure in the fogged glass beside it. Bigger and taller than her husband. "Ms. Lund?" The voice at the door was deep and serious and not at all familiar. "Yes?" She had to reply. He could see her through the fogged glass just as easily as she could see him. "Would it be all right if I come in?" He pressed his badge up against the glass as the washing machine twisted into a new cycle. "I'm with the LAPD. Homicide." Chapter 3. The drive from Joshua Tree to Hollywood took more than 2 hours, but Shane moved through it in a dream state, sliding up and down on ramps, his hands numb on the steering wheel, the hot air from his Jeep's open window pushing in on him like breath. Suicide. Bellamy hadn't said that on the phone. Shane had learned it from the radio. Movie legend Sterling Marshall, who was suffering from pancreatic cancer, is dead of an apparent suicide. Details after the break. Shane hadn't waited for the break. He'd flipped off the radio, the word dialing through his head as he finally hit the Hollywood freeway, maneuvering his Jeep through traffic that appeared to be out of central casting. The gleaming red Ferrari with its slick-haired driver, text-weaving in and out of the diamond lane. The big, dumb Dunkin' Donuts truck cutting him off, horn blaring aggressively. The douchebag Hummer clinging to his side and blasting hip-hop, bass amped up enough to inspire road rage, or roid rage, or both. Suicide. Who would have thought that Dad would commit suicide? Dad, who did all his own stunts, famously walking over hot coals to prepare for one film role, wrestling with a live alligator for another. Dad, who had been tortured as a POW in the Korean War. "It ain't Hogan's Heroes," he used to tell Shane and Bellamy, but nothing more. "You kids don't need to hear any more about it." Dad, who never even accepted Novocaine at the dentist. Fearless, pain-taunting Sterling Marshall, killing himself over stage 2 cancer? It didn't make sense. Unless he had another reason. Or unless it wasn't suicide after all. Shane's cell phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Kelly, it said. He declined the call, a reflex like killing a bug. "I'll call you later," he whispered, apologizing to no one, apologizing for his thoughts. Shane stared at the road and listened to the quiet roar of his tires on the macadam. He tried to clear his head, but Dad's voice still wormed in. Dad's voice over the phone 2 weeks ago, swearing his illness wasn't serious, that it was treatable, that he planned to fight it just as he'd fought every bad thing in life and come out a winner. "Stage 2, he'd said with a laugh. "It's practically a baby." Had he been acting? With Sterling Marshall, you never could tell. "Don't listen to your mother, Shane. You know what a worrywart she is." Same old Dad. That same sweetness about him, that same strength. Didn't matter what was going on, Dad made you feel like everything would be all right. "Shane, can you do me a favor, though?" "Sure." "Can you please give your sister another chance? Dad, I know, but she means well. She loves you, son, whether or not she's able to say it." First time Dad had mentioned Bellamy to Shane in years. Why? It wasn't like him to bring up painful topics. Had he brought Bellamy up out of emotional necessity? Was asking his kids to make peace a last request? A calming presence. Many years ago, someone had said that about his father. Shane couldn't remember who. The voice had been deep. It was a man who had said it. "Outside of Henry Fonda, your father has the most naturally calming presence of any actor I know." A kind voice, and so familiar. If Shane could place a name to it, maybe he could get this man to speak at the funeral. "You don't understand, Dad. I just want my family to get along. It's the one thing that could—" He'd never finished the sentence. Shane gritted his teeth. Stop. Drive. Keep it together. What else had he said, Dad's friend? If he really focused, Shane could almost hear the lilt in the voice, the smile in it. He had smiled, hadn't he? "You want to know a secret, kiddo?" "Sure." A car horn shrieked. The Ferrari. Shane had cut him off without realizing it. He sped up, but the Ferrari pulled up, kiss close behind him. "Don't tell the gossip, Rags." Shane pressed on the accelerator, but the Ferrari followed, riding the Jeep's bumper, flexing its speed. "See, if anybody finds out, they'll get jealous. But the truth is, your father is the best actor I've ever worked with. I'm not kidding around." The voice shimmered in his mind now. More than 30 years later, but there was still no mistaking it. John's voice. John McFadden's voice. The Ferrari flashed its brights. "Asshole!" Shane yelled. But it came out a sob, and then more followed, wet, angry sobs that made it hard to breathe, to drive, to see the road. "Sugar, please," said the police detective. He was probably 10 years younger than Kelly, big-shouldered and ginger-haired, complexion like strawberry ice cream sprinkled with cinnamon. He was too pink for Kelly, too soft. Of course he wanted sugar in his coffee. Probably liked it flavored, too. Probably a big fan of hazelnut, vanilla, toasted caramel, Cracker Jack, creme brulee. Kelly filled a mug with coffee and set it down in front of the detective. She got the carton of sugar out of the pantry and poured some into a bowl. She placed the spoon on top and slid it across the kitchen table to him, thinking, "Have at it." She couldn't remember his name. He'd introduced himself at the door, but everything he'd said after detective and before LAPD homicide had flown clear out of her head. Bruce or Brian or Barry. She thought it began with a B. Brulee. First man she'd seen in a tie since, well, probably since she last met with her parole officer. This detective's tie was gray, a spatter of red polka dots on it that made Kelly think of... Shane never wore ties. He spooned in the sugar. 2, 3, 4, 5 spoonfuls before Kelly's stomach went sour and she had to look away. As though on cue, the washing machine shifted cycles, thump, thump, thumping in time with her heart. "Thank you for letting me in," he said. "I know we usually call first, but I was in the area." Thump, thump. "I don't have a lot of time." "This won't take long," he said. "By the way, I'm sorry for your loss." He scooped another heaping spoonful of sugar into his cup, which felt almost like an obscene gesture. How many was that? 9? 10? But he wasn't focused on the coffee. Scoop after scoop, his eyes stayed trained on her face. Technique. Everybody had a technique for talking to Kelly. Journalists, psychiatrists, prison guards, cops. Especially cops. Especially sugar-spooning cops and spatter ties who couldn't stand anything bitter in their lives, not even coffee. "Thank you," Kelly said. Was that the right response to say to someone being sorry for your loss? Thank you for being sorry? The washing machine thumped. Kelly wanted to throw something at it. "You all right?" The detective said it in a probing way, made it sound like a trick question. All those years at Carpentier, Kelly had longed to speak to someone who didn't talk to her like this, who wasn't trying to pry something out of her brain with the penetrating gaze, the deliberate gesture, the expertly placed question designed to catch her off guard. The detective said, "You look pale. Like you didn't get a lot of sleep." The washing machine made a sucking sound, almost as though something alive were trapped inside, struggling to get out. Kelly's sneakers. her blood-stained sneakers. "I slept fine," she said. "I'm good as can be expected, under the circumstances." "Doing some laundry?" She didn't reply. "You don't mind answering a few questions, Miss Lund?" "Mrs. Marshall." "Huh? Sorry, that machine of yours is kind of noisy." "My name. It isn't Lund. It hasn't been for the last 15 years. You can call me Mrs. Marshall." "Fair enough." The detective blew on his coffee, took a tentative sip. "So, Mrs. Marshall," he said, "any reason why you aren't at your in-laws' house with your husband?" "Only immediate family should be there." "And you aren't?" "Excuse me?" "You've been married to his son for 15 years. You'd think at that point they'd have accepted you as one of their own." He swallowed more coffee, eyes fixed on her face as the thumping grew more insistent, the whole machine jumping with it until it suddenly, mercifully eased into a lower cycle. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I told you. I'm fine." "Okay." "When was the last time you spoke to Sterling Marshall?" "I don't know." "You ever text him? Email? Snail mail?" "Not recently." In her mind, she saw Sterling Marshall's name in gold-embossed letters on thick, creamy stationery. He'd written her in prison once, only once, a long time ago. She remembered his careful handwriting and what he'd told her in the letter. Another drawer flew open. "Did you speak to Mr. Marshall often? Did your husband?" "Maybe." "Can you give me more of an idea than maybe?" "You would have to ask my husband." In the letter, Sterling Marshall had called John McFadden a dear friend and one of the great directors of our time. Kelly remembered that phrase as though she were looking at it for the first time. A dear friend. Her stomach clenched up. He had talked about Kelly, how she hadn't been in control of her senses, and so he understood. He knew she was sorry. But she wasn't sorry. She would never be sorry. "Once a week? Twice a month? Or was it more like a holiday type thing?" "The doctor at Carpentia has informed me of your very recent news." Another line from that letter still burned into Kelly's brain. The quotes around the word news. Wanted to mean something in one step? Put quotes around it. "From what you knew of your father-in-law, would you say he had any enemies?" "I trust Shane doesn't know yet. I trust you'll do the right thing." Kelly heard herself say, "Suicide." The detective jumped a little. "Pardon?" "The news reports. They said it was suicide." "We haven't released any official comment to news outlets." "What did he say?" "Huh?" "Sterling Marshall. What did he say in the note?" He exhaled. "I'm not here to talk about what you read on the web." "Was there a note?" "When was the last time you spoke to your father-in-law?" "I told you. I don't know." In the letter, Sterling Marshall had told Kelly that he'd helped Shane to start a photo archive business. He'd promised to keep supporting him, to make sure he's always taken care of, but only if you do what needs to be done. Underneath the table, Kelly's fists clenched up. "Were you aware that Mr. Marshall owned a gun?" She looked at him. "No." "Did you ever see or hear about a gun when you visited him at his house?" Kelly opened her mouth, closed it again. "Maybe at a family get-together? Did he ever tell your husband about it?" "About what?" owning a gun, he said. Not that I know of. You're aware, aren't you, that your father-in-law was a pretty big anti-gun activist? You've heard of the John McFadden Fund? The washing machine rumbled. I've heard, she said, of the John McFadden Fund. She made herself say the name clearly, deliberately, as though it had quotes around it. She met his gaze and saw something there, an uneasiness. The detective cleared his throat. He slid back in his chair, which gave Kelly a type of sad satisfaction. Good. Be uneasy. Sterling Marshall was very close to the man you shot in the head. She nodded at him. Yep. He couldn't shake her. If the washing machine couldn't shake her, if the memory of that letter couldn't shake her, then nothing could, including him. Especially him, Barry Brûlé or whatever his name was. He was made of cinnamon. She was made of rock. Would you say that you got along well with your father-in-law? Sure. Really? Give me an idea of how close you were. Did you call him Sterling? Mr. Marshall? Dad? This is how it's going to be, huh? I'm asking pretty basic questions. Are you going to talk to my husband? Will you at least show him the suicide note? Bellamy Marshall says that you and her father were not on the best of terms. Is she lying? Kelly looked at him. The gold-spun eyebrows, the fairy green eyes, the pale pink hands hovering over his mug. He said, Can I ask you something? No. Did you ever feel like... I said you can't ask me something. Did you ever feel like Sterling Marshall chose John McFadden over you? She stared at him. I don't care if he did. Mr. Marshall gave an interview 2 days ago, in the Times. It was for the 5th anniversary of your release. I'm sure you read it. He said he still misses his old pal John, but he doesn't blame you. Not anymore. You were just a kid, after all, raised by an uncaring, irresponsible mother. Tragically lost your twin just a few years before, and besides, you were on drugs. A teen addict. Didn't know right from wrong. Kelly heard a noise outside the kitchen window, a swooping hiss. Turkey vulture. He never said that about my mother. Where were you this morning between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m.? Here. You mean in this house? Yes. Can anyone verify your whereabouts? Your husband, maybe? She shut her eyes. Behind her lids, she saw a fuse box. The same one she'd made up in her mind at 17 when she'd stood outside the courthouse. Surrounded by strangers, her whole future crashing in, turning to dust. Cameras flashing at her and men with mean voices shouting her name, but all she'd heard was the hum of that imaginary fuse box. All she'd seen were the 2 long rows of switches, shutting down one by one. And she'd smiled. Mrs. Marshall, he said, were you at your father-in-law's last night? You need to leave, she said. You have no right to be here. You have no right to question me in my house without a lawyer present. The detective took a long drag off his super-sweet coffee, then placed the cup back onto the saucer. The clink hurt Kelly's ears. The whole time he never took his eyes off of hers, the green of them glittering with something, knowledge or hate. Or maybe it was both. That's what all this technique was, wasn't it? A combination of knowledge and hate, cooked up and heaped on you like teaspoons of sugar. "We'll be in touch, Ms. Lund," he said. After he left, Kelly locked the door, and as she transferred her clothes and shoes into the dryer, she thought of Sterling Marshall's letter again. The only letter he'd ever written her, outside of the holiday cards addressed and signed by Mary, his wife. A letter sent to a prison 15 years ago when Kelly was 32, but still 17 inside, because prison locks you up in other ways, not just physically. And so, before starting to read Sterling Marshall's words, Kelly had spent a good amount of time marveling at the creamy paper, the glossy ink. She'd run her fingertips over the gold-embossed name and felt, for a time, special. A letter from the Sterling Marshall, written in his own hand, to her. She remembered how beautiful Sterling Marshall's signature had looked, even after she'd read the letter. A letter asking her to get rid of her baby and not to tell her husband about the pregnancy, ever. She remembered what Sterling Marshall had written just before signing it. "Family means everything to me." To this day, she still had no doubt he'd meant it. Chapter 4. Shotgun Wedding. Mona Lisa killer ties the knot with movie star's son. "I now pronounce you man and murderer?" In a top-secret ceremony behind the barbed wire gates of Carpinteia Women's State Correctional Facility, Shane Marshall, 25, wed Kelly Michelle Lund, 32, the dead-eyed former teen drug addict currently serving 25 years to life for the brutal slaying of Oscar-nominated director John McFadden. The son of movie legend Sterling Marshall, boyishly handsome Shane wore a charcoal gray suit and dark glasses as he entered the prison on May 15th, his mother Mary at his side. "Shane's been visiting Kelly at least once a week for years," a prison insider tells the Inquirer. "To say they're an odd couple would be a pretty big understatement." Shane's mom was the only family member present at the wedding, which lasted 15 minutes and was performed by the prison chaplain. "My son is in love. I can't stand in the way of that," Mary said in a statement. But Shane's big sister Bellamy Marshall, 32, wasn't so accepting. "I wasn't invited to the wedding," said the art world superstar, whose chilling piece, Mona Lisa, immortalized the coke-addled murderess at her sentencing. "I don't agree with or understand my brother's decision." Like it or not, though, the arty beauty may be an aunt soon. The Inquirer has learned that Carpinteia allows conjugal visits, and according to our prison source, sexy Shane wasted no time shacking up with his killer bride. National Enquirer, May 25, 1995. Chapter 5. February 12, 1980. Each sound echoed. The slamming of the Trans Am's door, Kelly's ragged breath, her footsteps too heavy as she climbed the stairs to her third-floor apartment, her key sliding into the lock, turning. Kelly hoped her mom was asleep, but that was a stupid thing to hope, especially once she'd opened the door and felt the blaze of the kitchen lights and heard the oldies station blasting and inhaled that piney chemical smell. Mom was cleaning. "Is that you?" Mom's voice came from behind the high kitchen counter, sing-songy like the voice on the tinny transistor radio. "In the jungle, the mighty jungle." "Hi, Mom." Kelly stepped around the counter. Mom was on her hands and knees scrubbing. She leaned into it, working harder than was necessary, her whole body surging with each scrub stroke like waves slapping the shore. "Where were you?" Mom said. "Out?" "Come on now, Kelly," Mom grunted. "Be specific." Her breathing was sharp. Her fingers gripped the brush handle, and Kelly couldn't help but stare at the knuckles, so white it looked like the bones were pushing through. "Who were you out with?" Kelly's heart pounded. She'd worked this out in her mind when Len was driving her home, but back then she'd been higher than she was now. "I was with a friend." Kelly tried anyway. "From math class. We have a test coming up and we were studying late. I lost track of time." "What's your friend's name?" She swallowed. "Susie." "Susie what?" "Susie Mitchell." Kelly gazed at the counter. Mom had bought a bunch of new bananas. They were splayed out in a bowl, nearly ripe, but not quite, their skins that pretty pale green. Kelly liked them best that way. She liked that slight tartness, the whiteness of the fruit. Her stomach growled, and she wanted to take one, but she was afraid that if she did, Mom might make a fuss about her eating so late, or worse yet, she'd know what she'd been doing. "Do you have the munchies?" Mom would say. She knew enough to say that, to use those words. Scrub, scrub, scrub. "What do Susie's parents do?" "Her dad is a doctor, and her mom—" Kelly cleared her throat. "She's a nurse." Next to the bananas was a tin ashtray mounded with cigarettes. There had to be at least a pack's worth in there, and it had been empty this morning. It was hypocritical. Mom's habit displayed on the kitchen counter like a bouquet of flowers, Kelly using everything she had to hide one night. One life-changing night. "So if I called the school and asked for Susie Mitchell, daughter of Dr. and Mrs. Mitchell, they'd know who I was talking about?" Kelly drew in a shaky breath. "You shouldn't smoke so much." Scrub, scrub, scrub. Kelly listened to the song. "Hush, my darling, don't fear, my darling." The antenna gleamed at her. She desperately wanted to go to her room. "You didn't answer my question," Mom said. Kelly looked down. Her skirt was inside out. Quickly, she shifted it so that the tag was in the back, crossed her arms over the waistband. "Sure," she tried, though she couldn't quite remember the question now. The radio said, "A-wee-ma-wappa, wee-ma-wappa." Mom's shoulders surged to the beat, her hair flopping. She wore faded jeans, an oversized pale blue men's shirt that must have come from her most recent ex-boyfriend, a banker who, as it turned out, had both a wife and little kids. Kelly spotted a long sweat stain running down the back. Mom said, "I got a call from your school." "Huh?" Mom stopped scrubbing. She sat back on her heels and looked up at Kelly, a shiny lock of hair falling across her forehead. Her natural color was the same as Kelly's, ash blonde, she called it, but she dyed it a brighter shade to look good under the lights at I. Magnin. It reminded Kelly of a goldfish. It was the same color Catherine's had been. "It was the principal's office, Kelly. You had detention today and never showed up for it." "Oh." Mom stared into her eyes, so sharp a stare that Kelly could feel it, as though she were trying to bash into her brain, read her thoughts. Can she tell I've been smoking? Does she know about what I did with Len? "That's all you're going to say, Kelly? Oh?" Kelly took a breath. wrapped her arms tighter around her waist. Just sound normal. It was my science teacher. She said the words very carefully. I didn't know the answer to a question. He got mad at me. He told me I was on detention, but I thought he was just saying it. He's mean. He doesn't like me, and they said he'd marked down that you were insubordinate. I wasn't, Mom, Kelly said. I swear. He doesn't like me. Mom let out a heavy, rattling breath. Go on to bed, she said quietly. It's late. Kelly left the room, relief flooding all over her, through her. I'm free. She let her thoughts wander now because she could. She recalled what had happened in Len's Trans Am, all of it. She imagined herself on the phone with Bellamy, receiver pressed to her ear, her voice a thin whisper. Guess what? I have another secret. She wished she could call her, but it was 2 a.m., and she had school tomorrow, and besides, the phone was in the kitchen, right next to the bananas. Man, Kelly was hungry. Her stomach gnawed at her. Kelly couldn't think of food any more, and so she made herself think of other things, of Len again. His bucket seats that reclined all the way back, and how he'd said, sorry, afterward. How he'd handed her a Kleenex, which was sort of gentlemanly in a way. Kelly, Mom called out, stop dawdling. I'm not. Dawdling. What an old lady word. Mom had an old lady name, too. Rose Lund. It didn't match her looks at all, but it suited her personality, especially in the past 2 years. She never laughed, hardly ever smiled when she wasn't with a boyfriend. And even with her boyfriends, Mom's smiles looked fake, like someone posing for a picture. She said things like, stop dawdling, and don't you sass me, young lady, and spent her whole life working and cleaning and smoking, not enjoying any of it, dating boring men with boring jobs she thought could get us out of Hollywood once and for all. Mom hadn't always been this way. Kelly had dim memories from back when their dad still lived with them. One in particular, a chicken fight in some fancy pool, Catherine on Mom's shoulders, Kelly on their dad's. They must have been about 6 years old. Mom had been wearing a hot pink bikini and was laughing so hard, tears streamed down her cheeks. She may have been drunk, now that Kelly thought about it, but seeing her laugh like that, Mom had such a great laugh. They'd been at the home of a B-movie producer. Kelly's dad was a stuntman, and Mom had worked as a makeup artist, so they used to get invited to a lot of these low-level Hollywood parties, their little family. Kelly Michelle Lund, I'm getting ready for bed. It doesn't sound like it. Kelly rolled her eyes. Okay. Passing Mom's room, Kelly noticed a big, heart-shaped box on the nightstand. Who's that from? Her stomach gaped, begged. She could practically smell it. Chocolate. Just one piece. Kelly heard the Weema-Wappa song ending, Casey Kasem's voice murmuring something about a classic. Casey's voice reminded Kelly of her dad's, the gentleness of it. Outside of Catherine's funeral, where all he'd done was sob, Kelly hadn't heard Dad's voice since she was little, but still she remembered. At least she thought she did. We'll be right back, said Casey. And then some used car ad came on about 50 decibels louder than the show had been. Kelly slipped off her shoes, timed her footsteps on the soft carpet to land with each shouted word. Catherine's framed picture sat on Mom's nightstand next to the chocolates. It wasn't normally there, the picture. It was usually on the TV in the den, and seeing it here, in Mom's room, made Kelly think back more than she wanted to. Kelly looked into her sister's bottle-green eyes as she slipped the lid off the box, took a piece from the edge, coconut, which her mom wouldn't miss. Those eyes, they still laugh at you. Catherine had left them on Valentine's Day. Weird. That hadn't occurred to Kelly until now. The picture next to the bed, the chocolates. It had taken all that just to remind her. But the truth was, it hadn't felt sudden. Years before she died, Catherine had begun leaving Kelly and Mom a little at a time. With Mom, it had started earlier, and it had been a lot more dramatic. Catherine yelled at her, called her a bitch. She slammed doors in Mom's face, mocked her no Hollywood rules, and made a big, spectacular show of pushing her away. But she was sweeter about leaving Kelly. Instead of screaming at her, she eased out of her life in such a way Kelly barely noticed it happening. First, she stopped watching Happy Days with Kelly at night, excusing herself to take phone calls in the kitchen, and later heading out to, as Catherine put it, destinations unknown. Instead of dragging Kelly along like she used to do when they were little, and it was sleepovers and birthday parties she was going to, Catherine would leave on her own to meet her new and mysterious circle of friends, reporting back to Kelly when she returned, and Mom was out of earshot. So, this girl I met at the party, her dad used to play drums for Jimi Hendrix. I kissed the most adorable guy. He's done commercials. You know that Tide one where those kids roll down the hill and get grass stains? Kelly, I can't believe you don't know who Jimi Hendrix was. I'm going all the way. Don't tell Mom. I lost it, Kelly. For real. I bled and everything. The whiskey is amazing. You have to go there sometime. All these girls were doing poppers in the bathroom. I can't believe you don't know what poppers are. I can't tell you who he is. He's kind of famous. We haven't done it yet, but we will. I can feel it. Kelly loved these late-night talks, looked forward to them so much she barely noticed that they were happening less and less, that Catherine was becoming weird and remote, claiming tiredness, slipping off to sleep saying, "Tell you later, I promise." Later never came. Catherine was shedding Kelly the same way you'd shed any bad habit, bit by bit by bit. By the last few months of her life, Catherine had become a stranger. She'd grown lean and leggy and hard-eyed, while Kelly stayed a chubby kid. She started wearing lipstick you could only get in Europe that came in an elegant silver tube and was called Rouge de la Bohème. She took it with her everywhere, made a big show of applying it. Mom didn't know what to make of her. "Who are you, anyway?" She said that to Catherine more and more. Catherine hardly ever said a word to Kelly, sneaking in late without waking her, ditching her at the school bus with a quick wave goodbye. She would disappear for days at a time and return wearing brand-new clothes, and once, a new necklace with a delicate shimmering chain and gold heart-shaped pendant that had 2 small diamonds at the bottom. "Where did you get that?" Mom had asked between her teeth. eyes narrowing as Catherine just stood there smirking at her. "Answer me! Who gave that to you?" "I think it's pretty," Kelly had tried. Neither one of them had paid any attention. Kelly pined for Catherine. She started spying on her, following her down the street at a safe distance as she walked with her beautiful friends, strawberry blonde hair swinging and gleaming. She strained to overhear Catherine's phone conversations, marveling at her coy laugh, her cagey, clever way with words. She stayed up late, listening for Catherine's rides to drop her off outside their apartment. Sometimes it would be groups of girls, their laughter floating in the night air. Other times, Kelly would hear rustling and heavy breathing outside their front door, and she'd know it was a boy. Once, when Kelly was home from school sick and Mom was at work, she'd heard tires screech outside their window. Kelly had peeked around the curtains to see her sister hurrying away from the most beautiful car she'd ever seen. A shiny black Porsche, with tinted windows and mirrored hubcaps. Kelly had been so enthralled with the car that she hadn't even bothered to think about who Catherine had been storming away from until he got out of the driver's side door and followed her a few steps. As Kelly watched, the Porsche's driver grabbed her sister's swinging arm, then spun her around, pushed her up against one of the palms that lined their street, and kissed her hard. It looked strange and mean, as she'd never imagined a kiss could be. As he headed back to his car, Kelly had been able to take a good long look at him. Mirrored aviator glasses to match the hubcaps, black t-shirt and sports jacket and slacks, not jeans. Very short hair, receding hairline. He wasn't a boy. He was a grown man, much older than Len. He was probably older than their father. Kelly had hurried back into her bedroom and gotten into bed, closing her eyes and seeing it all again behind her lids. The beautiful car, the man with the aviator glasses, the way he'd grabbed at her sister. "You're here," Catherine had said. "What are you doing here?" "I'm sick." "Okay. Hope you feel better." It had made Kelly open her eyes, the crack in Catherine's voice. And then she'd looked at her face, the streaks of mascara down her cheeks. "You're crying," she had wanted to say. "You never cry." "Kelly?" "Yeah?" "Do you remember Thumbelina?" Kelly had nodded, remembering the doll they'd both begged for when they were little. Tiny Thumbelina, who could crawl and turn over and looked so real and cute on the TV ads. They'd pleaded with their parents for months. "Just one Thumbelina doll, we can share it." And finally their dad had relented. They'd torn open the box, only to find a cheap plastic thing with hollow eyes that whirred angrily when you pulled the string, flailing and falling on its side like something broken. The real Thumbelina had been nothing like the doll in the ad. She'd been scary, in fact. And while Kelly had been disappointed, Catherine had sobbed, cried real tears, just like now. "We wanted that doll so bad," Kelly had tried. Catherine had nodded slowly, touching the necklace, tapping a finger against the 2 small diamonds. "We never should have opened the box." Valentine's Day couldn't have been more than 2 months later. Catherine had come home very late, close to 3 a.m. Kelly had been sound asleep, and she'd woken up to the front door slamming, a car roaring away. "Where were you?" Mom had shouted. And then Catherine had said it, in an awful, smirking tone that made Kelly pull the pillow over her head. "I was with my Valentine." "Tell me his name." "You don't get to ask me that. Catherine, get away from me!" Mom had exploded. She'd called her all kinds of horrible names. Kelly had gotten up. She'd left the bedroom she still supposedly shared with Catherine and padded into the hallway just in time to see Mom slap Catherine hard across the face. "I'm sorry," Mom had sobbed just after the slap. "I'm sorry, baby. We can fix this. Let me help you fix it." Catherine had spotted Kelly in the doorway and run for her, her whole cheek bright red. She'd thrown her arms around her, hugged her for the first time in so long. "It's in the top dresser drawer," she had whispered in her ear. "Keep it for me." Before Mom could stop her, she'd grabbed the car keys off the hook by the door. She'd run out, starting up Mom's car and driving away. Leggy, mature Catherine, who had somehow learned how to drive. Mom had run out of the house, screaming after her own car before finally collapsing on the front step, Kelly staring at her, not knowing what to do. "Go back to your room," Mom had told Kelly. And so she had. She'd looked in the top dresser drawer and seen it there. The necklace. On the kitchen radio now, the announcer intoned, "Lowest prices ever," in a rumbling movie demon voice, and Kelly tried to make those words drown out what was looping through her brain. The car screech, Mom's sobs. "Don't leave me. Don't leave me." It was easier to pretend Catherine was alive and in the room with her, sneaking candy, trying to put one over on Mom the way they used to before everything went sour. In Kelly's shirt pocket was Len's phone number, written on the back of a Denny's matchbook. "So you'll think of me when you light up," he had said. "Did it count, Catherine?" Kelly whispered to the picture when the radio was at its loudest. "Tonight with Len? Can I call it my first time?" Kelly popped the whole chocolate in her mouth, curling her tongue around it, closing her eyes for the sweet, rich taste. She gagged. It was awful. Stale and nearly tasteless. Kelly spit it out into her hands, picked up another, tested it with her fingers. It felt like plastic, not even a hint of softness. How old is this box of candy? "What is wrong with you, Mom?" she said under her breath, then left the bedroom in a few long steps, grabbing her shoes on the way out, making it into her own room at last as an ad for some skincare cream blared. Softly, carefully, Kelly closed her door. She grabbed a tissue out of the box on her nightstand, wrapped the candy in it, a strange sadness flooding through her, the chalky taste lingering. "What is wrong with you, Mom?" She headed across the hall to the bathroom. Rockin' Robin tweedly-deeded out of the radio like drips of ice-cold water. "Kelly? Just brushing my teeth." Kelly brushed the awful taste out of her mouth, along with the questions floating around in her brain, the sadness, the past. Valentine's Day would be the 2-year anniversary of Catherine's death, and her mother was up all night scrubbing the kitchen floor, an ancient box of stale chocolates. Who gave them to her? waiting on her nightstand. She brushed all of that away, too. And then she flushed the piece of candy down the toilet. Once she was in her room again, Kelly checked the very back of her nightstand drawer, the place where she now kept the necklace. She changed into her pajamas and got into bed. A little bit of her high still lingered, and she was glad for that. As she closed her eyes, she brought her thinking back to Len, how tightly he'd held on to her. She thought about Bellamy, her new friend, and what she'd say to her in science class tomorrow. Bellamy didn't show up at school for 3 whole days. The first day, Tuesday, Kelly could barely keep her eyes open from lack of sleep the night before. She spent most of the day in a haze, but arrived early to science class and stood waiting at the new girl's empty desk, clutching the Denny's matchbook with Len's number on it, her new talisman. She stood there, waiting and waiting, until Mr. Hanson came in and started writing on the board, and Evan Mueller, who sat next to Bellamy, asked Kelly what the hell she was doing, all moony-eyed at Bellamy Marshall's desk like a groupie. "Are you a lessee or what?" he said. Kelly didn't answer. After school, she finally went to detention, which was held in the same room where she normally had study hall. There were 3 other kids in the room with her. A couple of punk rock boys with scary spiked mohawks and dog collars and anarchy signs on their leather jackets. A girl in tight jeans and a tube top, chewing fruit gum Kelly could smell from 3 rows away. None of them paid attention to her, and neither did Miss Rivers, the teacher in charge. And so the 3 hours went quickly. Kelly spent the whole time with her notebook open, writing long letters to Bellamy, asking her questions. The next day of Bellamy's absence, Kelly sneaked over to the administration office during lunch, the Denny's matchbook buttoned into the pocket of her denim jacket. She asked the receptionist, Mrs. Yannickian, if she could tell her where Bellamy Marshall's locker was. "Why?" "I'm in her science class." "Yes, and?" "And we have a project. We need to work on it, and I can't find her." Mrs. Yannickian glowered at her over the cat's-eye glasses she wore on a gold chain around her neck. The rhinestones at the edges twinkled. "Can you tell me the locker number, please?" The receptionist paged through a notebook on her desk, her manicured nails a deep blood red, her copper hair molded into perfect waves. Mrs. Yannickian spent an awful lot of time dolling herself up just to sit in this cage of an office all day long. "Bellamy Marshall is absent today," she said. "But if you have a project together, you should already know where her locker is." "I forgot." Mrs. Yannickian smiled at her with flat eyes. "Run along, Kelly," she said. "The bell is going to ring soon." On the 3rd day, which was Valentine's Day, Kelly sat worrying through science, Bellamy's empty seat gaping at her back until finally she could no longer stand it. She raised her hand. Mr. Hanson, who had been explaining something having to do with cell production, said, "Yes, Kelly?" "Can I get a hall pass, please?" "Silly me. I thought you were going to contribute to class discussion." A few kids snickered. Kelly took a breath. "I need to go to the bathroom." More snickers. Mr. Hanson let out a heavy sigh and handed her a pass. It was everything Kelly could do not to leap out of the classroom, but she made herself take it slow. She made herself walk, not run, down the hall to the payphone outside the nurse's office because running would get her stopped by a hall monitor or a janitor. She knew this. It was the way life worked. Try to rush something, you get delayed. You break the rules, bad things happen. Once she got to the payphone, her heart started pounding. In her mind, she told herself, "It will be fine." Before she could think too long, she threw her quarter into the slot, plucked the Denny's matchbook out of the front pocket of her corduroys, and dialed Len's number. It rang and rang and rang and rang. Not home. She was about to hang up when, finally, a woman answered. Kelly's stomach dropped. "Who is this?" "Who is this?" She shut her eyes, felt her cheeks flushing. "Is Len there? Sorry, I'm looking for my friend Bellamy, and I don't have her number, and so I'm wondering if maybe—" "Len?" "He's friends with my friend Bellamy, and, is Len your boyfriend or something?" She cleared her throat. "I met him the other day. He gave me this number." The woman started to laugh. "He did, I swear." "You sound young. How old are you, anyway? 12? Kelly exhaled hard. "No." "Honey, trust me on this," the woman said. "Len does not want to see you." "You don't know that. He gave me this number. He told me to call." The woman laughed some more. "This number," she said, "is a payphone." Kelly's cheeks burned. She slammed down the receiver, her neck hot, her throat swelling, that awful tingle starting in her belly, coursing through her. Same thing she had felt on her first day back at school 2 years ago, working the combination on her locker next to Catherine's empty one, and knowing she had no one now. No sister to follow around, no chance of a friend. Len had given her a made-up number. She'd told him it was her first time. She hadn't planned to tell him that. She had wanted him to think it was no big deal, that she was like Bellamy. But the pot had felt like truth serum, and his hands were crawling all over her, and she'd wanted him to know. She'd wanted him to know how important this was and how, after it happened, she'd never be the same. He'd given her a Kleenex. He'd written down his number on the back of a matchbook and slipped it to her like a present. "So you'll think of me when you light up." Why bother lying like that? Why bother writing down a made-up phone number when she hadn't even asked? Was it some joke? Was all of it, Bellamy and her house and the pot and everything, was all of it a joke that Len had been in on? "Len likes you, I can tell." Kelly felt that heat pressing up against the backs of her eyes. She knew she was going to cry. She couldn't be here any longer. Her legs moved beneath her, like they were a separate machine coming to her rescue, propelling her down the halls and lurching her to safety. "No running in the halls," one of the janitors shouted. But Kelly pretended not to hear him. She didn't care about breaking rules anymore. Before she could think very long about what she was doing, Kelly was out the front door of the school, and she was rushing down the steps, the sun too bright, the sidewalk hot beneath the wavy soles of her sandals. It was an uncommonly warm day for this time of year, same as it had been 2 years ago. The stifling air from outside billowing into their house when Catherine opened the door for the last time. A blast of oven heat in the middle of the night, just like Santa Ana season, even though it had only been February, the Santa Ana's months away. Or maybe that was just the way Kelly remembered it. Maybe it hadn't been warm out at all. Kelly was on the sidewalk now. She heard someone making kissing noises at her out the window of a car, the blast of a horn. A girl on a Hollywood sidewalk never gets ignored, no matter how ignored she is every place else. Kelly kept up a fast pace and forced her eyes down until she saw pink stars under her feet. Hollywood Boulevard. She'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, but it didn't matter. Her mother wasn't working today, and the last thing she wanted to do was see Mom, with her questions and her disappointment and her sad, headachy eyes. So she couldn't go home either. She couldn't go anywhere. "You there," said a hoarse voice. Kelly turned and saw a shirtless man with a stained yellow beard leaning against the window of a dirty magazine store, twitching. He was beyond broken, as though some huge monster had chewed him to bits and swallowed him and spit him back up again. "You'll die soon," he said. Kelly's stomach dropped. She whirled away from him and stepped into the crosswalk. She heard the screech of wheels and froze and closed her eyes, not caring as much as she should have cared. Not caring at all. But there was no impact. No crushing pain. Just Kelly's own name yelled at her. She opened her eyes and saw the red VW Rabbit, Bellamy behind the wheel, hair wild around her face, black-framed Ray-Bans guarding her eyes. "Are you deaf or what?" Bellamy said. "We've been chasing you for blocks. We were honking." Kelly stared at Bellamy, then at the spiky-haired boy in the passenger seat. "Well, don't just stand there, dummy," Bellamy said. "Get in the car." "Where were you? It's been 3 days." Bellamy sighed. "You go to school too much." It wasn't until Kelly had squeezed into the tiny back seat and Bellamy had lit a cigarette and started driving again, flipping on a British bootleg tape of a band called Joy Division and telling Kelly, "You have to listen to this song. It is so us," that the boy introduced himself. "I'm V," he said. Deep blue eyes fixed on Kelly's face from the passenger side mirror. "Hi, I'm Kelly." The song, Bellamy said, was called She's Lost Control. For a while, Kelly and V listened to it in silence, both thinking about Bellamy saying us, both wondering which of them she'd meant to include. Chapter 6. Words can be bent to your will in a way that visual art cannot, says Bellamy Marshall, a smile curling her bright red lips. In a way, all memoirists are fiction writers, but in visual art, in my art, all you have is the truth. For the artist, who happens to be both the daughter of movie legend Sterling Marshall and a former classmate of convicted murderer Kelly Lund, the truth of her heady growing-up years in the early 80s is alternately ugly and beautiful. Her art installations encompass both qualities, most notably Mona Lisa, which features a 7-foot-tall version of the iconic 1981 photograph taken of Lund outside the Los Angeles courthouse. Chilling in its own right, the photo takes on new meaning at this size, adorned with globs of gold and silver glitter and pink feathers, and accompanied, like all of Marshall's creations, by an arresting soundtrack. In this case, it's Lund herself, recorded during a prison phone conversation with Marshall several years ago and played in a continuous loop that grows more terrifying with each repetition. "I miss you," intones Lund's flat, childlike voice. "Why won't you visit?" Mona Lisa was utterly wrenching to create, says Marshall of the work, which derives its name from Lund's chilling facial expression in the photograph, dubbed the Mona Lisa death smile by noted crime writer Sebastian Todd. "It's gratifying for me that it has received such a strong response." The central piece in Marshall's Tales from Glamourland exhibit, showing at LACMA from August 10th through 28th, Mona Lisa captures both the seductive sheen of show business and the banality of sin. And it marks the striking 32-year-old's reinvention from spoiled Hollywood socialite to a creator of art in her own right. It took a lot for Marshall to shake off the gloss of her father's legend. For a time, she even debated changing her last name or dropping it altogether. But as she says now, it is her father's legend that shaped her, for better and for worse. "I will always love Dad, but it was so difficult growing up in his shadow," muses Marshall, dragging a hand through her jet-black bob. "There were so many people who would do anything to get close to me, but it was never because of me. It was always Dad. Always Sterling Marshall and the world I lived in because of him." Was Kelly Lund one of those people? It's a question that's presumably easy to answer. It was Lund's very brief friendship with a young Bellamy Marshall, after all, that allowed the killer's path to cross with that of doomed Oscar-nominated director John McFadden. But rather than respond to the question quickly, Marshall ponders it in silence for quite some time. She adjusts her cat's eye glasses and takes another sip of coffee, her dark eyes seeking out some faraway spot on the cafe's cracked adobe wall. She used to watch Dad's movies when she was a little girl, Marshall says, her voice quiet, almost wistful. He was her mother's favorite. From Art's Reluctant It Girl, Los Angeles Times Magazine, August 1st, 1994. Chapter 7. April 21st, 2010. Shane found his way home without thinking about it. Strange, considering he had such a poor sense of direction, he practically needed the GPS to navigate his way from his and Kelly's place in Joshua Tree Highlands to downtown Joshua Tree, which was about 5 minutes away and all of 2 blocks. But even stranger that he still thought of 2071 Blue Jay Way as home. It was a warm, dry day, that bright sun spilling in on him once he started climbing long, twisty Beechwood Drive and opened the windows. And in so many ways, it was as if no time had passed. Through his windshield, he could see the Hollywood sign. First time he'd seen the sign in daylight in half a decade, yet still it was the same. Everything up here the same. Lurid red and pink bougainvillea climbing stucco walls, metal gates decked with security cameras, shielding infinity pools and tennis courts and Versailles-like landscaping that came at you in flash frames through thin breaks in the gates. You could only see them in full from above, the grounds of these palaces. But that sign, always that sign, The one view up here that wasn't in any way obstructed or guarded, that white sign sprawled out so obscenely at the top of Mount Lee, daring you to look anywhere else. Shane made the turn onto Blue Jay Way and immediately saw the vans lined up on the street. He couldn't tell how many were there, but as he drew closer, he saw they numbered half a dozen. One from Action News, one from TMZ, the others unmarked, probably freelance paparazzi. A helicopter buzzed overhead in a lazy circle. Vulture analogy all too obvious. Must be a slow news day. Dad hasn't made a movie in years. Of course, celebrity suicides were always big news, weren't they? The phrase hung in his head. Celebrity suicides. He wished he hadn't thought of it. His throat clenched up again as he reached the gate, his thoughts going to Mom. Had she been the one to find him? Could she hear the buzz of the helicopter? Is she all right? Can she think? Can she breathe? When he reached the gate that still shielded the mansion he grew up in and stopped the car, he heard their voices through his open window, the van occupants, the audience. You ask for an audience, you get one, always, whether you want one or not, his dad used to say. They're always watching, son. You need to be more careful how you look. They were watching now. Watching and commenting like he was something on TV. Who is that in the Jeep? One of them said. Think it's the son, said another. Shane heard Kelly's name and his name, and he pushed the button fast, shoving a memory out of his mind. A memory of Dad pushing the same button, Mom in the passenger seat, Shane and Bellamy in the back, young and small and forever safe. One of the paps yelled, Shane, over here! Who is here, please? Said a female voice from the other end of the intercom, a voice he'd never heard before. He cleared his throat. Shane Marshall. Did you see it coming, Shane? Shane! Shane! What did the note say? What was wrong with these people? Did they honestly think he was going to answer? He started to say his name into the box again when the strange female voice said, Come right in, Mr. Marshall, and the gate opened. Thank God. Shane, when was the last time your dad told you he loves you? He shut the window and pulled up into his family's property, the gate closing around him like arms. The driveway was long and steep, and as he took it toward the house, more memories pushed in on him until his head felt crowded. Birthday parties, hide-and-seek, visits from all those tanned, sparkling people that were part of his parents' lives. Dad's life, actually. Actors, directors. Mom at the ready with her trays of finger sandwiches, mixing cocktails by the pool, sunglasses shielding her eyes so you never knew what she was thinking. Shane swallowed hard. It all looked so much the same. The manicured lawn, that embarrassing green, as though water were limitless in this town. His mother's bright rose bushes and hibiscus. The magnolia tree he used to climb to spy on Bellamy and her friends. He tried to collect himself, to get his breathing back to normal. All that paparazzi. Jesus, what a swarm. Why hadn't Mom called the police on them? Why hadn't Bellamy? When he reached the house, he saw 3 police cars parked alongside the house. Is that normal for a suicide, Shane thought, the word rattling him all over again. A thin woman in black jeans and a black T-shirt stood in front of the door. It took him a few seconds to recognize her as his sister. How long had it been? 6, 7 years. Not that long in the general scheme of things, but God, she looked so different. so much thinner, paler, her lips meager without that poison-red lipstick, the dyed hair pulled back in a greasy ponytail, the jet blackness of it so out of place now on this frail sketch of a woman, his sister, who hadn't aged so much as faded into something dull, something harmless. I should have talked to Bellamy. At least I should have told Dad I was going to talk to her and forgive her, and maybe we would never have argued. Maybe you'd still be alive. Shane turned off the Jeep and climbed out. He went to his sister and hugged her, Bellamy so thin and brittle in his arms, leaning on him as though she'd become the baby, Shane the protector. Bellamy, why did we waste so many years? He knew the answer, of course, but it didn't feel important with her wet cheek against his neck, her bony body trembling against him. Bellamy, his only sister, Bellamy, who had lost her father too. Shane stared at the police cars alongside his house, his home, and he started to cry again. Not just for Dad, but for his sister, his family, his safe, happy youth, for everything he once had and no longer did. "Why did he do it, Bella?" he said. "Why did Dad kill himself?" Bellamy pulled back. Her hard eyes surprised him, as did her grip on his shoulders, so tight it hurt. "Let's go inside," she said. Shane felt like he was stuck in a fever dream. The house he grew up in, crawling with police. Yellow tape cordoning off the kitchen, and, Bellamy told him as he stood staring at it, coiling around the sliding doors he used to hang on as a kid, cordoning off his father's upstairs office, too. "The scene of the crime," she told him. "That's what they're calling Dad's office, Shane. Is Dad still in there?" "No," she said. "The medical examiner took him." "They do that for suicides?" Shane said. Stupid thing to say. He didn't even know why he'd said it. It was as though his mouth was moving of its own accord, reality knocking into him like waves. His parents' home. The big window overlooking the canyon that he used to press his nose against, Flora complaining about the prints. And in it, in this place that used to be his whole world, crime scene tape. Police uniforms brushing by, staticky radios, the click of cameras, white-gloved hands, and then his mother in a white silk robe on the red couch by the window, doubled over, collapsed. "Mom." Shane moved toward her, Bellamy sticking close behind. "Mom." Her head lifted, very slowly. She looked up at him, her mouth a trembling line, eyes like smashed glass. For a few seconds it seemed as though she didn't recognize him. Then she whispered his name. Shane tried to think of the last time he'd seen his mother. Had to have been at least a year ago. He'd gone to one of her charity luncheons, and she'd greeted him with a big smile, a hug. She never changed, Mom. Not before today. But now it was as though someone had scooped all the life out of her. "You're here," she said. Shane bent over, took her in his arms. She hung on him limply. She felt so frail, as though if he hugged her too hard, all her bones might crumble. Mom had met Dad as a 19-year-old script girl. Married him 3 months later. She'd spent her entire adulthood as Mrs. Sterling Marshall, and sure, they'd had their disagreements. Shane marrying Kelly being their biggest, but he had never seen two people more devoted to each other. "I've had only one great love," Mom used to say, "and I wound up marrying him." "I'm so sorry, Mom." "You poor boy," she whispered. Shane pulled away, and only then did he notice Flora, the housekeeper. There, Mary," Flora said. There. "Shane, there's something you need to see," said Bellamy. A woman stood next to her, stern-faced, in office camouflage, gray pantsuit, beige shirt, graying hair pulled back in beige clips. Shane blinked at her. "Is she what I need to see?" "This is Detective Braddock," Bellamy said. The woman corrected her. "Braddock," she said, rhyming it with padlock. Hello?" "Come into the den, please, Mr. Marshall." Braddock turned, headed toward the den without waiting to see if he was following. Bellamy took the crook of Shane's arm in both her hands and led him. "What about Mom?" "She'll be fine out here with Flora," Bellamy said. "Right, Mom?" They exchanged a look that Shane couldn't begin to understand. "What's going on?" he said. "What do I need to see? Is it the note?" Bellamy sighed heavily. "Is it Dad's note?" "Come on, Shane," she said, making him feel 5 again, pulling him along as he turned, taking one last long look at his crumpled mother. "I'm going to show you something," Braddock said, after Shane and Bellamy had sat down on the couch. There was an open laptop on the coffee table. She typed in a few commands, and an image appeared on the screen. A figure in a gray hoodie slipping out of a door, getting into a mid-size silver car, then driving into the darkness. She switched it off. The whole thing must have lasted at least 5 seconds. "Well?" Bellamy said. The detective shushed her. "Do you want to see it again?" "See what?" Shane said. She clicked at the laptop, and again he watched the image. The person, tallish, moving fast, flinging open the car's door, sliding in. "What does that look like to you, Mr. Marshall?" Braddock said. Someone driving?" Bellamy exhaled. "Jesus," she whispered. Shane was starting to feel worried and adrift, the way he'd sometimes feel in dreams when he was stuck in a play without knowing his lines, or at his old high school taking a test in a language he'd never seen. I don't know what's going on." "What type of car does your wife drive, Mr. Marshall?" "Excuse me?" "We have her owning a 2009 Toyota Camry, is that correct?" "Yes." "Silver?" "Yeah. So?" "That car in the video, does it look at all like hers?" I guess it kind of..." "Wait, what are you asking me here?" "Does your wife own any hoodies, Mr. Marshall?" He stared at her. "Everybody owns hoodies." "I should be more specific, sorry. Does she own any pale gray hoodies similar to the one worn by the person in the video?" Shane swallowed hard. "What is this video?" Bellamy started to answer, but the detective put a hand up. "It's footage from one of the security cameras at this house," Braddock said. "Taken this morning at 2 a.m., your father's estimated time of death." "Oh," he said. "All other surveillance was shut down," Braddock said. The security guard had left for the night, so the cameras were most likely turned off either by your father or by this visitor. Oh. Would you like to take another look at the video? We can plug the laptop into the big screen, show it there. He turned to the blank screen on the wall of his parents' den. State of the art. Of course it was. In the 18 years he'd lived here, the Marshall family had probably gone through 20 den TVs, switching up each time, and this one was trade show material. A good 80 inches wide, slim as a credit card, a lustrous black pool of a screen. No doubt this piece of machinery was wonderful to watch his father's old movies on, but there was no doubt in his mind that, if even viewed on that screen, the surveillance video could only be what it was, which was crap. Shane had seen clearer, more discernible images in his dreams. I don't know what good that would do. His voice shook a little. I mean, I'm not even sure whether that person in the video is a man or a woman. Oh, come on! Bellamy stood up and whirled around and made for the window, the air filling with the scent of her. Cigarettes combined with the perfume smell. Cliché sweet and expensive, the kind you find samples of in fashion magazines. That was her on the video, Shane, Bellamy said. You know it was. Kelly? No, Beyoncé. What is wrong with you? It is 5 seconds of a person in a hoodie, he said. It could just as easily be you, Bellamy. Are you fucking kidding me? It could be anybody. He glared at Bellamy, memories tugging at him. The walls of this room hadn't changed since he was a kid. No matter how many times the TV in here got upgraded, the walls stayed white. The framed photos, stills from Dad's movies, dozens of them, hung in the same positions they'd always been in. His gaze rested on the far left corner of the room, on the still from the movie he'd been thinking of. Defiance. There was rugged Western-style Dad, all beard scruff and blood spatter, aiming a pistol at the camera, his eyes glittering beacons in a dirty, chiseled face. Defiance was Dad's one and only Western. It had been shot in the mid-'70s, about an hour or two away from here, in the middle of the blazing, dusty San Bernardino desert, on a set so detailed it felt like time travel. Shane had been to the Defiance set many times as a little boy. He'd loved it there. The gleaming prop guns, the horses, the pretty busty extras in off-the-shoulder peasant blouses, Dad dressed like a real sheriff with a white hat and badge. Dad sneaking Shane glazed donuts from Kraft's services, winking at Shane through fake blood. But that one day, man, it was amazing in how much detail Shane still remembered it. The grip of his mother's cold fingers as she squeezed his hand outside Dad's trailer, and her voice. The anger in it. You wait here, Shane. Mommy's going to see Daddy for a few minutes. She'd said it like a door slamming, and even though Shane hadn't understood why he couldn't at least sit in the trailer, why he couldn't play with that shiny badge while his parents talked, even then, at 4 or 5 years old, he'd known enough not to ask. It was the only time he could ever recall seeing his mother that angry. And to this day, he'd never found out why. You don't know everything about Dad, he said to Bellamy. None of us really know each other. Her lips went tight. She turned away. Mr. Marshall, Braddock said, did your wife leave home for any extended period last night? Shane closed his eyes. No, he said, picturing her in his mind. Kelly, drenched in morning light, stretching on the bed, her lovely back arching. Kelly's eyes had been closed for hours, Shane knew. There she was, brushing the sleep out of her eyes, opening them for his lens, the sad gray eyes, that strange coldness. No, he had been wrong about that. Paranoid, but for other reasons. She'd been deep asleep, for hours. And anyway, what were they suggesting? That Kelly had sneaked out of the house to watch Dad kill himself? Were they serious? Bellamy said, "You're lying for her." "No, I'm not." "Are you telling us everything, Mr. Marshall?" Shane's eyes opened. "She got up at 6, he said. I woke her." "Mr. Marshall, do you and your wife sleep in separate bedrooms?" A direct question. He couldn't lie to a direct question asked by a cop. "Yes." "Why?" Bellamy said. He put his back to her. "Do you have any other questions, Detective?" "Detective Braddock," Bellamy said. "Kelly Lund loves to take long drives at night." "How do you know this?" "She doesn't," Shane said. "She hasn't spoken to Kelly since she got out of prison. She's never been to our house. She has no idea. Mom told me. She said you once complained about it." Bellamy looked at the detective. She'd leave their house late at night, and he'd ask where she was going, and she'd say, "Driving." He didn't want to press her because he didn't want her to feel trapped. He wanted her to feel free. You know who Kelly Lund is, right? She's a convicted murderer. Braddock was watching Shane's face in a way he didn't like. "I never said that to Mom," he said. It was true. He'd told his father. Shane didn't want to talk about Kelly anymore. Didn't want to think about her. John McFadden had been the director on Defiance, and it was on that set, while his mother was in Dad's trailer venting her anger for whatever reason, that John had pulled Shane aside, telling him that Dad was the best actor he'd ever worked with. "Don't tell the gossip rags." Bellamy had been on set that day, too, ignoring Shane like she always did, running around with John McFadden's son, whom she called her pretend brother. Her better brother, she used to call that kid, when she and Shane were alone and the grown-ups were out of earshot. Shane gritted his teeth. He'd taken a sleeping pill last night, just like he did on most nights, but it hadn't worked right away. He had a lot on his mind lately, thoughts he didn't want to look too hard at. Thoughts involving Kelly, her late-night drives, her secrets. So he'd added a couple more pills. He'd taken 5 sleeping pills and passed out dead cold until the alarm had woken him. The Shane Marshall Ambien coma, Kelly liked to call it. Kelly, who insisted on separate rooms because it was the only way she could sleep, in solitary. Kelly, who owned 6 hoodies. "I'm going to check on Mom." "If you want justice for Dad," Bellamy said, "you'll tell the truth." Shane stopped. Enough. "He committed suicide, Bellamy." He glared at the detective. "I want to see the note." She blinked at him. "I want to see the note, Detective. I want to read it, and I want to grieve my father's death with my family in peace." "I'm sorry, Mr. Marshall." He exhaled. "No need. I understand. He was a famous man. People want answers, and believe me, so do I. Please show me the note." The detective shook her head. her hair catching the light in a way that made him think again of Kelly this morning. Silver hairs glistening among the gold, her face soft on the pillow, yet still that breach between them, that wall she put up. "I'm sorry, Shane. I can't." How well can you know a woman who refuses to make love to you, who hasn't let you in for close to 15 years? Did Dad ask Kelly to witness his suicide? Did he ask her to assist in it? "Mr. Marshall," said Braddock, her eyes dull from forced sympathy. "I said I'm sorry because the reporters got it wrong." "What?" "This is an open murder investigation," she said. "There was no note." Chapter 8. About half a mile up the mountain from Kelly and Shane's house, in a double-wide surrounded by an army of prickly pears he'd planted himself, lived their nearest neighbor, a chainsaw artist who went by the name of Rocky 3. Rocky 3? Kelly had said 5 years ago, when Shane had pointed him out during their very first drive to the home he had bought for them. Kelly, thinking she was hitting the ground running on her new life of freedom, starting fresh, when she'd spotted him out there among his prickly pears, a shirtless, sinewy, battered-looking bald man, deep green tattoos crawling all over his red-brown back, chainsawing the guts out of an enormous tree trunk, sawdust flying all around him. "Yep, that's his name," Shane had replied. "Even says it on his mailbox." "Rocky 3 was when the Rocky movies started getting bad," said Kelly. And then Rocky 3 had turned around and faced their car, and she had locked eyes with him. Bits of sharp blue in a sad, leathery, tattooed face, those bright eyes like something from another, better time of life. Kelly had waved at Rocky 3, and he'd waved back. "I understand the name," she had thought. "I understand him." "Keep away from him," Shane had said. "He's nuts and probably dangerous." "Our neighbor? But what if I need to borrow a cup of sugar?" It had been a joke, but Shane hadn't laughed. "He hasn't lived here long. There are all kinds of rumors about him. Fortunately, he keeps to himself." 1 week later, when Shane was meeting with a client in their home, she'd excused herself, walked the 3 miles, knocked on his door. Back then, she hadn't learned to drive yet. It was easier now. Kelly pulled past the prickly pears and around the side of the double-wide and parked. His creations lined the back end of the trailer. An angry bear, a looming sharp-fanged dragon, an angel with enormous beckoning wings and a skull for a face. Kelly's favorite. He'd named it for her. All the chainsawed statues were at least 10 feet tall, carved out of tree trunks salvaged from Northern California clear-cuts. Rocky had them delivered to his home. Far as Kelly could tell, he never sold these things. He carved them for company. Kelly gazed into the skull face of the angel. Keep him safe. A corny thought, but not a new one. She felt someone watching her, and when she turned, she saw Rocky standing in the doorway. He wore white drawstring pants, his skin like burned, painted parchment, and he regarded her the way he always did, warm but exasperated, as though their meetings occurred on a regular schedule that he had to keep reminding her about. A tattoo of a large green eye stared out of the hollow of his neck. It made Kelly's heart beat faster whenever she saw it. She had a theory as to the tattoo's meaning, but she never mentioned it to Rocky. Didn't want to, for fear he'd shoot it down. "Should I be sorry for your loss?" Rocky said. Kelly nodded. "You saw the news?" "Yes." "The police came to my house," Kelly said. "Well, one detective." "Did he scare you?" "Detectives don't scare me." "I know. That was kind of a joke." Rocky ushered her into the trailer. It was clean and spare and smelled of sawdust. A man like this, you'd expect him to live in a space as cluttered as his yard, his skin. But Rocky III was the opposite of a hoarder. His walls were bare. He didn't even own a couch, just hard chairs, a bed that was barely softer, nothing that could collect dust. There was a table in the kitchen area with a laptop on it, news headlines on the screen. Kelly saw a picture of Sterling Marshall. "I will miss him, you know," she said. "You barely knew him." "Doesn't matter." Kelly gave him a long look. "After all, I barely know you." "That's not true." Kelly sat down on one of the hard chairs, wanting to collapse. "Thank you for having me in." He shook his head, eyes finding the bleached white floorboards. So clean, his home, so empty and perfect. "Your husband is with his family?" "He's at his parents' house. He wasn't around when the detective questioned me." "That's good, I guess." Rocky sighed. He went into the kitchen and drew a glass of water, placed it in Kelly's hand. His skin brushed against hers as he did, and she was grateful for that. The calluses on his fingers, the rough warmth of his skin, familiar as she wanted it to be. "He talked about things, that detective," she said quietly. "He asked me a lot of questions." "It's what they pay him to do." Kelly stared at him, but he wouldn't meet her gaze. "I don't know what to do, Rocky." "Do the police think you killed Sterling Marshall?" She gave him flat eyes. "What do you think?" "I think maybe you did." "Stop." He shrugged his shoulders. The bottle green eye tattoo twitched with the gesture. "I saw a snake in the road the other morning. Made me think of you." Kelly smiled a little. "Rattler?" "No. Just a sweet little garter. I was walking up Old Woman Springs at sunrise, and there was that little snake, slithering across the road leisurely as you please." "Old Woman Springs is a busy road," said Kelly. "The snake will get run over." "That's what I thought. That snake is dead meat. But still something is making it head that way across a busy street, so slow and deliberate, you know? It's compelled to go where it shouldn't be going." Kelly swallowed some of the water, cool and smooth in her throat. "And that reminded you of me, the snake." "It reminded me of the situation. Our situation." "Oh." "All these years," he said. "All these years you've been knocking on my door." "Yes." "And I open the door every time you knock." So, I can't figure it out, Kelly. Which of us is the pickup truck speeding up Old Woman Springs at 60 miles an hour? And which of us is that dumb, slow-moving snake? Kelly stood up. Strange. Rocky was such a powerfully built man, it made sense he'd be very tall. Yet when Kelly was on her feet and facing him, she looked him directly in the eye. That never stopped surprising her, how evenly matched they were. "I would have picked up that snake if I were you," she said, taking his calloused hand in hers, leading him to the bedroom. "I would have moved it out of the road." "Does your wife's job take her away from the house a lot?" Detective Braddock asked. She sat across from Shane in the den, working her notepad. It no longer bothered him, the note-taking, nor did his sister's presence in the room with her perfume and her accusations. The room itself didn't even bother him. Nothing did, other than the obvious. He felt as though someone had kicked him in the gut an hour earlier, and he still hadn't recovered from it. What Shane wanted to know, what he needed to know, was what exactly Braddock had meant by open murder investigation. Shane's father had been shot in the center of the forehead at very close range. Yet Shane had been the only one to mention suicide. There had been no note. He'd never known his father to be depressed. And what he had always known, well, since John McFadden's death anyway, was that Dad had hated guns. Also, there was this. The one fact that stuck in his mind, the one he couldn't voice for fear that if he said it out loud, it might make more sense than he wanted it to. Of the 3 shots that Shane's wife had fired into a defenseless John McFadden on June 28, 1980, the one that had killed him had been the one that had struck him in the center of the forehead at close range. "Kelly works from home," Shane said. His head felt numb and swimmy, the leather couch sticky against his back. He wanted an aspirin, a scotch, a handful of Ambien. "Doing what?" "Pardon?" "You said your wife works out of the home. What does she do?" "She's a writer." Bellamy let out a noise of pure exasperation, half sigh, half scream. In the old days, the days before this past hour, Shane would have told her to shut up, get out of the room, at the very least mind her own business. But again, things had changed. "She writes profiles for a dating site," he said. "Excuse me?" "It doesn't sound like a thing, but it is." The detective nodded, scribbling away. "Does she leave the home a lot? Go into Hollywood for her job?" "I don't know." "You don't?" "She doesn't go anywhere for her job. She just makes up stories about pictures of soft porn models." "But you don't know if she goes into Hollywood otherwise?" I like to give Kelly her space." "So when she leaves the house, you don't ever find out where she's going?" "If she's gone out for groceries," he said, "she comes back with groceries. But I don't ask ahead of time, 'Are you going for groceries?'" "My God," Bellamy whispered. "My God." The detective said, "Let me ask you something, Mr. Marshall." "Yes." "Have you ever spoken to your wife about the murder she committed?" "Huh?" "John McFadden, have you ever—" "Why does that matter?" "Why do you think it matters?" Bellamy said. but the detective ignored her. "I'm just wondering," she said, "what she thinks about it all now, if it haunts her at all. What she did to John McFadden. If she feels guilty or if she thinks she was justified in some way and that your father's enduring respect for the man she killed, well, I'm sure you saw what your father said just 2 days ago about John McFadden in the Times. I don't know what Kelly thinks about." Shane's words hung in the air. The most honest words he'd spoken all day. "Did you hear any noises last night?" Braddock was saying. "Possibly your wife leaving on one of her night drives?" "I took sleeping pills last night. I was dead to the world." There was a time in his life when Shane would have sworn up and down that he knew Kelly. Knew her better than anyone, and weirdly, it had been when Kelly was in prison, but before they got married. When she and Shane weren't allowed to touch each other but through that thick glass. Back then, he would spend hours, days, writing letters to Kelly. Most of those letters dozens of pages long, most of those pages answering the hundreds of questions Kelly would send him in her careful, looped handwriting. Those questions so much more revealing than any statement could be. "What was the happiest day you ever had? Tell me everything you remember about it in as much detail as you can. Do you ever feel like something is missing from your life? And if so, what? Can you please go outside and tell me what the sun feels like on the back of your neck, Shane? I really want to know what that feels like, because today I'm not allowed out. What is it like to have a sister?" He wasn't sure whether it was Kelly's questions that had made him fall in love with her, or her obvious joy at receiving his answers. But either way, she made Shane feel needed, which, as the youngest, weakest link in one of Hollywood's most shimmering families, was not something he felt very often. "I feel a connection with you, Shane. Do you feel it too? Sometimes when I ask you questions, I already know what you're going to say. I can picture your response in my mind, the same words even, and then you write those exact words, and it's like we share one brain, like we're 2 parts of something huge." "Answer the detective, Shane," Bellamy said, as Shane remembered his reply. "I feel it too. But what if this huge thing that the two of us are together is a bad thing, like Godzilla?" "Godzilla is good, Shane. He's just misunderstood because of the way he looks. And by the way, I knew you would say that." Shane's gaze shifted to Braddock. "I'm sorry," he said. "Can you please repeat the question?" She nodded. A lock of gunmetal hair fell across her eye. She pushed it behind an ear with a gesture that seemed half angry, as though her own hair were interfering with her investigation. "I had asked," Braddock said, "if there's anyone you know of who your wife does confide in." "I don't think so." "She isn't seeing a therapist?" "No." "Friends?" "The only friend I can think of." He couldn't finish the sentence without laughing, so he stopped. "Excuse me?" "Bellamy," he said. "Can you please go check on Mom?" "I want to hear your answer." "Mom's a mess. I'm worried about her. We can't just leave her out there with Flora." "I'll check on her," she said, "after you say who Kelly's friend is." "Fine." Shane exhaled. "It's you." "What?" It's you," he repeated. "You're the only friend of Kelly's that I know of, and you know what? I think that even after all these years and everything you've done to her, I think there's a part of her that still thinks of you that way, as her friend." Bellamy, for once in her life, was at a loss for words. And for that, and that alone, Shane felt grateful. He stood up, gazing down at his sister with a sense of power he knew was only temporary. "Pathetic, isn't it?" Shane said between his teeth, muscles tensing. He headed out of the room. "I'm going to go check on Mom." He said it without so much as turning around. Rocky's sheets were crisp and cold, so unlike Kelly's own, which were made of a very thin, soft flannel. She didn't like thinking of home when she lay here in his bed, and there really was no reason to. Her troubles with Shane, what the shrink at Carpentia had called intimacy issues, had been going on long before she'd ever laid eyes on Rocky III. She told herself it was Sterling Marshall's threats, the fears they inspired, that kept her from getting physical with Shane. But in those very rare moments when she was honest with herself, she knew she could have gotten an IUD, knew she could have gotten her tubes tied if she'd wanted it that badly. It was something else. She liked to think of Rocky, of this, as a recurring dream, something that existed on a different plane than her day-to-day life, something she couldn't be blamed for, a drawer that stayed shut. Rocky seemed to feel the same way. He called them meetings, their times together. He called it a friendship, not an affair. And no matter how tender their meetings were, they never held each other after. They lay on their backs, the two of them, gazing at the bleached ceiling of Rocky's pristine bedroom, his hand covering hers in a way that felt more protective than affectionate, and all of it so right to Kelly, so familiar in that way she dared not voice. Like years ago, like going back in time. "I lied to you, Rocky," she said. He turned. She felt his crystalline eyes on her, his face close to hers, the warmth of his breath. "About what?" Kelly kept her eyes on the ceiling. "Earlier, when I said detectives don't scare me." "They do?" "That detective did. I didn't act like it, but he scared me a lot." "Why?" "What he could do to me," she said. "What could he?" "I don't want to go back to Carpentia. I mean it, Rocky. I'd rather die." "Kelly." "Yeah?" "Look at me." She turned to face him, this painted creature. The sheet had fallen from his chest, and she brushed her hand against him, traced the outline of the diamond-scaled fish that swam over his heart. They glistened silver, the scales, something she'd never noticed. That was Rocky, his skin, always something to discover in it. "Look at me," he said again. "Look into my eyes." She didn't want to. It always choked her up to look directly into his eyes. Like going back in time. But he'd asked, and so she did. Her gaze moving up from the eye on his throat, through those creeping vine tattoos crisscrossing his cheeks, curling around his thin, saint-like lips. So much pain he'd gone through just to look different from the way he used to look, however that had been. She couldn't imagine him without the tattoos, though sometimes she wanted to. "My eyes, Kelly." He said it just as she made it there, into that bright, sad blue. "If I ask you a question, will you tell me the truth?" "Yes," she whispered. "Were you at Sterling Marshall's house last night?" She swallowed hard. "Yes." "Did you kill him?" "Does it matter?" she said. "Would it matter to them?" He brought his hand up to her cheek, brushed away a tear she hadn't realized was there. "I don't know," he said. "Probably not." Chapter 9. When Kelly Lund was found guilty of second-degree murder, Detective Barry Dupree was 7 years old. Trials weren't televised back then, but there'd been courtroom sketches on the news. Barry had vague memories of those sketches on the TV screen in the kitchen, his parents pointing out all the movie stars testifying. He could recall how flat and dull they'd all looked to him, so much less colorful than the drawings in his comic books or even real life. But what Barry remembered most about the trial, what everybody remembered most, was that photograph of Kelly Lund standing outside the courthouse just after she'd been sentenced. What a photo! If Barry closed his eyes, he could still see it. The dead eyes, the shadows playing across that pretty but vacant face, and the smile, that smile. The way it jumped out at you, the way it bit. It had first appeared on the cover of the Los Angeles Times, and Barry's older brother Chris had grabbed it off the kitchen table when their parents weren't around. He'd made the photo dance in front of Barry's face, holding it so close he could smell the newsprint. Chris chanting at Barry in his cracking adolescent voice. 1, 2, Kelly's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. At the time, Barry had no idea that Chris had ripped that off from A Nightmare on Elm Street, but Kelly Lund's face haunted him in a way that Freddy Krueger never would. He used to have nightmares, the teen killer coming for him in the middle of the night with her pistol, shooting holes through his brain, slaughtering his family, her expression never changing, the Mona Lisa death smile. Man. To Barry, to many who were children in L.A. in the early 80s, he was sure, Kelly Lund was a boogeyman on a level with Richard the Night Stalker Ramirez or Charlie Manson. And even as Barry grew, even as he took boxing lessons and stood up to the bullies in school who called him Carrot Top and gave him wedgies on a daily basis, even as he graduated, 65 pounds bigger than when he entered high school and knowing full well he'd be a cop one day. Even then, and even now, a grown man with a detective's shield and a black belt in mixed martial arts and a registered .40 caliber Glock in his shoulder holster. Try and call me Carrot Top now, dickheads. He couldn't shake the uneasiness he felt at the sound of her name. Kelly Lund is coming for you. Could you blame him? Could you blame anyone who had grown up with that photo emblazoned in his brain? Lund had her champions, no question. She had her conspiracy theorists and her marshmallow-hearted movie stars and her knee-jerk feminist bloggers writing letters to the parole board on this poor girl's behalf. But Barry Dupree wasn't one of them. And when 5 years after Kelly Lund's release, practically to the day, he and his partner had looked at surveillance video of a slim, hooded figure leaving the Marshall's house shortly after the approximate time of Sterling Marshall's death and getting into a car that resembled Kelly Lund's, it took every ounce of restraint not to yell, "I told you so!" Hadn't Marshall's wife Mary fought for Kelly Lund's release? Hadn't she been one of those misguided letter writers? He'd asked his partner, Louise Braddock, about that at the police building at 5 a.m, right after they'd caught the case, and they were sitting at their desks, speed-reading old newspaper articles, mainlining coffee, getting ready. "If it wasn't for Mary Marshall's letters," he'd said, jittery from caffeine, "Kelly Lund might have never gotten paroled, and so she would have never killed Sterling Marshall, am I right?" But Louise had reacted the way she almost always did, which was to roll her eyes at him and tell him to calm the hell down. "Innocent until proven guilty, Barry," she'd said. "Sure, you make it into robbery-homicide, but you get your mother for a partner." The worst part of it was, Barry was somewhat indebted to Louise. She'd been in the prestigious division for more than 10 years when he arrived 6 months ago from Monrovia, riding the coattails of a major bank robbery he'd caught simply because he'd forgotten his car keys at the station and had gone back in to get them when the case had come in. It was a professional job, way too big for their understaffed division. Yet working with him, the lieutenant at Robbery Homicide had been impressed enough by Barry's thoroughness and dedication that he'd extended the invitation that he had always dreamed of. His big break. Well, it would be his big break if they could find him a partner. As luck would have it, Louise Braddock's partner had just retired and, given a choice between Barry and a douchebag named Cameron Keogh, who stunk as though he stewed in Axe spray 6 hours every night, she'd gone for the new guy. "Keep in mind, Cameron Keogh gives me migraines," Louise had said to Barry at the time and continued to say to him any chance she got. "You were saved by the smell." Whatever. Barry didn't care what Louise thought. He never cared what Louise thought any more than he cared what his own mother thought, and his mother had long ago made it clear that Barry should do his own thinking. This morning they'd assigned 2 robbery-homicide teams to the Sterling Marshall murder, one to canvass the neighborhood, the other, Louise and himself, to speak to the surviving Marshalls. When Louise had pulled Barry aside when they were talking to Bellamy and told him she could handle the family questioning on her own, he hadn't put up a fight. "Fine," he said. "I'll go visit Kelly Lund." Louise had told him not to get overexcited. Barry had done his best not to tell her to pound sand. Like John McFadden, Sterling Marshall had been shot in the head, and with his own gun. Yes, the .22 had been registered to Sterling Marshall, outspoken anti-gun advocate. According to his wife Mary, he had kept it in a locked desk drawer, never touched it. Sterling would have gotten rid of it, she had said, if it hadn't been a gift from a dear old friend, John McFadden. Shot in the head with John McFadden's gun. Days after talking to the Los Angeles Times about John McFadden's murder. Days after the anniversary of his murderer's sentencing. Did Kelly Michelle Lund need to draw them a map? And so Barry had driven all the way to Joshua Tree. He'd taken his Chevy Cavalier through this alien land, the desert spring just beginning, weird flowers poking out of cactus limbs in shades of meat and blood and vein. He'd sped through a landscape straight out of the westerns he'd watched on TV as a kid. Craggy red rocks, bilious sand clouds, and for real tumbleweeds. Angry, sharp-quilled plants that made you hurt just to look at them. A landscape that made you hear pistol fire. He'd driven a series of dust-dry streets with springs in their names, false advertising if ever there was, sun melting through his windshield at 7 a.m. Barry's mouth dry from it, air conditioner or not. Until finally he'd reached the driveway of a known killer, the boogeyman from his childhood nightmares. Boogie woman? Why is there no such word? He'd crossed the threshold of the clean craftsman house she now lived in. Who would have expected Mexican tile in the kitchen? Who would have thought there'd be a gleaming stainless steel fridge or a line of oversized mason jars filled with colorful pastas? And he'd spoken to her. He'd sat across an expensively distressed kitchen table from Kelly Michelle Lund, and he'd questioned her face to face. Talk about looking the devil in the eye. When you're a detective, you learn to read gestures, expressions. Barry was especially good at it, so good, in fact, that he taught a USC extension course for screenwriters in interrogation techniques. At this point in his career, Barry knew how to stay one step ahead of the average suspect to decipher each blink and twitch and clearing of the throat. He knew the most common tells a suspect might be lying. Looking up and to the left was a good one, and how to coax and bend a confession out of her using methods so subtle she'd never know until it was too late. But here's the thing. In order for an interview to go the way you want it, you need to be calm throughout. And that's easier said than done when your suspect happens to be the star of your childhood phobias, and she's standing over you with both fists clenched, asking you how you take your coffee. Barry thought he'd done pretty well, considering. Lund had started off cocky, but he'd wound up rattling her so much she started yammering about lawyers. And when he'd asked if she'd been home last night, she'd looked up and to the left. Had she known how Barry had felt, though, sitting in her kitchen, breathing the same air as she did? If she'd known how he'd felt when, at one point, he'd caught a hint of it, that smile. Maybe she did know. Maybe she knew everything. Man. He had to get over it. He had to grow up once and for all and put these irrational fears behind him. Kelly Lund wasn't the first killer he'd shared breathing space with. For God's sake, he'd been in uniform 10 years, a detective for more than 5. Beyond that, though, Barry needed to take into account the origin of his fears. His brother, Chris, a pothead dentist on his 3rd wife and counting, who lived 3 blocks away from their parents, yet every single year was at least an hour late for Thanksgiving. It wasn't Kelly Lund who had tormented 7-year-old Barry and cursed him with nightmares, who'd sent that chill through his body at the sound of her name. It was Chris and his stupid Freddy Krueger song. Was Barry going to allow his jerk of a brother, his brother at 12, no less, to mess with the most important investigation of his career? There is no way in hell I will let that happen. Barry said it out loud, which was a little troubling, seeing as he was washing his hands in the men's room and there were other guys in here. "You say something?" somebody called out from one of the stalls. Barry tried to sound genial. "Nope, just clearing my throat." Sounded like talking. Barry sighed. 6 hours after his interview with Kelly Lund, 6 hours later, and still his mind was in this state. Chris's fault. Nope. He left fast. The guy in the stall was Hank Grayson, a senior detective whom Barry greatly admired, and who had been giving him odd looks all day, probing looks, as though Barry were an imposter. Hank, who had worked O.J., who had worked Phil Spector, who had been a homicide detective back when Barry was still having Kelly Lund nightmares and wetting his bed. Barry headed over to his desk, right next to Louise's, who had left for the day before he hit the can. Their two desks were interchangeable, devoid of personal touches, sleek and neat as though awaiting inspection. A few months ago, robbery homicide had moved into this building, a soaring glass tower built to replace the ailing Parker Center down the street, which had been condemned 2 years earlier after the most recent earthquake. And much as he appreciated the classy new digs, Barry couldn't get himself to put down roots here. He had a strange feeling in this building sometimes, a lost feeling. He missed the crumbling Parker Center, where roaches sometimes skittered over your shoes and you tried not to think about the structural damage and the asbestos issues, and the detectives all sat facing each other, their desks arranged in a circle like covered wagons, a real team. He sometimes wondered if Louise felt that way, too. If that was why she'd never broken out the framed pictures of her cat and her twin nephews and sat in her chair in that weird, tentative way. Not enough to ask her about it, though. Louise was never around when Barry had thoughts like this, which was probably a good thing. He rubbed his eyes. Man, he was tired. He started to say his goodbyes to the few remaining detectives when he felt a tap on his shoulder and heard someone say, "Hey." Barry cringed. "Hey, Hank." He braced himself for the concerned gaze, the pat on the shoulder, the, "You sure you can handle this case?" But none of that came. Instead, Hank Grayson said, "You want to grab a beer?" "Well, actually, I was just about to head home," he started to say. But something in Hank's eyes stopped him. "I have some information that might interest you." Information? Hank had a military background and maintained that ramrod posture even at his advanced age. A man of his size standing that straight was intimidating. No way around that. But the way he was looking at Barry, the way he leaned in close after glancing around the squad room, it made Barry feel privileged, as though Hank had chosen him first for his team. "Information," he said again, only quieter between his teeth. "It's about the family of Sterling Marshall." "I love my husband, but I feel unfilled," Kelly typed. It was the last sentence of Gina B., the 23rd grabber she'd written since getting home. A high output even for Kelly, who was one of Cerebell.com's top producers according to Joel, the site manager who emailed her models' photos, sometimes 24 a day, and direct deposited her bi-weekly checks from Creative Choices, Inc. Kelly was about to close the file and send it along when she saw her typo, unfilled instead of unfulfilled, which, well, that actually works, doesn't it? She smiled. First time she'd done so since driving back from Rockies and opening the door to her empty house and checking all the voicemails to find nothing. Unfilled. Why not? Gina B's needs are simple and physical. An immature joke, sure. But what do you expect from someone who spent 9/10 of her adulthood listening to the sophisticated wit of Carpentilla guards? Kelly grouped the grabber with the others, sent the folder along to Joel, typo and all. "Done," she said. And then, only then did she let herself feel the emptiness of her house, the crushing silence. She had hoped Shane would call, but knowing where he was, who he was with, she didn't dare expect it. Instead, when she'd first gotten home, she had locked the front door behind her and shut all the drawers in her mind, one by one. Sterling Marshall, Shane, Bellamy, Rocky. All those years in Carpentilla and those years before. Mom, Dad, Catherine. Everything that led up to today and today itself, all of it. Last night. And she'd thrown herself into her job. Despite Sterling Marshall being all over the news, Joel hadn't offered any words of condolence in his daily email, which, in a way, was comforting. He hadn't even cut her any slack on the grabbers, sending her a record 25 model pics with a one-line note. "Finish today, please." She had. For hours now, Kelly had maintained focus, not looking up from her computer, hardly lifting her hands from the keyboard until she'd cranked out the profiles of 25 fantasy females, names, workout regimes, dirty daydreams, secret kinks, clueless husbands, 25 carefully constructed sets of hidden, powerful longings that could only be filled by the right married man. Unfilled. Is that just a weak way of saying empty? Kelly clicked on her internet icon. She hadn't checked her email since downloading the grabber pictures, and it hit her that Shane may have written rather than called. Shane had never been much of an emailer, but today, at his old house and with his family listening in, she saw Shane in her mind. Shane creaking open her bedroom door in the morning, the weight of him on the edge of her bed, peering at her from behind his camera with those soft black eyes. Shane, always watching, snapping photographs of Kelly, of the sunrise, of everything just so he could hang on to it, keep it. He'd said that once, after taking a picture of the two of them. If I could just keep this one moment. But still, it all slipped away. He kept losing moments, losing people. Both he and Kelly losing everything, everyone, losing parts of themselves so much faster than the rest of the world did, but trying so much harder to hold on. Really, when Kelly thought about it, that was the main thing the two of them had in common, and she wished she could hold on to Shane tighter. Maybe she could. Now that Sterling Marshall was gone, maybe she could finally say yes to Shane without that awful feeling, that wall going up, parts of her shutting down, pulling away. Kelly was older, yes, but she could still get pregnant, and she could keep the baby now. Shane could keep the baby. She closed her eyes for a few moments, tried to imagine what that might feel like. Our baby. On Kelly's home page, a new Sterling Marshall headline. She clicked away from it fast and checked her email, hoping to hear from Shane with crossed fingers and clenched fists. Please write, and we can start over. But there was nothing. She clicked back on her home page and read the headline, and her mouth went dry, heart beating harder as its meaning sunk in. LAPD. Sterling Marshall was murdered. She clicked on the story. Numerous police sources revealed that, contrary to earlier reports, movie legend Sterling Marshall did not leave a note prior to his death of gunshot wounds last night. Kelly stared at the sentence until the words started swimming. Did not leave a note. She glanced at the story again. We are treating Mr. Marshall's death as an ongoing murder investigation, the LAPD spokesperson said. If suspicions prove correct, it will not be the first time that brutal murder has crossed the path of the Oscar-winning actor. Marshall's son, Shane, is married to... No note. Not a suicide. A murder investigation. Kelly got up from the table, the kitchen table, where she'd taken her laptop so she could greet Shane as soon as he came home. Shane, who hadn't called, hadn't emailed. It was dark out, the only light in the room the glowing screen of the laptop. She walked over to the far wall and flicked the switch. With the room lit up, she could practically see him planted there at the kitchen table, that big, pasty cop, spooning sugar into his coffee as the washing machine clunked away. Where were you this morning between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m.? Kelly steadied herself against the kitchen counter. He couldn't have known. He was just playing a hunch. If it was any more than that, he would have taken me in. Still, she couldn't get her hands to stop shaking, couldn't get that drawer to stay closed, the one that held last night. The blood pooling on the floor of his study, spattering the photograph of Mary on his desk, the coppery smell hanging in the air. His face, Shane's father's face, what remained of it. And I kneeled next to him. I touched him. The phone rang. Not the kitchen phone, which was the business number for Shane's photo archive, and not Kelly's cell phone either, but the one in her bedroom, the landline. The one Shane always called because he knew enough not to bother with her cell. Shane. She sprinted down the hall to her bedroom, picked up the phone. Oh, God, I'm so glad it's you. A woman's voice replied, a little garbled, reminding Kelly that she hadn't checked caller ID. This is Officer Sullivan from the LAPD, she said. No, please. Not yet. Listen, I already spoke to one of your detectives this morning. I'm sorry, the officer said. Am I speaking to Mrs. Shane Marshall? Kelly exhaled. She didn't want a reply. Yes. Sullivan had a slight southern accent. She was obviously young and with such a sweet voice for a police officer, not a touch of sarcasm to it. I'm calling about your husband, she said. He's been arrested. Chapter 10. Barry slid into the seat across from Hank Grayson. Haven't been here for a while, he said, making small talk, easing in. For good reason, Hank said. They were in a downtown diner called Grady's. a former cop favorite that had, in the past few years, slid treacherously into hipster territory and landed with a splat. Grady's had been in a movie a few years back. Aronofsky, maybe? Wachowski? Polanski? Budinsky? Barry didn't know from movie directors, but whatever his name was, an oh-so-cool Hollywood filmmaker had chosen to shoot scenes for some lame cop movie at Grady's, and that had been the downfall of this once nice, convenient place that served food and alcohol 24 hours. These days, you couldn't go into Grady's without tripping over a flock of bearded numbnuts and their anorexic, tattooed girlfriends, snapping nicotine gum, gassing off about Jack Kerouac and cold drip coffee. Cops, real cops, only went to Grady's if they were desperate, which apparently was the case with Hank Grayson. He'd certainly gotten there fast enough. When Barry showed up, in fact, Hank was already halfway through a beer, a Belgian brand, which surprised Barry a little. He'd figured him for a cheap American-in-a-can kind of guy. It made Barry feel a little better ordering a mocha cappuccino, something he'd sweated about on the way over. He knew he couldn't grab a beer with Hank, not without risking serious embarrassment. The ugly truth was, Barry couldn't hold his liquor. Never could. For all his purposefully gained bulk and martial arts training, when it came to drinking, he was still the 100-pound weakling he'd been back in 9th grade. "You want nutmeg with that?" said the waitress, who wore a clingy retro uniform and looked very much like Snow White, only with gates in her ears, studs in both cheeks, and a tongue piercing that clicked when she said nutmeg. "Do you have chocolate syrup?" he said. "I'll take that if you do." "You got it, Ace." By the time Barry had figured out whether or not that was intended as an insult, it was. The waitress was long gone, and Hank was at the bottom of his Belgian beer and gazing dolefully at two mutton-chopped idiots at the next Formica table, rolling up the sleeves of their lumberjack shirts to compare tattoos. "There's nothing sadder," he said, "than a place that was good once." "Tell me about it," Barry said. The waitress returned with Barry's mocha cappuccino and a full bottle of Hershey's syrup. "Go crazy, Ace." Hank watched her walk away. "Cute," he said, "if you like 'em perforated." Barry poured syrup into his cappuccino, took a sip. He felt Hank's appraising gaze on him and said, "A beer would put me to sleep right now. I've been up since dawn with this Marshall thing." "What do you got so far? I mean, outside of ME and ballistics?" "Surveillance video. Showing Kelly Lund." "You sure?" "Well, innocent until proven guilty, Barry." "Not completely. Did you talk to the family?" Barry looked up from his mug into eyes so sharp they made him jump a little. "You're talking, extended family? Because I personally paid a visit to Kelly Lund and—" Hank put up a hand that looked exactly like Barry's dad's hand, big and powerful, with a wedding ring that seemed soldered on. "Barry," he said, "you've been a cop for how long?" Barry blinked a few times. "About 15 years. It's weird, isn't it? Working our job in Hollywood?" "I guess. I mean, every city you work, there's gonna be people in power. The ones who can get away with things. But here, those people are movie stars." "Get away with things?" I guess it's not so easy for him these days with TMZ and whatnot. Hank smiled at him, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Stupid gossip websites have 'em all more scared than we ever did. Sorry, Hank. I don't think I understand. The waitress was back again. Can I get you another beer, sweetie? Hank nodded. Once she was gone, he leaned in close. Back when I was in uniform, I must have gone 4 or 5 times to this one house on domestic disturbance calls, he said. I'd get there. The guy would tell me nothing was wrong, just having a little spat. His wife would be there agreeing with him, her head bobbing away, but I'd see the blood on her, the bruises. Once he'd even knocked out a few teeth, and here's the thing. This guy was someone I idolized as a kid. It made me sick to my stomach. But he had the power, right? We never arrested him. Kept it out of the papers. Hell, I still can't even get myself to say his name out loud, and this had to be 45 years ago. Who was it? Doesn't matter. I'm telling you this story to make a point. Back in the day, we saw all kinds of celebrity bad behavior, domestic assault, hard drugs you never even heard of, creepy sexual stuff. Type of thing that'd put you off movies for the rest of your life. And 7, 8, 9 times out of 10, we'd turn our backs on it. Because they had the power. Barry took another sip of his mochaccino, the foam tickling his upper lip. The waitress returned with another bottle of beer. Hank poured it into his mug and gulped at it for far longer than was necessary, and Barry felt as though they were reading from a script, Hank watching him over the rim of his mug with expectant eyes, waiting for him to say his line. Hank? Yeah? You're telling me this because of Sterling Marshall, right? You're a smart guy, Barry. Was he, involved in anything you had to turn your back on? No, he said quietly. Not Marshall himself. Someone in his family. Hank took another swallow of his beer, and for the first time since he'd known him, Barry saw his shoulders slump a little. Let me ask you something, Barry. That surveillance video, have you seen it yet? Not yet, he said. Louise was the one who was at the family's house because I was interviewing Kelly Lund. What did she say about it? Huh? What did Louise tell you about the video? It's short, I guess. A tall woman in a hoodie is leaving the Marshall's house. She said it's definitely a woman? Barry thought a minute. I think so. And anyway, Bellamy Marshall told us it was. The loving sister. Excuse me? How long was the video? About 5 seconds. 5 seconds. How do you know from 5 seconds of surveillance video if someone in a hoodie is a woman or a man or a fucking schnauzer? Hank leaned in very close, his drill bit eyes trained on him. Barry frowned at him. Think about it, Barry. The figure in the video, getting into the silver car, couldn't it have been a slightly built man? Seriously? Hank. Yeah? What did Shane Marshall do back then that would make him a more credible murder suspect than Kelly Michelle Lund? Barry's phone buzzed. He yanked it out of his pocket and looked at the screen. Louise. Hey, listen, can I call you back? No need, sport. she said. Barry hated it when she called him sport. Just look at the lead story on TMZ. Kelly hung up the phone, her head throbbing, unasked questions buzzing around inside it. Shane had been arrested for assault and drunk and disorderly conduct, Officer Sullivan had said. Drunk? Kelly had said. Under the influence. Of what? Kelly hadn't asked. Throughout the conversation with Sullivan, her mind and mouth had been out of sync, thoughts stalling and sputtering before she could voice them. Assault. Far as she knew, Shane had never been in a physical fight, and outside of his nightly Ambien comas, Kelly had never known him to be under the influence of anything. She grabbed her car keys off the hook near the kitchen door and was reaching for the knob when she noticed the glowing light of her computer. Her heart pounded, body working on its own, sliding back into the kitchen chair. She called up TMZ. They might not have the story yet, but let's just see. I need to see first. I need to know what I'm dealing with. Jesus. They don't miss a beat, do they? She whispered. Shane was the lead story. His mugshot filled half the screen, but the mugshot didn't look like Shane. It didn't look like anyone Kelly knew. Didn't look like any human being so much as a fictional character, something TMZ had cobbled together in Photoshop to illustrate the headline. Sterling Marshall's son goes wacko. What a headline. What a way to describe Shane, who had just lost his father. To beat him up all over again with those harsh words, that burlesque font, that picture. Kelly stared at the purple swelling under the left eye, the cuts on the tear-streaked face, some of them still bleeding. It made her cringe. The idea of so many strangers gawking at Shane's tears, Shane's blood. Was there anything more invasive than that? Anything more awful? Blood, pooling on the floor of his study. The awful, slick feel of it, Sterling Marshall's blood. Kelly shut her eyes. Go away. She opened them again and skimmed the article enough to find out that Shane had gotten into a brawl with a fellow customer at a strip club on Pico, and that he seemed druggy and out of it. She didn't need to know more. She raced out the door, her bag slung over her shoulder, the slip of paper in her hand with the scrawled address of the police station, clutching it like a good luck charm. Once in her car, the address plugged into her GPS, her foot on the accelerator, and the engine rumbling up through the wheel and into her hands, Kelly tried her hardest to think of nothing but driving, the feel of it. For a time, she succeeded. The whole ride over to the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, Barry Dupree had one thought in his mind. What kind of a guy would marry Kelly Lund? He'd gotten a pretty good answer out of Hank Grayson, who'd let him know over his second Belgian beer that in 1987 or thereabouts, 16-year-old Shane Marshall had consumed half a bottle of his father's best scotch along with several lines of crystal meth and proceeded to go ballistic on the family's longtime personal chef, wrestling him to the ground while slicing him up pretty good with a set of sewing shears. But that had been a long time ago. By throwing piles of cash at both the chef and the housekeeper who had reported the incident, as well as glad-handing responding officers, including Grayson, checking his son into Betty Ford, and most of all, by being the all-around stand-up Hollywood hero that he was, Sterling Marshall had managed to make the whole thing go away. Shane had grown up, gone to USC, started his own photo archive business, largely without incident, that is, until he said "I do" to the woman who murdered his father's closest friend. What the hell was that about? Barry didn't have a lot of experience with women. He'd had maybe 3 actual girlfriends in his life, one of whom he'd married and who was now bleeding him dry with alimony payments. These days, he preferred the company of penthouse videos anyway. But he knew enough. He knew that crazy could be a turn-on, especially to a sheltered wannabe bad boy yearning to piss off his legendary dad. But to marry crazy? To stay married to it for 15 years? That, in Barry's opinion, took some serious wackadoodlery. "How's his record?" Barry asked one of Shane Marshall's arresting officers. A husky guy by the name of Greg Hearn, with unusually rosy cheeks and a constant sweat sheen on him, like his temperature was turned up too high. "Pretty clean for a Hollywood type," Greg said. "Just a couple speeding tickets." They were standing outside a holding cell. Barry, Greg, and Louise Braddock, who'd met him at the station. Inside the cell, Shane Marshall was passed out, snoring lightly. He was half sitting on the bench, his body propped up against the wall at a weird angle that was bound to cramp him up in a bad way once he regained consciousness. Louise and Barry had hoped to question him, and, being one of Barry's sort of gym buddies, Greg had said, "No problem." But clearly, Shane Marshall was no good to anybody right now. "No drug arrests?" Louise said. "DUIs?" "Well, he is a Betty Ford grad," Barry said. Louise frowned. "And you know this how?" "Hank Grayson told me." "He did?" Barry smiled a little inside. "That's right. Hank Grayson and I are pals now. We go out for beers together, chew on that for a while." But he kept his expression neutral, watched Shane Marshall's chest rising and falling, the snore whistling out of him. Such a harmless-looking guy, really. Small, slightly built, not the type you'd expect to beat the crap out of somebody in a strip club. Hank Grayson was convinced Shane Marshall had a dark side, a Mr. Hyde that jumped out and bit whenever he fell off the wagon. But Barry wasn't so sure. You had to look at the big picture here. The guy's father had just been shot to death. Grief did strange things to people. Louise said, "What was he on tonight? TMZ said he was druggy." "Ambien." Greg gestured at Marshall, his sweaty hand flying into Barry's line of vision. "We spoke to his mom. I guess when he was back at her house earlier today, he stole a whole bunch from her bottle." Louise's voice pitched up an octave. "Seriously?" Barry turned, looked at her. "Ambien doesn't make everybody fall asleep," he said. "Some people get mean on it. Some can black out and do things they don't remember, eating, having sex, driving even. I know that, Barry. So why the shock?" "Because earlier today, I talked to a friend at the Joshua Tree Police Department. A little more than a week ago, Shane Marshall was taken in for trespassing on someone's property. He was wandering around this guy's yard at 3 a.m, trying to look through his windows." Barry turned to Greg. "Why wasn't it on his record?" "The guy didn't want to press charges," Louise said. mainly because Marshall truly had no idea what he was doing. He was acting hypnotized, possessed even, my friend said. Louise looked at Greg, then Barry. She held his gaze. Turned out, he was having a bad reaction to Ambien. Barry looked at her. So? He woke up in the police station 2 hours later, didn't remember a thing. He'd blacked out everything, including the drive to the neighbor's house. Louise started to thumb through her notebook. "Geez," Greg said. "This morning, when I spoke to Shane Marshall, he told me he had taken sleeping pills last night," she said, reading her notes. Barry glanced over her shoulder. He'd never known anyone with such perfect handwriting. He said he wouldn't have heard his wife coming or going because, and I quote, "I was dead to the world." Barry shook his head. "You honestly think he could have taken Ambien last night and blacked out not only a 2-hour drive to his parents' house, but getting his father's gun out of a locked drawer, killing him with it?" Louise stared at him. "I think he could claim that's what happened." "You're kidding me," he said. "Right?" "Do I look like I'm kidding?" She blinked at him, pursed her lips even thinner than they were to begin with. "Louise," Barry said, "you never look like you're kidding. Your face doesn't go that way." 1 week ago, he blacks out on Ambien, wanders around some random neighbor's property long enough for the guy to notice, call the cops. Wait, you think he was setting the stage? Like this is part of some grand plan? "I don't think or know anything. It's a possibility," she said. "At this point, anything is a possibility." Inside the cell, Shane Marshall stirred in his sleep. "No," he said. No, get off of me." Greg wiped his sweaty forehead with the back of his hand. "You guys are freaking me out." Barry looked at Louise. Was his wife told about this, altercation in Joshua Tree? She shook her head. He was mortified, begged those cops not to tell. And they listened? "They know him there. Everybody knows him. He's a nice guy," my friend said, and kind of a local celebrity because of his dad. So they went along with it. Never called his wife. Barry nodded. "Who was the neighbor?" he said. "Was he a friend of Marshall's too?" "Get off of me!" Louise shook her head. "Some local weirdo," she said. "Chainsaw artist. Goes by the name of Rocky III." Kelly screeched her car to the curb on Seward, just around the corner from the Hollywood police station. By now, more than 2 hours had passed since TMZ had broken the news, and it showed in the vans outside the station. The bank of paparazzi clustered on either side of the front door, as though Shane's arrest were some kind of red carpet event. She got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and took a few deep breaths. "Collect yourself," she whispered. Same thing the shrink at Carpentia had said to her the one time she'd ever cried in therapy. She'd been talking about her dad, her poor dad, who had never hurt anyone other than himself, and, when she thought about it, was not unlike Shane. "Collect yourself, please, Kelly," the shrink had said, as though bits of her had fallen off and would blow away if she didn't gather them up fast. Did Shane know about last night? Was that what had sent him over the edge? She wanted to tell him what had happened, but how could she? She tried rehearsing it in her mind as she headed up Wilcox and waited to cross at the light. She tried several ways to phrase the story, but every version fell flat. She wouldn't even be able to tell Shane how she'd been able to sleep last night, because the truth was this: sleeping had been easy. The hard thing had been waking up. Kelly was nearing the police station now. Some of the paparazzi caught sight of her. She noticed them turning toward her and put her head down. As she approached the front of the building, she heard one of them say, "Is she anybody?" And then a mumble. Kelly couldn't discern the answer, but she suspected it was no. For a teenage killer, aging was the ultimate disguise, and Kelly Michelle Lund was now 47, not 17. She was grateful for that as she passed the group of them, muttering and shouting and pushing at each other, saying Shane's name, Sterling's name, growing restless and vicious like the pack they were. "Wait," said one of them, a woman. "I think she might be the wife." Kelly sped up her pace, pretending not to hear. "Just get to the door. Open it, ask for Officer Sullivan, don't turn around, keep your head down." "You mean the murderer?" said another. This one male. Almost there. Kelly's foot was on the first front step when she heard, "Kelly, how are you?" She froze. She recognized the voice, deep and gravelly and unfortunately one of a kind, each word laced with a British by way of Massachusetts lockjaw. Intimidating to Kelly when she was just a kid, but so ridiculous now, so ringingly, pathetically phony. Kelly's head jerked up at the sound of it. And there he was, Sebastian Todd. "Call me S.T., Kelly. All my friends do." Since she'd last seen him, Todd had replaced his wire-rimmed granny glasses with squared-off tortoiseshell frames. His swoop of snow-white hair had been shaved all the way down, so that in the light it looked like glitter sprinkled over his head. But he was still 100% ST, still wearing one of his signature cream-colored suits, slumped shoulders straining against the expensive fabric, his posture reminding Kelly, as it had when she'd met him, of a cartoon vulture grinning from a tree branch. He'd been talking to a woman with gunmetal gray hair and another man whom, after a few seconds, Kelly recalled as the detective from this morning. The sugar lover. Of course they're hanging out together. Why wouldn't they be? Kelly said, "I'm doing peachy, S.T." And then she put on the smile for him, the Mona Lisa death smile as he'd named it himself. Flat eyes, mouth stretching. She hadn't realized what she'd been doing back when he'd named it. She'd been a young girl, scared out of her mind, imagining a fuse box, escaping. But after Kelly had read his first essay about her in the Los Angeles Times, after she'd seen that phrase spelled out on the page, Mona Lisa death smile, well, she'd kind of liked it. During her first few days in, she'd spent hours practicing it in front of the mirror, tilting the chin, narrowing the eyes just so. The reward had come the first time she'd tried it out on Javerbaum, the biggest, meanest guard at Carpintia. "Answer me when I talk to you," Officer Javerbaum had said. And Kelly had smiled that smile at the bitch and watched her face change, watched her crumble. The detective was looking at her the same way Javerbaum had, which made her smile for real. Todd shook his head mournfully. She could practically hear the clucking of his tongue. The only one unmoved was the gray-haired woman, who strode toward Kelly, hand outstretched. "Kelly," she said, "I'd like to ask you some questions about your husband." The woman pressed a business card into her hand. "My husband?" she said. Behind her back, shouts echoed. "Have you talked to Shane Kelly? What drugs was he on? Did you kill Sterling Marshall Kelly? Is that why Shane went nuts, because you killed his dad? Kelly, over here!" Kelly's head went down again. She looked at the business card in her hand. Louise Braddock, LAPD, robbery, homicide. She nearly laughed. "About my husband, huh?" Kelly heard the click, beep, and whir of their cameras at her back. Her name shouted louder and louder. She brushed Louise Braddock aside, pushed open the door, and yanked it closed behind her. "Free at last," she whispered. The irony wasn't lost. Comparatively, the inside of the station house was quiet and, despite the fluorescent lights and the sickly yellow walls, soothing. The air conditioner was on full blast. It froze the sweat on the back of Kelly's neck, snaked under the neck of her t-shirt. She shuddered as she made her way to the front desk, where a ruddy-faced and sweaty young male cop stood talking to an equally young policewoman, blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail. "I'm telling you, it can happen," the sweaty one was saying. "Just because a drug is supposed to work a certain way doesn't mean it'll work that way on everybody. Body chemistry is a strange thing. Come on, Greg, it's a sleeping pill. You come on. Big Pharma's obviously got you brainwashed." "Excuse me," Kelly said. "I'm here for Shane Marshall." The sweaty one abruptly stopped talking. The blonde trained her clear blue eyes on her. "Mrs. Marshall?" "Yes. I'm Officer Sullivan. We spoke earlier." Kelly caught that hint of a southern accent. "Yes?" "Listen, ma'am, I'm sorry you had to come all the way out here." Kelly frowned. "Huh? It isn't a problem." "No," she said. "No, that's not what I meant." "Excuse me?" "What I mean to say, ma'am, is that Mr. Marshall's already left." "What?" "But He left with his sister. She posted bail and we let them out the back to avoid the reporters." She took a step forward, gave Kelly a pained smile. "I'm so sorry. I tried calling, but it went straight to voicemail." Kelly grabbed her phone out of her bag and pushed at it. The battery was dead. She'd never plugged it into her car charger, never even plugged it in at home when she'd gotten back from Rockies. Almost as though you have a need to see it die. "Don't worry about it," she mumbled, heading out the front door before Sullivan could reply. That press murmur again, tugging at her. "Kelly! Where's Shane? Are they keeping him, Kelly? Did he help you kill Sterling?" At least he'd been able to sneak out the back, keep them all waiting out here for no reason. Kelly hoped they'd stay all night. She glanced over at Todd. "Something wrong, Kelly?" he said in his ridiculous accent. Oh, how she wanted to slap him. He took a few steps toward Kelly. Her cue. One foot in front of the other, fast as possible, starting now. She hightailed it, running into a broad shoulder as she passed. The sugar-spooning detective on his way into the station, his partner, the business card giver at his side. Dupree. Barry Dupree. How odd for her to remember his name now. "Sorry," Dupree said. "Sorry." "Kelly, can I ask you what kind of mood your husband was in last night?" It was the business card giver talking. "No," said Kelly. "You can't." Barry Dupree stifled a smile. More and more this night was feeling like a bad dream, one she knew she'd had before and would hate herself for having again, were it ever to do her a favor and prove itself a dream and end. She ran past the shouting paparazzi, across the street against the light, horns blaring at her, bringing back memories that she pushed away, pushed them hard, fast as they came. Stop thinking. Charge your phone. Check it to see if Shane called, and then drive away. Kelly heard her name again, footsteps behind her. "Leave me alone!" It came out a scream, and her voice sounded foreign, unhinged. Once she made it around the corner, Kelly peered down the street. Her car was about half a block away, license plate glaring back at her from under a streetlight. The street was a residential one. Unassuming duplexes, a squat 3-story apartment building she hadn't noticed during the rush to the station, but, as she now saw, much like the place where she and her mom and Catherine used to live. "Mama, look! Kelly and I can see the sign from our bedroom window." Most of the windows were dark, the sidewalk empty. She hurled herself at her car, breathing heavily, her sneakers slamming into the concrete. Once she reached her Camry, she shoved her key in the door and flung it open. She stuck the key in the ignition and plugged her dead phone into the charger, waited just long enough to be able to turn it on. She'd received a text, just one, from Shane. It was only one line long. "I need some time away from you." "What?" she whispered. "Why?" "Why?" She said it again. Such a dumb question. There were so many reasons why Shane would need time away from her, with last night at the top of the list. Rocky a close second, and what followed nearly endless. So many wrong things Kelly had done and kept stashed away from her husband of 15 years, hoping he'd never find out, believing that her secrets might outlive them both. "What you don't know can't hurt you." Kelly's mother used to say that. Kelly's mother, who had driven Catherine out of the house and to her death with her rage, and then Kelly 2 years later to a different type of death. Kelly thought about calling Shane. She imagined herself tracking him down at Bellamy's house and banging on the door, demanding to see him. But then she looked at the text again. The words he'd chosen. Not just time away, but time away from you. Another one. Gone. She started up the car, so lost in her thoughts she didn't feel anyone approaching, didn't notice the passenger door opening until it slammed. She turned fast to see Sebastian Todd. Vulture slumped in the passenger seat as though this were a planned meeting. "What are you doing here?" Kelly said. "Apologizing." Kelly stared at him, barely noticing the paparazzi rounding the corner and making for her car. Apologizing? She pulled away from the curb but kept her eyes fixed on his face. For what? Sebastian Todd gave her a weak smile that had nothing to do with anything that was going on around them. "I know you didn't kill John McFadden. Chapter 11. Sterling Marshall's son goes wacko at a strip club. Less than 24 hours after his movie star father's brutal and mysterious shooting death, Sterling Marshall's son Shane went completely cray-cray at Teasers on Pico, terrifying the dancers and leaving fellow patron Carrie Wurst with a broken jaw and black eye. "I've never seen anything like it," Carrie's friend Dave Farnsworth told TMZ. "The dude was like a wild animal." Farnsworth told us that Shane Marshall, 40, arrived at the club alone and blotto. "He was hammered on something," said one of the club's dancers, who goes by the name of Bliss. "Definitely he has anger issues and was looking to pound somebody to a pulp." Other patrons told TMZ that Shane's eyes were half closed and his head was lolling in a really drugged-out way. "Looked like meth to me," said another eyewitness, who thinks it also could have been bath salts. Whatever Marshall was on, it wasn't pretty. After leaping on stage and mauling a dancer as she tried to perform, Marshall was approached by Carrie Wurst, who politely told him to keep his hands off the girls. "Shane Marshall made this growling sound, like an animal," Bliss said. "Then he dove on poor Carrie. He just started tearing him apart." The scariest part was Marshall spoke to Wurst throughout the entire vicious attack. "You could only make out a little of it, but it was weird," said Wurst's friend Dave. "A bunch of times I heard him say, 'Kelly.'" Marshall's wife, convicted murderer Kelly Michelle Lund, could not be reached for comment. But regardless of what he was saying to his victim about his wife, Marshall clearly wasn't behaving like a loving, loyal husband on the night of his father's shooting death. "It would almost be sad," Dave Farnsworth continued, "if that guy hadn't broken Carrie's jaw and nearly killed him." Carrie Wurst, a 35-year-old accountant from Arcadia, is currently being treated for his injuries at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Added another witness, "Murderer or not, I feel sorry for Shane Marshall's wife. That guy is a hot mess and a ticking time bomb for sure." Took the words right out of our mouths. Update. Shane Marshall has been arrested for assault and drunk and disorderly conduct. He has been released on bail. TMZ will provide additional updates as they happen. A spokesperson for the LAPD says Shane Marshall's blood has been tested. Toxicology results will be available in 2 weeks. The investigation continues into Sterling Marshall's death. When contacted by TMZ, Kelly Michelle Lund hung up on our reporter. Lead story, TMZ. Morning of April 22nd, 2010. Chapter 12. February 14th, 1980. They just drove. Kelly, Bellamy, and V. Drove with no destination, no plan of action other than escape. Windows down, cigarettes lit, Bellamy's music blasting. Joy Division, Bauhaus, Susie and the Banshees. British bands Kelly had never heard of until Bellamy announced them, but still felt as though she knew in a way. Those melodies so sad and haunting, those singers, all of them with voices like ghosts. Kelly leaned against the locked door, her hair blowing out the open window, warm air all over her, warm smoke in her throat, easing past her lips, warming them too. Before long, the earlier part of the day, that awful phone call at school, that woman laughing at her when she'd asked for Len, not to mention Len himself, his fake phone number. All of it slipped away like a passing thought that hadn't been important to begin with. V's full name was Vincent Vales. He was just 16, but had already passed the GED. He was a professional actor and lived in his own apartment like a grown man. The apartment was on Gower near the studios, and it had been built as a place to house starlets back in the 1940s. "It looks sort of like the Sleeping Beauty castle at Disneyland," Bellamy said, "only a lot smaller." Bellamy was the one who told Kelly all about V. V didn't seem like much of a talker, but that was okay, since Kelly wasn't much of a talker either. "You want to know how V and I met?" Bellamy said as she pulled into the mobile self-serve station on Robertson and Sunset and turned the car off, Susie's ghost voice going silent. "Yeah." Kelly imagined the two of them shopping side by side at Fiorucci, slam dancing at the Whiskey, sipping champagne with Jack Nicholson on a Mulholland Drive balcony, making out. Bellamy turned off the car. "He was in a movie with my dad." "Which one?" Kelly said. "Would you know it?" Bellamy said. "It's a Western." She turned around in the seat to face her, Kelly's blurred reflection swimming in her Ray-Bans. "Oh no, wait. Let me guess. Your mom would, right? Because she's seen all his movies? She's a big fan?" Everybody's mom lusts after my dad. It's kind of gross." "Actually," Kelly said, "my mom lusts after bankers." Bellamy tilted her head to the side and regarded Kelly for several seconds, as though she were trying to figure out whether or not she was joking. "Good for her," she said finally. "Movie actors are dicks." "Hey," V said. "Present company, blah, blah, blah." As Bellamy got out of the car, Kelly looked down at her hands. What would Mom say if she knew I was here right now, ditching school with a movie actor and Sterling Marshall's daughter? She didn't want to know, didn't even want to think about it. Bellamy started pumping gas, and V turned around in his seat. The first time she'd seen his face head-on, not in a mirror. He was startlingly handsome. Shiny black hair, full lips, eyes blue as gas flames set against caramel tan skin. He almost didn't seem real, more a piece of art than a person. Kelly forgot whatever it was she'd been thinking about and just stared at him. Against her will, her face stretched into a goofy smile. "Defiance," he said. "Huh?" "Defiance was the movie I was in with Bellamy's dad. I was just 11 years old. I played Sterling's son, and I was killed in the first act." She forced herself to stop smiling. "Was that hard?" she said, "pretending to die?" "Nah, I just had to lie there." He grinned. His teeth were pearly. "During most of the takes, I fell asleep." Kelly laughed. "Anyway, Bellamy would come to the set. She was there a lot. She was the only other kid my age, and so we got to be friends. Since I was playing her dad's son, she started calling me her pretend brother. The director would let us sit in his folding chair. John McFadden. Ever hear of him?" Kelly shook her head. "He's kind of well known." He didn't say it in a mean or snooty way, just like someone making conversation. "Pretend brother," she said. "That's cute." He shrugged. "That's Bellamy. She's still my pretend sister, I guess. When you're not in school, it's harder to find friends, so the few you have wind up being pretty important." They're just friends. Kelly's heart leaped a little. surprising and embarrassing her at the same time. She felt her cheeks flushing and hoped he didn't notice. Why did her face keep doing things she didn't want it to do? "Do you have any real sisters?" "Nope. I'm an only child." "Me too." V's smile faded, and he looked at her, really looked at her, those gas flame eyes lasering into hers. "But not always, right?" "No," she said slowly. "Not always." "I'm so sorry." "How do you know?" "I knew Kat. She was your twin sister, right?" Kelly squinted at him, thinking about all the times she'd spied on Catherine, all the boys she'd ever seen her with. She'd never seen V. She would have remembered V. "Wow." "She used to talk about you," he said. "She did?" "She always said you were a better person than her, the good twin," he said. "It stuck in my mind because, Kat was a really good person herself." "Wow," Kelly said again. Such a dumb thing to say. It made her sound like some spaced-out fan, but she couldn't help it. Not many people at school had known Catherine, mainly because she'd barely gone to school. She'd wanted to be an actress, a real one, she used to say, and only life can teach you that. Not school, not books. Living life up to its bendy edge, pressing against that edge hard as you can. So the people from school who came out from under rocks in the weeks after her body was found, the kids who talked loudly in the hallways, bragging that they'd known that dead freshman, those kids called Catherine lots of things, but good was never one of them. It was as though she'd become something else in death. The wild girl, the slut, that chick who partied way too hard. A character in everyone else's story, reduced to just a few wrong words. Because they didn't know her. Not really. She may have been going through a wild phase, sure, but more than that, Catherine was good. She always had been. She was just 2 minutes older than me, but it always felt like a lot more, Kelly said. She taught me how to swim. Bellamy was in the kiosk now, paying. V glanced at her as she settled up. "I bet you taught her a lot, too," he said. "You just didn't know it." Wow. Kelly stopped herself from saying it out loud again as Bellamy swung open the car door, bangle bracelets jangling as though to announce her presence. "Why the long faces? Geez, I leave you two alone for 5 minutes. Kelly forced a smile. "Yeah, well, what did I miss?" "Acting," V said. "We were talking about acting, and how you used to call me your pretend brother." "Can you blame me? You're a hell of a lot more fun than my real brother." Her gaze settled on Kelly. "That doesn't explain why you both look like your dog just died." "Well," Kelly said slowly, drawing the word out. "Yeah?" V knew my sister. Bellamy's face went still. "Oh," she said. "Oh, Kelly." Bellamy opened the car door and leaned into the back where she was sitting. Kelly wasn't sure what she was going to do at first, but she pulled her close and hugged her with a strength that surprised her. "I'm so sorry." Tentatively, Kelly hugged her back. I didn't... I knew her," she said. "Not well, but everybody knew her. She went to the parties. I introduced you guys, V said. Right. Bellamy pulled away. She looked at Kelly. I didn't know whether or not to bring it up. It's okay, she said. It was a long time ago. It wasn't. It had only been 2 years, but neither of them pointed that out. Bellamy tilted her head again, watching her, Kelly wishing she'd take her sunglasses off until finally she broke into a smile. Hey, you know what? If you want to act, V can get you a screen test. Kelly swallowed. She had never thought about acting before, not even once. Catherine had been the actress, while Kelly had been the... What had she been? The actress's sister. I don't know if I'm movie material, she said quietly. Are you kidding? You're a babe. Kelly blushed, her face betraying her again. You are, V said. Her cheeks burned purple now. Her heart thrummed. V said, I can get you a screen test with John. John? John McFadden, the director I was telling you about. You know him that well? Yep. Bellamy slipped back into the front seat, sighing dramatically. He's V's dad. Oh, Kelly said. She looked at V, who had turned around again. He was sitting perfectly still, the tips of his ears a deep red. His last name's different because of nepotism, Bellamy was saying as she started up the car. He wants to make it on his own. Of course, he doesn't mind his big-shot daddy casting him in his pictures and paying his rent. Whatever, Bellamy. Oh, come on. I'm just kidding around. She ran a hand through his glossy hair. Cut it out. Bellamy cast a quick glance at Kelly. Let's not fight in front of the children. V said, just drive. Bellamy screeched away from the pump. Susie began moaning again, but V switched it off. I'm sick of this black shroud shit. I thought you liked it. I like Jack Daniels, too, but if I drank it all day, I'd puke. He slipped another cassette in the deck, all horns and fun. The singer shouting, "One step beyond." Madness, said Bellamy. It took Kelly a little while to realize that Madness was the name of the band on the tape, but she didn't let on. I like Madness, she said. V smiled at her in the rear view. Me too. And then Bellamy was pulling up to a red light, calling a Chinese fire drill. V and Kelly throwing their doors open in unison and jumping out into the street. Horns blaring at them from all around, the singer shouting it again, one step beyond. Oh my God, you guys, Kelly shouted, but she got out too. The three of them circled the Red Rabbit once, twice, 3 times as more horns joined in, people calling them stupid kids, yelling cuss words at them. One more time, Bellamy screamed. Off they went. Kelly laughed until her sides ached. I'm with friends, she thought. And a part of Kelly, a tiny spark of her, felt like Catherine was watching them and smiling. This one's called Passion Fruit Shimmer, Mom said. You just want to put the slightest hint of it on your cheekbones. Any more than that, it looks trashy. Mom dusted Kelly's cheeks with a soft brush, her breath tickling her skin. She'd gotten a new line in today, the spring line already, even though it was just mid-February, and Mom always likes to practice with a new line before trying it out on the paying customers. Want to be my guinea pig? Mom had said to Kelly when she'd slipped through the door at the normal time, 4 o'clock, just like every other day when she went to all her classes and took the bus. Mom had a tone to her, an urgency, though that could have just been the way she was interpreting Mom, the way Kelly was thinking, the state she was in. Everything felt urgent. At any rate, yes was the only possible answer to the guinea pig question, and normally, Kelly loved it when Mom made her over. Mom, so caring with her steady, cool hands, the authority in her voice as she explained each step. The attention she paid her, as though Kelly were a piece of art she was creating. Mom was very good at makeup. She studied faces hard before she chose her shades, and she could turn anyone into a beauty, even Kelly. Like a princess, she would say after her makeovers were complete, both of them gazing at Kelly's face in the mirror. Eyes bright, cheekbones defined, lips just the right shade. Kelly would look at herself and the way her mother was looking at her, and she would feel transformed. Today, Kelly already felt beautiful. Walking through the door, still in the final glittering lap of her first cocaine high, Kelly had replayed the car ride in her mind. A ride that had stretched all the way to Venice Beach and back with so much laughter, so much confession, so many secrets presented like gifts. I've never told anyone this before, Kelly. You're just so easy to talk to. Kelly in the back seat, V and Bellamy in the front, turning to her. Friends. We're the Three Musketeers, Bellamy had said. Or maybe Charlie's Angels. They'd parked in Venice Beach in a spot where the ocean stretched out before them. The sun low in the sky, so many people walking by, shirtless and on roller skates, in patched cutoffs and bikinis, beach-tanned and sunburned and heroin-pale, all of them beautiful and ugly at the same time. That was when Bellamy had slipped the mirror and the folded-up piece of paper from her purse, V rolling up a 20, Bellamy shaking the white powder onto the mirror, cutting it into lines. Listening to the ritual click of the blade against the glass, Kelly had felt the strangest, most powerful longing, a need for a feeling she'd never known. And then the relief. Oh, the medicinal drip down the back of her throat, the numbness of her gums, the way her nerves came alive in an instant. And V, how he had looked at her. The first time is always the best, he had said. Like all expensive things, cocaine was better even than Kelly had imagined. It made her feel so much. The tingling of her pores, the sparkling of her eyes. Yes, Kelly could actually feel her eyes sparkling. Mom, Kelly said. Shh, stay still. I have to do your lips. No, wait a second. Mom heaved out a sigh. What? Kelly cleared her throat. Have you ever heard of a director called John McFadden? She cleared her throat. Yes, Kelly, everyone's heard of him. Catherine was friends with John McFadden's son. It was the cocaine talking. Kelly wouldn't have said it normally, not on the anniversary of Catherine's death, what with how Mom felt about Hollywood people and Catherine's old friends, and even the sound of Catherine's name. Every time you said her dead daughter's name out loud, it killed Mom a little. Kelly could see it in the way she was looking at her now, with those bruisey eyes she always got when someone hurt her. a look on her face like she was recovering from a punch. "I'm sorry," Kelly wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come out. She wasn't sorry. She was tired of living by Mom's rules, tired of missing Catherine in silence and alone. Mom said, "How do you know that?" "I talked to some people from school." "I don't want you talking to those people." "What people?" The people who would know that about your sister." Kelly wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but of course she knew. The people Catherine met at parties. Catherine always used to claim that their mother was jealous of all the parties she went to, and of Catherine herself, young and connected as she was, just 15 years old, but on the fringes of the new Hollywood, this close to being a star. Kelly didn't believe it back then. Mom always said she was just trying to protect her, to save you from yourself, as she used to say. Those people are like the movies they make, best viewed from a distance. And that had made sense to Kelly. It had made sense up until the beginning of this week. But it didn't anymore. Kelly heard Catherine's voice in her mind, the voice becoming her own. "How could you, of all people, tell me who to spend my time with? You who couldn't even make it in the movies as a makeup artist. You who got knocked up by a lousy stuntman." "What?" said Kelly's mother. She hadn't even realized she'd said it out loud. But the coke made her brave and reckless with the truth. "That's the closest you'll ever get to being a star, getting knocked up by a stuntman." The lip brush dropped out of her mother's hand, clattered on the floor. Kelly stared at it. The mother-of-pearl handle, delicate and wand-like. Her mother's brush. She'd never noticed before how pretty it was. Some things you only notice when they fall to the ground. "Who have you been talking to?" Kelly knew she should stop now. She'd gone too far already, but she couldn't help it. There had been so much confessing this afternoon, so much truth. Sometimes I think my mom would have been happier if Catherine and I had both died. It's like she has this grief and guilt, but since I'm still around, she can't get lost in it. It's like the worst of both worlds. "People?" Kelly tried. "Just which people?" She looked at her mother and the pained, bruisy eyes. "Sterling Marshall's daughter." Mom backed up a few more steps. Her lip trembled. Kelly could actually see it trembling, and when she spoke, her voice shook too. "I don't want you spending time with that girl." "What? Why?" "I don't need to give you reasons. I'm 17 years old, not 3. "Did you hear what I said?" "You don't want me to have friends." "That isn't true." She took a breath, closed her eyes for a moment. "What about Susie?" "Who?" "Susie Mitchell, the doctor's daughter." "Jesus." "Mom," she said, "I know what's best for you." "You don't," she said, anger rising. "You don't know anything." "Do you want to end up like your sister?" "Yes." "Go to your room." Kelly stood up, every muscle in her body tensed, her blood rushing hot. She was taller than her mother by a few inches now, and for the first time she felt it. "Catherine isn't dead because of Hollywood," she said. "She isn't dead because of the parties she went to or the friends she had, and she definitely isn't dead because of Sterling Marshall or his daughter." Don't say another word. Kelly stared her down, the words coming before she could stop them, before she wanted to stop them. Catherine is dead because of you! How could you say that? If you hadn't hit her, she would have stayed home. She never would have gone off to Chantry Flats. She never would have been so angry and hurt and horrible feeling that she jumped into the canyon. Mom said nothing. Her lip trembled. You killed her, Kelly said. Mom's eyes narrowed. She spoke so quietly, it was nearly a whisper. Pack your things. What? Pack your things. Kelly's mother crossed her arms over her chest. Kelly's palms began to sweat, the back of her neck. Sweat trickled down her ribs, and the cocaine high drained out of her along with it. Her shirt damp and clinging. She felt cold. I'm sorry, she whispered. Pack your things. Kelly couldn't argue. She couldn't speak. She went into her room and grabbed a suitcase out of her closet and pulled what few clothes she had off her hangers out of her drawers. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Once she packed it all, she slipped to the floor and reached under her bed where she kept her stash of trashy magazines. Tiger Beat, Teen, Rona Barrett's Hollywood. She threw those in, too. Kelly pulled herself up off the floor. This can't be happening, she whispered, still shaking. For a few seconds she felt as though someone was watching her, but when she whirled around, hoping for her mother, she saw no one. Kelly was alone. Her cheeks burned. Her mouth was dry. She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, half made over, half not. Pale, chapped lips, cheeks smeared with passion fruit shimmer. She felt lost. As she passed her mother's room, Kelly saw the framed picture of Catherine still on her nightstand, placed next to the heart-shaped box filled with stale, old candy. A coil of anger sprung out inside her. Without even thinking about it, she swiped up the box and the photo, shoved them into her suitcase, snapped it shut. She'll miss these, she thought. Then she went back into her room and opened her nightstand drawer, took out Catherine's necklace, and for the first time put it on. She stared at her reflection, the delicate chain at her throat, the 2 diamonds glistening. Do I dare? She remembered the way her mother had looked at it when Catherine had first worn it home. Where did you get that? Answer me. She undid the clasp, put the necklace into her shirt pocket. When Kelly reached the living room, her mother was sitting on the couch, her head bowed. She tried again. I'm really sorry. Are you still going to be friends with her? Bellamy Marshall? Yes, Kelly said. She's the only friend I have at school. She stood up, faced her. Mom's hands were dropped to her sides now, and she looked softer now, less angry. You're high, aren't you? She said. Coked up. Kelly shook her head. Not now, Mom. Not anymore. It doesn't matter. Mom handed her a thick wad of $20 bills, then a slip of paper with an address written on it. Kelly couldn't speak. She thought of all the things Mom used to say about Catherine when they would fight. "You're not a star. You're not an actress. You're a party girl. Party girls are like party favors. They get used up and thrown out." And in the end, that's all Catherine had turned out to be. A used-up, thrown-out party favor. A dead party girl at the bottom of a canyon. Do you want to end up like your sister? "I called you a cab while you were packing," Mom said. "Should only cost about $15. Kelly swallowed hard. A tear trickled down her cheek. "Mom, please." "You can come back," she said, "if you promise never to speak to Bellamy Marshall again." Kelly stared at her, tried it again. "She's my only friend." "Goodbye, Kelly." "I can't stop talking to her. You can't make me. This isn't fair." "You'll be fine." She grasped the paper in her hands, throat tightening, tears coming. "Whose address is this?" Mom smiled a little, a thin smile that didn't reach her eyes, and then the cab pulled up outside their building, its horn tooting. "It's your father's," she said. Chapter 13. April 22nd, 2010. "Tell me about those last 4 months before John McFadden's death," Sebastian Todd said, once Kelly had swung the car onto the 10 without signaling, leaving the paparazzi vans behind. "The time you spent living with your dad." Kelly said nothing. She'd kept silent ever since he'd barged into her car. "I know you didn't kill John McFadden," he'd said. And she hadn't offered so much as a instead, allowing the self-described literary journalist to stare intently at the side of her face, nodding his head slowly as she drove, holding his trademarked pregnant pause all the way to its breaking point. This was one thing Sebastian Todd had never gotten about Kelly. Unlike most other interview subjects, she had no need to fill conversational pauses. Kelly was fine with silence. She always had been. Funny he hadn't remembered that. Sebastian Todd was very proud of his interviewing skills, Kelly knew. In the preface to one of his books, she couldn't remember which one, he'd compared them to the skills of a big game hunter. Know your prey. Know their weaknesses and their strengths. Find the perfect ammunition and use it. Of course, that was a load of crap. Todd had no need for interviewing skills, as his groundbreaking prison talk with Kelly, the one printed in his Pulitzer Prize-nominated book Mona Lisa, was described by the author himself as creative nonfiction, which, as it turned out, was a fancy way to say almost completely made up. She'd never said any of those things he claimed she did in the interview. Never said John McFadden's death was meant to be. Never said anything about a belief system, and certainly never called herself an agent of fate. In fact, Kelly couldn't recall saying much of anything at all to Sebastian Todd, this important journalist she'd never heard of, and who wore a white suit to a women's prison. A white suit and matching hair, like the man from Glad. She still remembered thinking, I'm supposed to trust this guy? Kelly had been between lawyers at the time. No parents around to advise her. Dad half fallen apart already. Mom dropped off the face of the earth. Todd had written her a few letters that had read to her as fawning, almost psycho. Kelly hadn't wanted to talk to him at all, but the warden had made it sound like a requirement. "Why did you kill John McFadden?" he'd asked Kelly back then, after being ushered into her cell, after some inane foreplay about the weather, Todd telling her how bright and sunny it was outside, as though Carpentia didn't have a yard. "I go outside every day," she'd said, confused. And then, boom, the $64,000 question. Her first name at the end, just to make it personal. "Why did you kill John McFadden, Kelly?" He'd tried the pregnant pause with her back then, too. Kelly had stared Todd in the eyes until he blinked, until he cleared his throat. And then she'd looked at the guard and said, "I don't want to do this anymore." Really, you'd think he would have remembered that. "What was your father like during those months?" Todd was saying now, filling the silence yet again. "When you lived with him? Was he functioning then at all?" "Functioning?" "Yes. When he was questioned during your trial, your father said, 'You know what I'd like, S.T.'" Another pause. "I think I do." "Really?" "Yes. You'd like your story told. The true story." "Nope," she said. "What I'd like is to throw you out of this car." "You don't mean that." "Oh, I do. I'd like to reach over and open your door and push you out and over the side of this overpass. You're not buckled in, so it would be easy." "Look," he said, "I know we haven't always seen eye to eye. I know you didn't appreciate the facts I brought out in my book." "Facts? You put words in my mouth." He shook his head. "I put voice to your thoughts." "Jesus." "I know I hurt you." "You're overestimating your importance in my life." Kelly sped up the car, switched lanes. She heard the click of his seatbelt and, in spite of everything, smiled a little. Scared him. "Kelly, please," Todd said. "Try and answer my questions." "Why would I want to do that?" "Because I can clear your name. People won't be so quick to judge you over Sterling Marshall if they realize they've been wrong all along about John McFadden." "I don't have time for this." "Your dad was addicted to painkillers, wasn't he? All those injuries he incurred as a stuntman. He was either in constant pain or dosed on pills. He could barely get through the day, even back then. So? So the movie he sustained so many of those injuries on, the one where he was burned, it was some horror movie. I don't know the name. It was called The Demon Pit. Never heard of it. Very few people have. It was a B-movie put out by an Italian producer. It never saw the light of day, really. Thanks for the cinema lesson. Now where can I drop you? The Demon Pit was John McFadden's first film. Kelly gripped the wheel. Why didn't Dad ever tell me that? Why didn't anybody? So what? McFadden never compensated him. You think my father suddenly killed John McFadden and pinned it on me because of a 20-year-old workman's comp issue? He took another long, pregnant pause. Kelly let it sit there. It isn't me who's saying it, he said. Kelly turned to him. There was an off-ramp coming up, and she veered onto it, pulled to the side of the road, screeched onto a residential street, and stopped the car. She had no idea where they were. Didn't care. Have you been talking to my father? He smiled a little. Relax. "Don't you dare tell me that!" "Kelly," he said, "I highly suggest you watch the movie. I think I can track down a copy for you, email you a downloadable link. Go to the 123 mark. Easy to remember. 1, 2... Listen," Kelly said, "my father isn't in his right mind. And if you've been agitating him, I swear to God, hold up. I'll kill you. And I don't give a damn how that sounds. It's on the record. I will kill you." Todd put up both hands, spread his fingers. "I haven't been speaking to your father," he said. "So you're just full of crap, then?" His mouth twitched a little, his hands still up, as though Kelly were holding him hostage when really it was starting to feel like the other way around. "I've been talking to the movie's makeup artist." Kelly's breath caught. "What?" "The makeup artist on the Demon Pit," he said. "Surely you know how your parents met. The makeup artist was your mother." Kelly turned to him. She couldn't speak. "Your mom looks great, by the way," he said, grinning at his prey, triumphant. "You two really should get back in touch." He made good on his word, Kelly thought, because when she arrived at her dark, empty house 2 hours after dropping Sebastian Todd back at his car, there was an email from storyteller@aol.com in her inbox. A download of The Demon Pit. It was the only email she'd received, and when she checked both voicemails, they were empty too. Well, the Hollywood Photo Archive's voicemail was full of calls from reporters, but nothing from Shane. No message at all. "What did I do to lose you?" She said it aloud in the dark, empty kitchen as she turned the light on, and then her gaze landed on the dryer. She thought of the clothes inside, the bloodstains scrubbed and bleached away as though they'd never been there. "It isn't what you do that makes you lose people," she reminded herself. "It's what they think you've done." She clicked on the link. While it downloaded, she went to the refrigerator, pulled out a can of beer, and popped the top. She let the cool, bitter liquid ease down her throat, and felt the way she always did when she drank alcohol after being deprived of it for the better part of 25 years. Free. And slightly queasy. The download was complete by the time the can was empty. She moved back to the computer and clicked on it. When the black rectangle appeared, she hit the full screen icon, then play. The opening credits popped up immediately, artlessly. Lurid, dripping red, floating over the terrified face of a voluptuous young woman, bound, gagged, and blindfolded. The Demon Pit, a John McFadden film. Kelly stared at the name John McFadden, at the bleeding letters. She remembered how much she'd liked him at one point in her life, how much she'd envied V for having a man like him for a father, clean and clear-eyed and responsible. The way a father should be, she'd thought, back before she found out who John McFadden really was. And here her parents had met on the set of a McFadden film. Yet another thing my mother never told me. Kelly tried to push the thought of her from her mind. Rose Lund, or whatever she was calling herself these days, behind the walls of that place she lived in. Commune? Cult? It was somewhere simple and safe, and it was a place to start over, Rose had said in a letter sent to Kelly 27 years ago. And she had called it home. I love you, Kelly. I'm doing the best thing for us both. Don't think of me as leaving. Think of me as going home. For a moment, Kelly let herself try to imagine what her mother must look like now. Sebastian Todd had said she had white hair and full rosy cheeks, and it was hard to picture her with any of those things. The Rose Lund she knew had been sinewy and strawberry blonde, expertly made up for the bright lights of I. Magnin, 10 years younger than Kelly was now. "Please don't leave me, Mom," Kelly had written back, her heart beating so hard her handwriting jittered on the page. "I don't have anybody else." She had never received a response. She's alive. Kelly had always assumed she was, but assuming and knowing were two different things. "She's been living in the same place all these years," Sebastian Todd had said. "Would you like to know where?" "Absolutely not." Kelly focused on the screen, where names of actors she'd never heard of scrolled by, a shadow falling over the face of the blindfolded woman, her back arching in that type of ecstatic terror that doesn't exist in real life, only in bad movies. More a pose than an emotion. Some of the buttons on her shirt popped open. God. Kelly didn't know how much more of this crap she could take. Go to the 123 mark. Easy to remember. 1, 2. She moved the cursor to the forward button on screen as a claw ripped the young woman's blindfold off. A large tribal tattoo had been drawn between her terrified eyes, a big reveal of an elaborate blood-red pentagram adorned with stars, ancient letters. The painstaking work of Kelly's mother, the makeup artist. The woman's lips quivered around the gag. She shrieked as the demon pulled her shirt open to show the whole of a black lace bra, eyes going huge as its claws slit her throat. Kelly froze. The demon was leering at the camera now, and so she scrolled back several seconds, not to see the bloody B-movie actress, but to reread the final credit rolling up the screen. Executive producer, Sterling Marshall. Kelly shook her head. He had funded the film. You gave John McFadden his start. She said it to the screen, to the dead Sterling Marshall, to the darkness. Then she scrolled up to the 123 mark, watched her father burn. Sebastian had called her Rose Lund in his first note. Rose Lund, a name she hadn't used in nearly 30 years. It had made her stop breathing for a few seconds, her old, sad name written out in swirling, unfamiliar handwriting on a hot pink envelope, and then again on the note inside. Her name was Ruth Freed now. She'd chosen it herself 30 years ago when she'd given up her meager worldly goods and her far more significant worldly mistakes and moved in with Zeke and the group. Everyone here on the compound chose new names upon arrival, a decision both practical and symbolic. And the former Rose Lund hadn't taken that choice lightly. She'd taken it somewhat dismally, in fact. How was she supposed to choose a name for herself when all the choices she had made in her life had been so consistently wrong? Try finding something from Shakespeare or the Bible. That advice had come from Zeke, full name Ezekiel, who had clearly gone the latter route. And so Ruth had done the same, poring over Bible passages until she found Ruth, lost and childless and longing for redemption. Perfect. The freed part had literally come with the territory. It was Ezekiel's last name, too, the last name of everyone who lived here in the compound, its meaning obvious and true. Yet when she'd seen Rose Lund written out like that, Ruth had felt nostalgic was the wrong word. She didn't want the name back any more than she wanted the life it came with. But there was something else she did want to the point of longing. It became tangible only when she read the note, the part of it that said, "I know you love your daughter." It had been 6 months ago, early evening just after supper. On clean-up duty that night, Ruth had been stacking plates. Jeremiah, who'd been on guard duty, had raced into the canteen, such a tense look on his face that Ruth had thought it was the cops again. "Is there a former Rose Lund here?" Jeremiah had said. Because no one here knew each other's former identities. No one wanted to. That was the point. Ruth had raised her hand shakily. Jeremiah had given her the note, explaining that the man who had left it for her was outside the gate, waiting. She'd read the letter in the cactus garden, Zeke at her side. "Old friend?" Zeke had asked. "Complete stranger. But he knows one of my daughters. He wants to meet me. Should I?" "You're asking me. But you know the answer." Ruth had left the cactus garden and stepped outside the gate for the first time in years to meet with the stranger Sebastian Todd. At first, she'd been impressed by him, intimidated almost. This elegant, bald man from the outside world, a Pulitzer Prize-nominated journalist dressed all in white, who claimed not only to know Kelly, but to have written a book about her. "I can send you a copy," he had said, "but you might not like it." He had then given Ruth 2 pieces of information. 1, Kelly had been out of jail for nearly 5 years. 2, she was now married to Shane Marshall. Ruth had crumbled at the name. Sterling Marshall's son, Bellamy Marshall's brother, and now Kelly's husband? It wasn't possible. None of this was possible. She'd managed to keep the past at arm's length for so long, but listening to this man speak, she'd felt it caving in on her, crushing her. She'd accused Sebastian Todd of lying because Sebastian Todd lying had been her only hope. She had told him to leave and never come back, but still the damage had been done. 1 week after Sebastian Todd's first visit, Zeke had woken up drenched in sweat, his lips blue, his body shaking uncontrollably. He'd used the emergency phone to call an ambulance, coming back from town days later with a diagnosis he refused to talk about. Ruth knew logically that Sebastian Todd's visit wasn't connected to Zeke's illness, but a part of her, the same part that knew she was to blame for both her daughters' fates, felt otherwise. Ever since her conversation with that white-clad harbinger of bad news, Zeke had been getting sicker and sicker, wasting away as he was now in his cabin, lying flat on his back on his thin, sweat-soaked futon, all the covers kicked off, and Ruth at his side, spooning him lukewarm chicken broth, the only thing he was able to keep down these days. Deep In that same dark recess of her brain, Ruth now had a strange knowledge that Sebastian Todd was back. The light knock on Zeke's door confirming it. That and Demetrius's voice. "Ruth, you in there?" "Yes." Demetrius poked his head in. Such a handsome young head it was. Blonde curls and full cherubic lips and crystal blue eyes. Zeke's eyes. His mother, Ophelia, had left the compound 3 years ago. But unlike Ruth, Ophelia had left behind a child who was strong, mature, and confident, with a father capable of raising him. Demetrius was 18 now, the same age Kelly had been when she was found guilty of second-degree murder. It broke her heart to look at him, how grown up he was. He held out a hot pink envelope. "There's, a man in a white suit outside the gate." Her stomach clenched up. "I don't want to see him." "Are you sure?" Zeke said it, his voice so soft and weak. "Don't you want to read the note? It seems like it would be a good idea, doesn't it?" Ruth sighed. She couldn't say no to Zeke. She lived to keep him calm and happy, and turning down one of his suggestions felt like the opposite. She said nothing, just held out her hand. Demetrius padded over to her and gave her the note. He was a foot taller than Ruth, but still a little boy to her. She'd helped toilet train him after all. She still baked him cookies. Double chocolate chip were his favorite. There had been a time when he was around 5 or 6, a good 8 months to a year in there, he'd insisted on calling her Nana. That had been the happiest time in her life. "Thanks, Dee Dee," she said. His childhood nickname. He smiled. She wished she could hold him close, turn him back into a little boy, keep him that way forever. Before he turned to leave, Demetrius moved to his father's bedside and kissed Zeke's forehead very lightly. "I love you," Zeke whispered. But Demetrius was already out, cabin door closed softly behind him. "He's a good young man," Ruth said. "You should be proud." Zeke closed his eyes. "Read the note," he said. She did. It was just one line. "Kelly is in danger." Ruth met Sebastian outside the gate again. She didn't feel right about inviting him inside, not because she didn't trust him, though she didn't. The real reason was she was afraid of the effect he might have on some of the children, the ones who were born here and had grown up knowing only clumsily sewn clothes and hand-me-downs, and looking at him now, leaning against his money-green Bentley, fine white suit glowing in the moonlight, she knew her instincts had been right. Sebastian held out his hand to shake hers, and she noticed the watch, bulky and futuristic. Probably a Rolex, or whatever the equivalent was these days in the outside world. Back when she was Rose Lund, Ruth would have pined for this man. "Thank you for seeing me," he said. "I know we didn't part on the best of terms." He wore sleek-looking glasses and had an intense, purposeful gaze she knew better than to meet. "You didn't leave me much choice in the note." It was a clear, starry night, and a windy one. Cool air crept under Ruth's flannel shirt, ruffled her hair. She shivered. "What's happened to Kelly?" "Sterling Marshall." That name. She shut her eyes tight. What about him? He's dead. What? He was shot to death. 2 bullets to the chest, 1 to the head. Just like John McFadden. The police suspect Kelly. Ruth's knees buckled. She collapsed to the ground, legs slipping out from under her, earth crashing into the side of her face, her hip, the palms of her hands. Oh my God, Ruth, Sebastian said, crouching down beside her. Can you hear me? She hadn't passed out. It wasn't that. It was her body giving out on her, surrendering as though her muscles, her bones and cells could no longer take being a part of her. Sterling shot to death. Kelly suspected. It's my fault, Ruth whispered. What? No, he said. Of course it isn't your fault. He put his arms around her, lifted her to her feet. He brushed the hair out of her face. His hands were soft, and he wore an expensive cologne. First time in so long that she'd been close to a man who didn't smell of sweat and homemade soap, and again it took her where she didn't want to go. It is. Listen. He grabbed her by the shoulders. Listen to me. Kelly. The name filled her thoughts, a thick weight in her heart. She killed Sterling Marshall. He shook his head. She didn't. I would bet my life on it, he said, and I honestly don't think she killed John McFadden either. Ruth let herself meet his gaze. In the moonlight, his eyes were an odd shade of yellow-green, like a cat's. You're serious, she said. He nodded. I spoke to your ex-husband. Jimmy? She nearly collapsed again. Jimmy's still alive? He's in a rest home and he's all right, he said, looking at the ground. He told me all about the demon pit, how McFadden was responsible for his injuries. He said McFadden deserved to die and that he had killed him. Ruth crossed her arms over her chest, hugging herself against the cold, against her thoughts. The demon pit. God, that awful movie. The memories it dug up. Saw the film myself, Sebastian was saying now. The scene where that poor man burns is horrifying, and he was never compensated, not a dime. I'd have done it too. I'd have killed John McFadden in a heartbeat. Have you seen her? She swallowed hard. Have you spoken to my daughter? Yes, right before I came here. How is Kelly? She said. She didn't want to talk about McFadden or her father. He looked at Ruth. And I should tell you that I lied to her. I said you were the one who told me about the demon pit. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry, but if I hadn't, she would have thrown me out of a moving vehicle. She drew in a deep breath. In the distance, she heard a coyote, the howl so much like crying. I just want to know how Kelly is. Is she healthy? Happy? I mean, aside from Rose, he said. I don't think she has any idea how much danger she is in. But you said she didn't kill Sterling. It doesn't matter. She's a murderer. She'll always be a murderer, and as long as that's true, she will always be the bad guy. They can't arrest her based on opinions. Whether or not she's arrested, a good man has been killed, a movie hero, and there are many who hate her for it. He took a step closer, put a hand on her shoulder. She's in danger. What can I do? You can help me, he said. Help me rewrite her story. Ruth leaned back against the Bentley and gazed up. Amazing how many stars you could see out here in the desert. The sky crowded with them like rhinestones on a black velvet shawl. Every night, so beautiful it bordered on gaudy. To this day, it was hard for Ruth to wrap her mind around the fact that at this moment, this very same sky was starless in Hollywood, rendered a dull purple from bright lights and automobile emissions. Those same stars that took Ruth's breath away now had always been out there. But to Rose Lund, they hadn't existed. They threw rocks at my apartment, she said. What? After Kelly was arrested, they threw rocks through my windows. They called me a bitch, a bad mother. Her voice was soft, sad, not her own. Who? I didn't know them. It didn't matter. Whoever they were right. A tear ran down her cheek, warm and shameful. Sebastian brushed it away. Will you help me? I'm a bad person. He turned her face to his, cupped her chin in his hand very gently, as though she were something small and fragile and clean. I can't. Sebastian put a finger to his lips. He shook his head slowly. Nobody's bad forever, Mrs. Lund, he said. Not unless they want to be. Kelly replayed the scene again. The leading man, blandly handsome, pushing the evil demon into the fiery pit. The quick cutaway, and then back to the demon writhing. Kelly's father, writhing in his demon suit, throwing his head back, pulling at his scaly skin. An audible scream, and still the camera had kept rolling. The leading man backing away, his uncertainty so obvious, so real. John McFadden's camera keeps rolling as Jimmy Lund burns. Kelly wiped a tear from her eye. To my father, there are two types of people in the world, those who matter to his story and those who don't. V had told her that once. She couldn't remember why he'd said it, but it was probably the truest thing he'd ever told her. My dad can tell a good story. For some reason, he thinks that makes him a good person. In a rare moment of non-self-absorption, Kelly's mother had once told her that before his injuries, Jimmy had been something of a jock. Quite an adventurer, too, as one might expect from a professional stuntman, the type who sought out what they used to call natural highs. I could watch him surf forever, she had said. There was no wave too powerful for that man, and the way he'd hold his arms out, Kelly, my God, he was magnificent. Jimmy was in an assisted living facility on Hollywood and Highland. Kelly had visited him there once, just once, the week she'd gotten out of prison. His mind was gone. Dementia brought on by pernicious anemia, made worse by years of malnourishment and drugs. He shared a room with another old man who kept shouting at odd intervals. But Jimmy didn't seem to mind. ever his easygoing self, even in the throes of confusion. He was painfully thin, with bashed-in cheeks. His skin was crinkled and spotted, and his sparse white hair stuck out at odd angles, like bits of frayed cotton. But his smile was the same, and that sameness, that one thing remaining of the Jimmy she had known, that smile was so much more heartbreaking than all the changes had been. "You've always been a pal to me, Sandra," he had told Kelly, confusing her with Sandra Locke. She'd never gone back. She called to check in on him every week. She spoke to the nurses, but she couldn't see that smile again, couldn't bear it. Kelly put her head down on the kitchen table, tried to close that file drawer, the one that held her father, the same one that now held John McFadden and the stories he told. But the drawer stayed open, glared at her. She banged her head against the table just once, the sound of it breaking the silence, the pain echoing. Kelly headed for the refrigerator, grabbed another beer. With Shane, she often used to joke that she'd filled up her chemical dance card, meaning she'd done enough mind-altering substances in her teens to last a lifetime. But while that was true, she needed something right now. Something stronger than beer to smooth things over, to put it all in soft focus. Beer would have to do. She cracked open the can, downed it in 3 gulps before it hit her that she was drinking alone. All alone. Shane was gone, acting out in strip clubs, staying with his sister. Shane and his father, both gone within a day. The kitchen phone rang. She picked it up fast, said it without thinking. "Shane?" "Kelly?" "Yes?" "I'm with TMZ, and first of all, I just want to say I am so totally sorry for your loss." Kelly cut off the call, heart pounding, hands shaking. She clicked on caller ID and scrolled back through recent calls, all those calls from the Los Angeles Times and AMI magazines and every Hollywood blog on the internet. Every one of those bastards who'd left messages on the voicemail, laced with fake politeness, falling all over each other to reach her, to reach Shane, begging to let them tell the story. There are 2 types of people in the world. She scrolled through all of them until finally, nearly last on the list, she found Bellamy's call from this morning and hit redial. It was well past midnight, but she didn't care. Time didn't matter. Ever the night owl, Bellamy picked up after 1 ring. "He doesn't want to talk to you," she said, and Kelly closed her eyes, tears seeping out the corners. Her voice sounded so much the same. They could have been kids, for that was the last time they'd spoken. Could have been kids arguing over a boy. "I don't understand what is going on." It wasn't what Kelly had planned to say, the last thing she'd ever imagined herself telling Bellamy in all the angry daydreams she'd had over the years. But in her daydreams, in life, Kelly had never felt this way. Helpless, as though the whole world had been pulled out from under her. She hadn't felt this way in 30 years. "You don't know what's going on?" Bellamy said. "You're a psychopath. You're evil. And finally Shane knows it." Kelly took a breath, tried to steady herself. "I need to talk to Shane." Bellamy sighed. a long whoosh that hurt Kelly's ear. "You can't. He's passed out." Kelly closed her eyes. "Bellamy, I'm sorry." "You killed my father. You killed his best friend, and then you killed him, and all you can say is, 'I'm sorry about Shane.'" Bellamy gasped. "I let you into my life. I let you into my life, and you destroyed it from the inside out." Kelly gritted her teeth. She clenched her fists. "Bullshit! You destroyed me. You made me into something I'm not. You know damn well what John McFadden was." "I do know what he was," she said quietly. "He was my father's best friend." Kelly was shaking now, her whole body trembling, a white-hot burn in her brain, drawers flying open and clattering, breaking. Outside, she heard a clap of thunder, then the gush of sudden rain. The sky opening up as it hardly ever did here, the sky sobbing. "I thought you were my friend," she said into the phone. "The only friend I ever had. You didn't testify, but that was okay. I understood. I missed you so much, Bellamy, and you never called. I wrote you letters and you never answered, and when you finally did, when you finally called, God, that one day you called me and asked me how I was, and I thought my heart would burst. You really did care. I missed you. I needed you, and you got me to say that. You got me to cry and tell you I missed you. But you did it so you could make it into art. Do you remember what you said to me, Bellamy? Do you remember what you said during that 5-minute phone call when I was in prison, after I told you I missed you?" The rain drummed on the roof. "You said you loved me, Bellamy." No response. Kelly listened to the rain until it eased to a dull patter. It took her several seconds to realize Bellamy had hung up a while ago, that she'd poured out her soul to a dead line. "At least she wasn't taping me," Kelly whispered, her voice choked, broken. She started to cry. For Shane and for her parents, for Sterling Marshall and for Catherine, for the friends she used to think she had, for all the things she used to believe. She cried for everything she'd lost with John McFadden's death, and for those few small things that still remained. She cried like she never had, not since she was a child, wailing loud, since no one could hear her, the one good thing about being completely alone. When she finally calmed down enough to wipe the tears from her face, to slow her breathing back to normal, Kelly realized that the rain had stopped. She touched the kitchen window, moonlight soaking in, making the drops glisten. When was the last time it rained here? Kelly couldn't remember. She couldn't get herself to believe it would ever rain here again. Kelly heard a pounding on the front door. Her gaze shot to the clock over the stove. 12:55 a.m. Shane was passed out, according to Bellamy. Who else would be knocking? She thought of the reporters on her voicemail, the detective this morning, all the people out there who had hated her in the past, probably hated her still, and all the more now. What with Sterling Marshall, with what they all would soon believe. Shaking, she went for the wooden block at the end of the counter, yanked out the butcher knife. She moved to the door, pressed her face against the glass. It was hard to see through, but she saw his shape. The moon backlit him like a movie villain. But even by moonlight, even through fogged glass, she could see his face, his tattoos. She dropped the knife and threw open the door. "Rocky," she said, falling on him, burying her face in his neck, breathing him in like a memory. Chapter 14. In many ways, McFadden is cut from the same cloth as Stanley Kubrick and Hal Ashby, that rare brand of director who breathes, eats, and sleeps his work. "I approach a film contract in the same way you'd approach a marriage contract," he says. "I will only sign if I'm completely in love with the project, and throughout its duration, I will give it my all." McFadden smiles, warm brown eyes crinkling at the corners. "I'm as faithful as they come." McFadden's all-consuming devotion to his craft has meant sacrificing other aspects of his life. His one and only marriage to model Leilani Valley in his early 20s proved briefer than some of his film projects, lasting barely 2 years. "It's amazing she put up with me for as long as she did." He laughs, "But I don't regret my time with Leilani. It helped me to grow in significant ways." Most significant of all, the short union produced Vincent, 14, who, in a McFadden family version of a father-son fishing trip, appeared in Dad's film Defiance as an 11-year-old. It brought us closer. McFadden smiles. The work always does. And the work always takes precedence. Though McFadden's circle of industry friends includes legendary bad boys Jack Nicholson and Robert Evans, the handsome 38-year-old is largely absent from the Hollywood party scene. Squeaky clean, especially by Tinseltown standards, McFadden doesn't smoke, rarely drinks, and hardly ever even goes out on dates. "Johnny is a bit of a monk," jokes his close friend, legendary actor Sterling Marshall. "I keep saying to him, why let those good looks go to waste? But he won't listen to me. All he wants to do is create." It makes McFadden about as rare in the new Hollywood as Brill Cream, undershirts, or saving it for marriage. But with his eyes firmly on the prize, he doesn't mind. "I may be boring, but I know what I want out of life," laughs the director, whose easygoing charm, coupled with intense attention to detail, has brought out stunning turns from such greats as Marshall, Nicholson, and Henry Fonda. "I want to tell stories," he says. "Nothing more, nothing less." From John McFadden, Portrait of an Artist. People, April 15th, 1978. Chapter 15. April 14th, 1980. "What's that?" Bellamy said. "It's a sandwich," said Kelly. "I think." Bellamy laughed, but Kelly felt kind of bad about it. Her dad tried so hard. They were sitting on the zebra rug in Bellamy's bedroom, just as they did most days when they were supposed to be at school, getting stoned. Kelly unwrapping her lunch, the two of them mining it for anything edible. Kelly's dad, whose name was Jimmy Lund, got up in the morning and packed her lunch every day. He did this no matter how strung out he was feeling, no matter how sick. Kelly hadn't been speaking to Jimmy that much lately, They passed each other in the hallway, ate dinner mostly in silence. When she'd first moved into his apartment, he warned her that sometimes it hurt him to talk. "It's not you, it's me," he'd said, and this was one of those times. But whether or not they were engaged in regular conversation, she could always tell how bad off Jimmy was from one day to the next by the quality of the lunch. She looked at the sandwich, a curling piece of American cheese between two Wonder Bread heels. Pretty bad, she thought. "Anything else in there?" said Bellamy. Kelly pulled out a small bag of Lay's potato chips that looked like it had been run over by a truck. Bellamy sighed. "You know what? I'm going to brave the kitchen." She handed Kelly the joint. "Want any more?" Kelly took a long hit, held it in like she knew how to do now, easing it out through parted lips so that it rose up and into her nose like vapor. French style, Bellamy called it. She closed her eyes, and soon she felt smooth, elastic. She was good at getting stoned. This morning, after making Kelly's lunch, Jimmy had stood over the kitchen sink with the hot water running for a good 10-15 minutes, the whole room filling with steam. Dishes had been piling up in the sink for a few days now, and so Kelly had assumed he was finally washing them. Maybe he's feeling a little better, she had thought. But then she'd looked at him, really looked at her dad standing there, so perfectly still, his body tilted at that strange angle, and it hit her. He'd nodded off. Kelly had turned off the water and left him there, sleeping on his feet. She'd headed straight out the door to Bellamy's waiting car. Why wake him, she'd reasoned. But maybe she should have. In some ways, Kelly's dad was exactly how she'd expected he'd be, but in others, he was surprising. She'd expected druggy. Her mother had told her long ago that after being severely burned as a stuntman on a low-budget horror movie, Jimmy had gotten hooked on booze and pain pills in order to keep working. "Your father numbs himself with a regular diet of Percocet and Jack," she'd said. So that wasn't a surprise. The sleepiness, the confusion, the nods and the sweats and the crying bouts in the middle of the night when the pills wore off, and Kelly should have been asleep. All of that she'd expected. When she'd shown up at his door, in fact, she'd figured she had maybe 50-50 odds of his being awake enough to answer it. She'd knocked tentatively, her heart beating fast, her face still sticky from the tears she'd cried in the cab. She'd thought about knocking harder, but then he'd answered it. This skinny guy with big, swimmy eyes like fried eggs. He was smaller than she'd remembered, but then again, she was bigger than she'd been the last time she'd seen him. "Hi, I'm, His eyes had lit up right away. He'd thrown his arms around her. "I know who you are." He had clapped her on the back with a strength she hadn't expected and asked after her mother. "Is Rosie okay?" He'd carried her bag into his house and boiled water for tea and said, "I can't believe it. My little girl," over and over, like he'd won the lottery. That was what had surprised her about Jimmy. Kelly looked at the clock on Bellamy's nightstand, still thinking about Jimmy at the sink. It was around 10:30. It had happened 3 hours ago. She'd never seen him nod off on his feet before, and for a moment she thought maybe she should ask Bellamy to drive her home, just to check on him. But when she tried to stand up, the room swirled. She couldn't go anywhere, not like this. She caught a glimpse of herself in the vanity mirror. The dark circles under her eyes, the sloppy platinum blonde streak that Bellamy had put in her hair a week ago. She wore a t-shirt of Bellamy's, too, skimpy and sleeveless, an unflattering shade of green and a size too small. Bellamy had told her it looked cute, but in Kelly's opinion, the shirt seemed angry to be on her. She had to fix herself. She didn't want anyone to see her like this, especially Bellamy's parents, who might come home any minute. She'd only seen them once, when Bellamy had asked her to stay for dinner. But they'd both made her so uncomfortable, the sheen on them, the perfection. Mrs. Marshall with her perfect haircut and her pearls and her voice that never rose above a polite whisper. And Mr. Marshall, Sterling Marshall, like he'd been peeled off an old movie still, the Sterling Marshall sitting across the table from her. She didn't think he liked her very much. Kelly had longed to say something witty to the Marshalls, something that might make them smile. But she may as well have been in one of her classes, shyness overtaking her, words darting out of her grasp, the blood rushing in her ears as she felt every bead of sweat on her body, the way her clothes bit into her and her hair hung lank down the sides of her face. It had been all she could do to give them yes and no answers to their questions, all she could do to pass the peas without spilling them everywhere. And Bellamy's little brother hadn't helped either, the way he kept staring at her. There was something wrong with that kid. Bellamy had to have some lip gloss, blush, something. Kelly pulled open one of her vanity table drawers, started rummaging around inside. She found a few lighters, some perfume, a set of pens. You'd think Bellamy's drawers would be perfectly organized, but they were actually all over the place. The next drawer was more promising. Nail polish, mascara, a few blushes. She chose one, a nice coral. She brushed it onto her cheeks, examining herself in the mirror. Just the slightest hint, any more than that, it looks tacky. Kelly heard footsteps landing on the staircase and threw the blush back in the drawer. She was about to slam it shut when she noticed something wedged up against the back corner. A baggie. Kelly slipped it out of the drawer. She couldn't help herself. If there was one thing the past 2 months with Bellamy and V had taught her, it was that good things came in baggies. This one held a single razor blade, nothing else. It looked rusty, but when Kelly held it up to the light, she saw that the blade was crusted with blood. "What are you doing?" Bellamy was standing in the doorway, a bag of Cheetos in one hand, videotape in the other. "I'm sorry. I was looking for blush." Bellamy's face flushed. But what could she say? She couldn't get angry at Kelly. She had to understand, didn't she? A few days earlier, Bellamy's little brother Shane had some friends over, and since Jimmy was off at a shoot anyway, they'd driven over to her place to escape the noise. At one point, Kelly had gone to the bathroom and returned to find Bellamy rooting through her dresser. She'd glanced up at her and grinned as though she'd every right. "Checking for secrets," she had said. "Can you put it back, please?" Bellamy said. Kelly stared at her, the baggie dangling, a million questions running through her mind. but the look in Bellamy's eyes shut her up. She put the baggie back in. She closed the drawer. Nobody's perfect. Everybody's got a drawer somewhere with something hidden in it. Checking for secrets? She tried. Bellamy smiled. A forced smile that didn't reach her eyes. Guess you found one. Kelly felt as though something had shattered, but she wasn't exactly sure what the shattered thing was. I'm really sorry. Bellamy moved closer. I haven't done it for a long time. Done what? Bellamy dropped the video and the Cheetos on her bed and kneeled down next to Kelly. She pushed her silver bangle bracelets back and showed Kelly the inside of her wrist. There were 6 even slashes on it, healed over, but still visible. See how faint they are? Kelly gaped at them. She didn't know what to say. You have to promise me something, Bellamy said, that look in her eyes fading, confidence coming back. Anything. Never talk about this again. She replied quickly. Okay. Don't tell anybody, especially V. I promise, she said, wondering why V, but saying nothing. Bellamy looked at her for a long time. Her eyes were pinkish, but Kelly wasn't sure whether it was emotion or just pot. They were both stoned, after all. I'll never talk about it. Bellamy kissed her, so lightly and gently, their lips barely touching, that it was nearly as though it hadn't happened at all. We're sisters now, she said. We keep each other's secrets. Go get the butter. Bellamy said it in Marlon Brando's raspy old man's voice, a perfect imitation. Had to be the 10th time she'd done it since the movie ended, Last Tango in Paris. A real X-rated movie that Bellamy had stolen from her parents' private screening room while Kelly was rooting through her drawers. They'd watched it on Bellamy's VCR. Kelly nervous the entire time that Sterling Marshall might show up and catch them. Nervous and also queasy. She hadn't thought an X-rated movie could be that gross and depressing. And Marlon Brando, what did that young girl see in him, all flabby and wheezy and... Maria Schneider was just 2 years older than us when she made that movie, Bellamy had told her as the credits rolled. Something Kelly, especially stoned Kelly, hadn't needed to know. I'd better sneak that movie back, Bellamy was saying now. I'm scared Flora saw me swipe it. She was vacuuming in my dad's study. Bellamy slipped out of the room. Kelly crumpled up the Cheetos bag and threw it in Bellamy's trash. Her buzz was wearing off. She thought of Jimmy again. Jimmy this morning, standing by the sink, and made for the phone by Bellamy's bed. She had her dad's number memorized now, and so she dialed it, listened to it ring once, twice, 3 times. Hello? It was Jimmy's voice. Relief washed through her. He's alive. He's answering the phone. She was going to just hang up, but that felt mean to her, confused as Jimmy was. He said it again. Hello? Is anybody there? Hi. Kelly? Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you calling from school? Yeah. I just had lunch and Yeah? I wanted to thank you, she said. for making my lunch every day." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "You're welcome, Kelly." "Bye, Dad." It wasn't until Kelly hung up that she realized what she'd called him. Dad. She'd been calling him Jimmy since she moved in. "Go get the butter." Bellamy was back. Kelly turned toward her, standing in the doorway. "Stop saying that," she said, before she realized Bellamy wasn't alone. "Look who the cat dragged in." She took a step to the side, turned out her arms like a Price is Right model. "Hi, Kelly," said V, the game show prize. He wore tight jeans, a black t-shirt, a glossy leather jacket that matched his black hair. His smile was kind, and his eyes glowed the warmest blue she'd ever seen. "What are you girls doing out of school?" He said it deep and mock-angry. Kelly laughed, a lightness coming over her. V always had that effect on her, and not because he was stone-cold mint, or even because he was nice. It was more in the way he looked at her. She'd still yet to meet V's dad, the director, but she figured that was where he got it from. Someone who looked at you in that way, someone who could make you feel like that, could convince you to do anything in front of a camera. Anything. "V," Kelly said, "let's all, I don't know." "Took the words right out of my mouth," said Bellamy. V smiled in that slow, sly way of his that promised things. "You ready for an adventure?" "Yes." "Duh," Bellamy said. "Well, good," he said, "because I brought something." "You did?" Kelly and Bellamy said it together as he reached for his jacket pocket, both excited for the baggie to come out, aching to sample whatever pill, plant, or powder that V had brought with him this time. But it wasn't a baggie. It was a gun. V held it out to them like an offering on careful, plaited hands. "Holy shit," said Bellamy. "Where did you get it?" He grinned at Kelly. "It's my dad's. He collects them." Kelly's eyes felt dry and salty. She'd forgotten to blink. "Did he give it to you?" V just laughed. She wanted to say something more. Why, or come on, or are you kidding? But Bellamy beat her to the punch, clapping her hands together, jumping up and down like a kid. "What are we waiting for?" she said. "Let's try it out." They took the gun and got in V's car, his dad's Jaguar. It was a deep sapphire blue with cream leather seats that were better than anything Kelly had ever known. She wound up in front, Bellamy slipping into the back. "You haven't lived until you've rode shotgun in the Jag," she said. And she was right. Before V even started up the car, Kelly knew from the way the seat held her. That leather against the back of her neck and knees, so impossibly soft. The things rich people have in their lives, the things they live with every day. V's arm brushed Kelly's knee as he placed the gun in the glove compartment and shut it. "This is gonna be fun," he said. He flipped the air conditioner on and passed a joint around, and when he started up the car, she felt happy, teary happy, happy beyond words. "Mariposa?" Bellamy said. V nodded. Kelly said, "Are you guys speaking Spanish?" "It's where we're going." Mariposa is a tiny little town, V said. It's way inland near Death Valley. I like to go there sometimes. It's where his dad shot that movie Defiance, Bellamy said. I think V likes going there because he feels like a little kid again, right? He shook his head. I like going there, he said, because nobody else goes there. Kelly relaxed into the bucket seat's embrace. Hard to believe that someone with V's life would want to escape to a place where there were no other people, or that someone with Bellamy's life would nod at him in such an understanding way, as though she had a life like Kelly's, one that it made sense to escape. It made her think of something Catherine once said. Not everything happens for a reason, but the important things do. She couldn't remember exactly when Catherine had said it, but it had been during those last few months before she died. At the time, she'd had no idea what her sister was talking about. Maybe Catherine was talking about this, Kelly thought. Maybe she meant meeting people like these. The ride took a little over 2 hours. They listened to the radio, K-Rock, until it started to crackle and fade. And then they spoke to each other in hushed library tones, all of them aware of the gun in the glove compartment, deferring to it as though it were another passenger. My dad owns this property, V said as they drove through an open gate and down an unpaved road, dust clouds billowing around them. He bought it when we shot the film and said he was going to build on it, but he's never done a thing with it. I think he forgot he bought it. A whole tract of land? Kelly said. It was a large tract, too. Kelly felt like the road they were on stretched out at least a mile. How could he forget that? V shrugged. My dad forgets things pretty easily. Your mom, for instance, Bellamy said. He nodded, but he didn't look at her. The road turned into a driveway, and V stopped at the end of it. There was no house here, no structures. Just a large swath of red-brown dirt with a few palm trees growing out of it, some scraggly cactuses, and a stream. The sun beat down on them as they got out of the Jaguar, a shock to the system after the air conditioning. I'm going to stretch my legs, Bellamy said, and she took off, jogging toward the stream. It was strange here in Mariposa. V had said it meant butterfly in Spanish, and it really did feel like a cocoon, so weirdly quiet, the silence roaring in your ears. Kelly gazed at the red-tinged sand, the meager stream coursing along without a sound. There's fish in there, said V. He'd been watching her. He leaned back into the Jag, flipped open the glove compartment, and removed the gun. Can you hold it a sec? He said to Kelly. Don't worry, it isn't loaded yet. Kelly exhaled. Wish I knew that in the car. Why? Loaded guns scare me, she said. I was afraid you'd hit a bump and it would just go off in there. V smiled. It doesn't work that way. Kelly held out her hands. V placed the gun in them. The weapon was much heavier than it had looked. Warmed by the sun, it felt like an iron on Kelly's opened palms. She wanted to spread her hands out wider because she was scared she'd drop it. Get control. She wrapped her hands around the grip, avoiding the trigger at first. But then she pressed it. She couldn't help herself. Even though the gun wasn't loaded, pressing the trigger made her weak in the knees. Kelly pointed the barrel at the ground. The weight of it took her arms straight down, and she felt stronger. Slowly, she raised it. aimed the barrel at the horizon, and stared down the length of her arms, the heavy metal thing an extension of her, power coursing out of it and back, into her hands, wrists, through the muscles in her outstretched, straining arms, into her heart. V was standing close. She could feel his gaze on the side of her face, his breath tickling her ear as he spoke. Who would you want to use it on? Evan Mueller. Who? This jerk from my science class. He calls me names. He throws spitballs. V snorted. Spitballs, he said. Waste of a bullet. No, V, he's mean. A loser who throws spitballs at girls isn't even worth thinking about. Tell him to go fuck himself. Save the bullet for someone who's important. I can't just tell him to go fuck himself. Why not? He's popular. He has friends. You have better friends. Kelly smiled. She never wanted to leave this spot. Never wanted to lower the gun, which was a new drug in a way, the best kind of drug, like cocaine, only stronger. I feel like a different person. What kind of person? She turned to him, looked straight into his beautiful, dangerous blue eyes, and, for the first time, didn't blush. Perfect. His cheeks flushed. The tables turned, V the one blushing. What makes you think you aren't perfect already? For a few moments, the slice of air between their two faces seemed to hum. Kelly, still staring into V's eyes, aware of her outstretched arms, the gun in her hands feeding her, making her strong. Kiss him. Kiss him now, or it will never happen. V said, Where did Bellamy go? Kelly's shoulders relaxed. That had been the last thing she'd expected him to say. She lowered the gun, the spell broken. Had it all been in her imagination? Had that hum been completely one-sided, V's flushed skin the result of desert heat? Kelly nearly asked. That was how close she still felt to him. But then he pointed to the stream, to Bellamy beside it, sitting on the dirt with her back to them. She looked small and fragile, curled up like a pill bug with her knees drawn up to her chin. For a few seconds, Kelly was mad at Bellamy. She's doing it on purpose. She wrecked the moment just so she could be the center of attention. But she felt guilty for the thought as soon as it formed and took it all back once they got closer. Kelly saw Bellamy swatting at her eyes. Crying? What's wrong with her? Kelly whispered. Who knows? Did I say something I shouldn't have? He shook his head. She always gets like this when we come here to Mariposa. Like what? Weird. She looked at him. Maybe she'll talk to you, he said. Kelly jogged up to Bellamy. She knelt down beside her and said her name. She put her hand on her shoulder, said her name again, but Bellamy wouldn't look at her. Please tell me what's wrong. Nothing, she whispered. I think I'm dehydrated or something. Do you want a drink from the stream? She shook her head and took a deep, rattling breath. You sure you're all right? She wiped her nose with the back of her hand and looked up at her. I swear, I'm fine. There's something about this place. The quiet, maybe. It gets to me. Kelly pretended not to notice the blotchy skin, the red eyes. Okay, she said. You want me to leave you alone? No. Okay. Kelly? Yeah? You ever wish you were a little kid again? Like, too little to understand how the world works? She turned to her, Bellamy's face fading into Catherine's face, Catherine's 7-year-old face crying over Thumbelina. All the time, Kelly said. I think that's part of why I hate Shane so much. He climbs trees. He plays with toy soldiers. He trusts our parents. He doesn't get life at all. You don't trust your parents? I don't trust anybody, Kelly. Except you. A warm breeze brushed against them. Kelly glanced at V, leaning against his father's sapphire blue Jaguar, a silhouette in the distance. Click. Kelly turned back to Bellamy, the gun in her hands, barrel pointed at the stream. V better have brought bullets, she said. Kelly nodded, marveling at Bellamy, the way she'd aimed and shot without hesitating, without asking first whether or not the gun had been loaded. V loaded the gun as Bellamy reapplied her makeup, using the Jag's window as a mirror. She spun around. How do I look? She asked, adjusting the straps on her bright yellow tank top, tucking a lock of raven hair behind an ear. Beautiful, Kelly said. She meant it. With a type of reverence, V placed the loaded gun on top of the car, backed away from it slowly. He turned to Bellamy. You okay? I'm always okay, V. You know that. Good, he said. He was leaning back into the Jag now, opening the glove compartment. Because I've got a surprise. Another surprise? Yep. He produced a baggie and held it up, sunlight glinting off of it. Bellamy and Kelly moved closer. The baggie contained 3 tiny white squares that looked like miniature postage stamps. Glory be, said Bellamy. Kelly said, What are they? Tabs, V said. Huh? Acid. Kelly took a few steps back, her heart fluttering. Doesn't that last like 12 hours? Give or take. There was a story going around. Girl who went on an acid trip and never came back. 16 and in a nursing home, shaking and drooling like a sick old woman. Probably wasn't true. None of these stories that went around were, but still. Still. Where do the stories come from if they aren't at least a little bit true? We have a loaded gun. Oh, don't be such a worrywart. Bellamy grinned. You've got to live life up to its bendy edge. Press up against that edge hard as you can. Kelly's heart dropped. How? Where did you hear that? What? That, Kelly said, breath catching, Catherine's voice in her mind saying those exact words. Catherine, who during the final months of her life had said them so often they'd become part of her personality. Kelly never asking where those words had come from, because at that point, Catherine probably wouldn't have answered anyway. Where did you get that saying? She grinned. It's a line from one of my dad's movies. Kelly shot a glance at V, who seemed immersed in the baggie, the white squares inside. Cool line, she said. Bellamy closed her eyes. Live a little, Kelly, she said in a soft, sing-songy voice. Press up against that bendy edge. She opened her mouth, stuck her tongue out flat. Kelly watched as V placed one of the white squares on her tongue, Bellamy smiling around it, teeth white as the square, her earlier tears gone, brushed away like dust. You won't feel it for a little while, but when you do, whoa. He placed a tab on his own tongue, and Kelly felt panicky, as though she was blocks away from the bus stop, watching a bus pull up, knowing it was the last one of the day, and if she didn't run to catch it, if she didn't jump on now... Kelly closed her eyes, opened her mouth. "I'm ready," she said. Chapter 16. Two 17-year-old girls and one boy, 16, were arrested at 10 p.m. on April 14th and charged with drunken disorderly conduct and destruction of public property. The three youths had been caught shooting up a dumpster with a .22 caliber semi-automatic pistol outside the Mobil station on Euclid. The three were released on $3,000 bail posted by the boy's father, the legal owner of the gun. Police blotter, Mariposa News, April 15th, 1980. Chapter 17. Sometime during the ride home, inanimate objects stopped breathing. Kelly couldn't say it out loud, not with her dad driving, air conditioner on high so he could stay awake. But she felt deeply relieved, scared as she had been for so many hours, watching everything around her expand and pull back and puff out again. The wheels on the Jag, the haloed street lamps, the holding cell bars, Bellamy's Louis Vuitton bag. By the time she'd peaked, that's what V had said, "You're peaking." It had been as though every still dead thing in the world had come alive and gone after her, all of them breathing, watching, closing in. The dumpster had shivered and bled, and the sound of the shot had shattered her ears, her shoulder sockets jamming, her whole body thrown back. Shooting a gun on acid. Who'd thought that would be a good idea? It had been awful, like living out a nightmare. Like Vietnam, Bellamy had said, cackling like a maniac. Like the deer hunter. "Can you put on the radio?" Jimmy said. First time he'd spoken a word since he'd picked Kelly up at the Mariposa Sheriff's Department more than an hour ago, walking out into the surprisingly cold night to his beat-up Buick Regal in the parking lot, Kelly trailing behind him, rubbing her arms to keep warm while trying to ignore the slithering and hissing of the white lines on the asphalt. Kelly switched on the radio. Jimmy's car only had AM, and it was turned to a country station. Kelly hated the song. Some female singer whining about the days turning into years, her guitar making that awful country guitar sound like an old woman sighing. She started to switch the station, a survival move, but Jimmy held his hand up. "Leave it," he said. "Please." She watched Jimmy's profile, the rugged face, still handsome despite all the wear and tear he'd put himself through, maybe even because of it. Ever since she'd moved in with him, she couldn't stop looking at her father, spying on him at odd moments when she didn't think he'd notice, searching hard for features similar to her own. In profile, he looked like a tough guy, a hero or a villain, depending on if he smiled. Then, of course, he'd turn and look at you with those sad, fried egg eyes of his, and he'd just be Jimmy again. Poor old Jimmy. Kelly looked nothing like him. He mouthed the words with the singer, his eyes watering a little. Kelly couldn't tell whether it was the crappy song doing it to him or his constant physical pain, or Kelly herself, the situation she'd put him in. "I'm sorry," she said. "Hey, who am I to tell you what to do?" He said it very quietly. Kelly stared out the window. "What do you think the population of that Mariposa is? 20? 25? She smiled a little. The sheriff and the deputy were definitely related. "Yeah," she said. "I thought so too." It was a lie. The only time she'd gotten a good look at the sheriff and the deputy, she had to turn away fast because they'd both grown fangs and pig snouts. But she wasn't going to say that to Jimmy. "Coming down now?" She nodded. "I'm really sorry." Jimmy shook his head. "I get it," he said. "Guns are fun. My dad used to have this .22 caliber revolver, a Colt. We'd take it out to the desert, shoot cans." His voice trailed off, the thread gone. "She kills me." "Who?" He nodded at the radio. "Barbara Mandrell. That voice, like she's telling you all her secrets." He ran a hand across his face, brought it back to the wheel. "You don't have to worry," he said. "I didn't tell your mom." "Okay." Kelly turned to her window, pressed her forehead against the cool glass. In a weird way, she'd wished Jimmy had told Mom. Not so much about what she had done, but who she'd done it with. The people Catherine met at parties. That's the part that would hurt her, and she wanted Mom to hurt. Jimmy had been shuffling around in the kitchen, making Kelly's lunch this morning, when the phone had rung. Kelly had picked it up, and when she heard her mother's voice, her heart had leapt. It had been the first time Mom had called her since she'd moved in with Jimmy. She misses me, Kelly had thought. She's sorry for kicking me out. But Mom hadn't said anything like that. "I know you stole some things from me. I know you stole my Valentine heart." "What?" "You can keep the picture of your sister, but I want my Valentine heart back." Are you serious? It's been 2 months. You didn't throw it out, did you? The candy is old. It's disgusting. It was stale 2 months ago. Kelly, this is important. Kelly had wanted to hurl the phone across the room. "I did. I threw out your stupid Valentine heart," Kelly had said. "I ate all the stale, rock-hard chocolate candy from whatever rich old married boyfriend gave you that. And then I barfed it up and threw the box into the garbage." Then she'd slammed down the receiver. "Bitch," she whispered. "Huh?" said Jimmy, who had been talking to her. "Nothing. What were you saying?" "I was saying that I heard he put up your bail." "He?" "John McFadden." "Yeah, I guess." Kelly had met him briefly when the three of them had been released, Mr. McFadden introducing himself, asking if she already had a ride, kind and calm and responsible, the way a dad should be. His eyes had been alert, the whites pure. Clearly he'd never touched a pill in his life.